Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in this world, and welcome back to Top Step TV. We got a great show lined up for you today. Busy one. We got some inflation data coming out. We'll talk about that economic calendar in a second. But first, I have to introduce my guys here. In the middle, we have the guy that you want to go to if you want a level, the master of the market profile, maestro of the weekly kickoff levels. I like to call him Hoagie Berra, John the Goat Hoagland. How we doing this morning, Hoag? Master of the
Oh,
five
right off
minute
the
view
bat.
plan.
I was doing good. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, JD. It's great to be with you guys and great to be with all of you. Good morning.
Good morning. To Hoag's right, we got John Doherty, JD, author of the weekly kickoff email that goes out to almost 400,000 subscribers. The pride of the South Side of Chicago. JD, how you feeling this morning?
What's up, guys? Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Happy Thursday, everyone. My friends and traders in the chat. Let's have a great day.
Let's have a
Got a
great
lot
day. We
happening
got a poll
today.
up. We got a poll up in the chat right now. What opening range trade are we taking in gold? Are we taking the 1 minute, the 3 minute, the 5 minute, or no trade? Make sure you get your votes in there. Yesterday, the 1 minute did win. Was that yesterday? Feels like so long ago.
Yes,
Yes.
it certainly
yesterday,
did.
we got the 1 minute
And we
opening
got a
range
fake out.
trade. Yes, we did.
And we got a 1 minute. We got a 1 minute fake out. Minis versus micros in the gold. The micro triggered a short. The mini triggered a long.
We got a
Anomaly.
pretty close race again here. 32% for the 1 minute, 31% for the 5 minute, 19% for no trade, and 19% for my beloved 3 minute. It's okay, 3 minute. I still love you, even though the chat doesn't. But if this influences your vote at all, we do have some numbers out. JD said we have a pretty busy day. Why don't we take a look at that economic calendar? Get that out of the way early. What do we got on the schedule for today, JD?
For sure. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we've got that core CPI report coming out. Nice, a pretty significant inflation data report coming out. Also, some more jobs numbers, jobless claims at the bottom of the hour. Got the EIA natural gas report at 9:30, a 30-year bond auction at 12 o'clock. That's noon Central Time, and the monthly budget statement at 1 o'clock Central Time. Also at 7:15, just a few minutes ago, an ECB, European Central Bank rate statement was out. I haven't seen, I got the headlines for that right now. ECB sees 2025 inflation at 2.1% prior, forecast at 2%, 1.9% in 2027. We have another headline. Yes, core inflation rate 2.4% in 2025, 1.9% in 2026, and 1.8% in 2027. Those are some projections from the European Central Bank on European inflation. Again, we're taking a look at this opening range trade in gold, but CPI at the bottom of the hour. How's this poll looking?
CPI.
1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Wow, minute
by
wins.
just a couple of votes.
So now the question is, do we set orders based on the micros or the minis with the fake out yesterday?
Right? That's
Trade the micro we trading?
Should I look?
Good question.
I'll pull up a mini chart and trade the micros. How about that?
We got you with prices here, JD. Gold opening up in just about 40 seconds here. If you're wondering what trade we're taking, we poll the chat every morning. Are we taking the 1 minute, 3 minute, or 5 minute opening range? If we allow that range to establish, in this case, we're looking at a 1 minute. If the range breaks to the upside, we'll be long. If it breaks to the downside, we will be short. Sometimes the option for a no trade, especially on a day like today where we have inflation data coming out, may be a good choice. But again, we leave this one up to the chat for some crowd participation here. Wake you up early in the morning, get you making some decisions, chat. Gold is now open.
Get everybody's blood flowing.
Exactly.
10 tick opening range, 10 tick wide, 1 minute candle so far. 10 ticks.
We are opening with a gap to the downside. Overnight inventory is short. Kind of near the low of the kind of short time frame balance area we are establishing. 25 tick opening range now.
5 ticks.
Ticks.
Again, I'm looking at the mini.
high of 60.20. That looks like it's going to get extended in a second here. Yep.
Yep.
60.60, 60.70 now is the high. 57.70 is the low.
That's how I see it. Yep.
Got it. Yep. I'm looking at the again, I'm looking at the minis here.
Minis.
In the micro.
Gotcha.
Oh shoot. Let me get out of this real quick.
The 1 minute just triggered. Looks like the 1 minute just triggered a long there.
It did.
Mm.
Hang on a second.
I don't see that in the minis.
No.
I see 61.40 is the high of the 1 minute. Wait a minute. Oh, you're right. You're right.
We do not have a position on.
Okay, don't put it on yet then.
Yeah, that was kind of flat.
Yeah,
there we go.
I would put it if we extend the range at all, like 61.5. Put the stop to get long.
Yeah. So what happened there was we were trading the micros. The micro triggered a long. The mini did not. So I covered that position. I got out of it at a scratch.
Okay.
But now it's looking like the mini is triggering a long. But still, nothing done on the house account.
I like what Hoag said there. If we get an extension, 61.5.
Yeah. Should I work to enter this position at 61.5?
Yeah. There it is.
Right, working a bid. Working bid, 61.5 bid.
There we go. All right, let's see. They just
And
tagged
right,
us.
House count long, 36.61.5.
Okay.
There we go, chat. Voted for the 1 minute. We got a 1 minute opening range trade here. We got a question in the chat. Why does gold open at an odd time of 8:20 Eastern time, 7:20 Central, and not 8:30 or 8? Why is that?
What is the reasoning behind that, Hoag?
It's a great question.
Was it because they wanted to be open for those 7:30 a.m.
Yes.
Economic releases?
Yes,
I know that's what they
believe
did
that.
in the Treasury complex.
I believe that
the Treasury complex, yeah. Treasuries and currencies also open at 7:20 a.m. Central Time, and it's all for. It used to be for giving traders time to get into the pits, get situated, and being open and active when those economic reports were released at 7:30.
Makes sense to me. It
was deemed to be fairer and important for the traders to be able to respond to these numbers at 7:30.
Yep. All right, we've got our CYA down at 36.56 half, 36.56.50. $250 worth of risk on this trade we're taking.
Seeing a push here already. Seeing a little bit of a push. Let's quote some prices before we get to this CPI print, because we do have the S&Ps pretty close to an all-time high here. S&P trading 65.52, 65.53 quarter. We have the Nasdaq trading 23.941 quarter. Gold 36.6330, and we'll just quote crude oil because we quote it all the time. 62.86 last trade in crude. No tilt to really talk about here. We do have a 72% long tilt in gold. Equities are pretty much flat, but 72% long tilt in gold. Average price 36.6360. So it looks like they may be taking that opening range trade as well.
Mm-hmm. Getting a little volatile in gold here. Dome's thinning out. We're moving.
Yeah, it's going to be thin.
Vav in the chat says they're front running the number. There was a little spike of volume there, kind of across the board. We saw it in the equities, pulling back just a little bit here. We could all put on our tinfoil hats. Did they get the number early? Who's they? And what is the trade?
And where do we get the numbers early?
Yeah,
right.
We're not pointing fingers at them either, but who are they?
They and them always get the numbers early. How do I get on that? How do I get on that mailing list? Is what I want to know. Let's
I've
take a
been trying to
look
figure
at
that out for
expectation.
years.
Man, JD, if you find out, let me know. I may pay for that subscription. We have, looking at the CPI numbers, we also have jobless claims coming out. 235,000 is the forecast for jobless claims. Prior was 237,000. The CPI year over year expectation is 2.9%. Prior was 2.7%. CPI month over month forecast is 0.3%. Prior was 0.2. Core CPI month over month. Let me make sure I read this correctly. Forecast is 0.3. Prior was 0.3, and core CPI year over year forecast is 3.1%. Prior is 3.1%. We saw those PPI numbers come in a little bit cooler than expected. Inflation coming down. With that PPI number, let's see what we get for CPI in just about 3 minutes here.
You know, it's funny, JD. You talk about why they start, you know, the treasuries and currencies and gold at 720. They actually had the S&Ps open at 7 o'clock in the morning for a couple of months for that same reason. So everybody that was used to, you know, being there on the open at 8:30 was there an hour and a half early, and they didn't keep it like that for long. I don't know if it was because people were complaining or if the day was too long or if it wasn't worth it. But I remember them doing that. I was like, really? We got to be there at, you know, like on the open at 7 o'clock in the morning. Oh my God. Terrible.
It's a long day of standing around.
Oh, 6 hours and 45 minutes, 7 hours. It's like 8 hours, 15 minutes of being open and standing in the pit.
Yeah. That sounds brutal.
It didn't last long.
Good.
That's long.
Yeah.
We
It
do
got
have
slow
some
down there. It was real slow. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I was going to say we have some news on the job. We're going to play that. I see Tim in the background. We're going to play that after the number comes out. If we can hear.
Yeah,
Tim.
we got another jobs number update. We're going to see some more jobs data here in just a minute. Claims coming out at the same time as CPI.
Dome's getting thin.
Yes, it
Real
is. Lumber trader, call me crazy, but why not just release the numbers later? It's an option, right? If you set the schedule.
Let me make a phone call, lumber trader. Actually, who would you call to do that? Bureau of Labor Statistics?
1 minute until this number. Remember, this number does have the potential, and a couple of numbers that we have coming out have the potential to move the markets, create some volatility here. So if you want a position on, just make sure you know where your risk is. If not, make sure you hit that flatten all button a couple of times. We got about 50 seconds here until this inflation data and jobs data comes out. Again, house count is long, 3661.55 micro gold.
So yesterday into PPI, we were short, we spiked higher. Today, we're long into CPI. Let's see what happens. A couple of seconds here. 30 more seconds.
Colby says, let's go house. Let's see. Do we see equities hit all-time highs here off this number? 15 seconds here. Remember, hit that flatten all if you do not want a position on.
Let's go.
We'll get those numbers to you as soon as we can.
Jay, you're singing sweet again. You're singing sweet nothings in my ear again. New all-time highs in the equities would be good.
Let's see it, Hoag.
There it goes.
And we're stopped to the downside. And we took $100 worth of slippage on that trade. What a knee-jerk reaction there.
Minus 350.
And then straight back up. Yep.
Look at this.
Yep, it looks
just swept it and off it goes.
Is that unbelievable or what? Let that be
all
a lesson
right,
to everybody.
Yeah, seriously.
Man, I was liking being long too.
Same here, Hoag.
And it's the last time we do that, folks.
Look at the knee jerk in the equities, man. Knee jerk to the downside, big time.
Yep, and getting bought right back up as
And then
well.
straight back up.
Right back up. Here comes all-time highs.
Real,
Here we go. Get the air horns out.
real quick. On these numbers, CPI year-over-year actual came in at 2.9%. Forecast was 2.9, so in line with expectations. Core CPI year-over-year actual came in at 3.1%. Forecast was 3.1, in line as well. CPI month-over-month came in at 0.4%. Forecast was 0.3%, so a little bit higher. And core CPI month-over-month came in at 0.3%. Forecast was 0.3%. Jobless claims came in at 263,000. Forecast was 235,000. Prior 237, and continued jobless claims came in at 1.939 million. Forecast was 1.95 million. So inflation pretty much in line with expectations. Jobless claims came in a little higher than expectations. Did we get those all-time highs? Not yet, but we're pretty close. Gas up the air horns. We're almost there.
S&P traded right to yesterday's regular trading hour session high.
And look at gold.
Yesterday's high 65, 65, 25. Man.
Still holding that long tilt, 70% long in gold here. Average price 36.69. Maybe they just did not get stopped out. Nice trade there for those traders.
It is disappointing.
Gold trading. Yeah, it is. 36.76 last trade here in gold. 65.56 in the S&P. 23.955 in the Nasdaq. All right. Get to some of that news on the labor market, JD, if we can, and then we'll get right back to these gold charts.
Yep. Recent disappointing jobs data confirms what many job seekers have encountered in their searches. Karen Kaiva looks at what it all means. Let's roll that jobs footage.
On Tuesday, revised numbers from the Labor Department suggested that the U.S. economy created far fewer jobs between March 2024 and March 2025 than previously thought. That came after an August jobs report from the federal government that showed job growth close to stalling out. And of course, when you have concerns about the labor market, there are concerns about the overall economy.
Recent data around the U.S. labor market has been disappointing for job seekers.
Many of the sectors across the economy have been very stagnant at best, and we've been in this low hire, low fire environment for quite a while.
And a sluggish jobs market typically doesn't bode well for the overall economy.
Usually when labor markets slow down, that's a pretty good indicator that the general economy is slowing down.
On Tuesday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics issued revised U.S. jobs numbers for the period between March 2024 and March 2025 and suggested U.S. companies created about 911,000 fewer jobs than initially reported. This after Friday's government report showed U.S. employers added just 22,000 jobs in August, a sharp drop-off from July, even as the unemployment rate stayed relatively low at 4.3%.
We're not adding a lot of jobs, and actually we're losing jobs in some sectors. The probability of becoming unemployed really hasn't gone up a whole lot. Layoffs are still relatively low. However, if you become unemployed, it is taking people longer to find jobs.
Laura Ulrich, director of economic research for job search site Indeed, says frustrated job hunters right now should consider how their skills translate to fields that are seeing growth, like healthcare and social assistance.
Thinking about how your skills that you have are adaptable to other jobs or maybe even other sectors is really important.
And Ulrich says to consider AI tools like Indeed's new tool, Career Scout, to help better align skills with the search for open positions.
And looking at the broader economic picture, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell had already expressed some concerns about the labor market even before this latest round of data, making it more likely the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates at their meeting next week, which typically spurs businesses to borrow, spend, and hire. In Washington, I'm Karen Kaiva.
There you have it. A weaker labor market than expected. And I think with the jobless claims number that we have coming out here, again, higher than expected jobless claims. Looking at the FedWatch tool here after these numbers came out, still seeing a 92% probability right now of a rate cut next week, 25 basis points, and 8% probability of a 50 basis point cut. And I think we have most of the data out now before that Fed decision. So we will see what the Fed does next week on September 17th.
The job market sure is looking grim, though, isn't it? Woof.
Yeah,
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is.
The 10-year
911,000.
10-year took a dive right to 4%. We haven't really had a chance to really look into the inside of this CPI release, but it doesn't seem too bad to me. Mostly right in line with what was expected.
Yeah, seems like everything came in line. Go ahead, JD.
I was just gonna say, should have expected to get wicked out on gold like that.
Well, it's so thin.
So
There's
tricky
no
trying to
liquidity
play.
to do that. Yeah.
Even if we had expanded our risk to $500 on that trade, we would have gotten blown out. We would have had to go into that number without a stop to be in that trade. To still be in this trade, I think.
And we can't do that. Gotta
No,
have a
we
stop.
cannot.
Gotta have a stop.
Cannot do that. Cannot do that. All right, let's get to some news for gold, and then we'll get right into these charts. Hoag, where is gold going right now? Looks like right back to 3,700. But any news in gold we have, JD?
Yes, according to barchart.com, there are 3 major catalysts that should keep precious metal prices elevated as gold continues to set new record highs. First catalyst, safe haven demand. I'm not going to go too deep in the woods on all 3 of these. I'll mention them, and I'm going to post this link in the chat for everybody. But catalyst number 1, safe haven demand to continue as geopolitics heat up again. So geopolitical tensions never too far from the front burner of the market. Catalyst number 2, major central banks are leaning easier on their monetary policy. And catalyst number 3, major countries are rushing to stockpile key minerals. This may be the most important and most bullish element of the 3, but here is the link to this article from barchart.com listing 3 major catalysts that will keep gold prices elevated as we continue to hit new all-time highs. Dropping this in there right now. But let's get into those charts and yeah. What are the oracles telling us, guys?
All right. As always, looking through these charts, seeking accurate context for these markets, always remembering risk management and remaining patient on the daily in gold. There's no change in market state in the monthly and the weekly charts, still pushing to the upside. But in the daily chart, we're showing a little bit of consolidation, and this is a good thing, if you ask me, because we got a little bit. It looks like we got a little bit too long. We've got an excess high back here on Tuesday. We're kind of rangy yesterday. We're still inside of that range, and I was really kind of liking the idea of being long. The lows right here, nice even lows, but still showing the bottom end of the area of balance that we've started to create. So the upside auction appears to be taking a little bit of a rest, and that's, again, a good thing because consolidation evens out inventory. Pullbacks certainly even out inventory, probably a lot faster than consolidations. But if we consolidate here for a while, a lot of those inventories are going to even up, and then traders will have, a little bit more gas when the market pulls and starts to move away from the current area of balance. So was looking at the lower end of the extremes of the current area of balance, right around 36.55 to 36.50, basically last week's high, showing a degree of support. Jay, what do you think about the daily chart here, buddy?
A little bit of balance here, Hoag. We saw that all-time high move. We sold off, but we're still holding up pretty well. I'm looking at the September 8th daily candle, and 50% of that is kind of what we've been holding. Even this low, most recent low that we just made on the day, tag that 50% as well. So, 36.85 is that price that I'm looking for to see if buyers step in to push us higher. From there, I'm looking for, an all-time high test, but it looks like maybe a little bit of a flagging pattern here on the daily. Holding up pretty well, not really closing below prior day lows. It's a pretty strong market right now.
Right. Take a look quickly here at the 30-minute. Here's the half back right there, 36.53.70, half maybe, right against those lows that we were just talking about. We were liking being long down there, and that has certainly paid off. Unfortunately, we got whipped out on the 730 number, but hey, that's all right. We'll get that back. No biggie there. Overnight inventory was very, very short. We were opening with a gap to the downside. If the market doesn't continue that move to the downside, all of these weaker hands overnight shorts are going to get nervous, and boy, did they get nervous. They've taken us right back to close the gap and right back to settlement. Looks like almost to the tick. 36.82 is settlement, and that is the exact high of this 30-minute bar right now. So overnight inventory got spooked out by those numbers, and things have changed a little bit since the 730 numbers. So I'm going to be kind of looking for opportunities if we pull back down near Jay's level down here, see 36.55 to 36.50 zone looks pretty good to me. Now I'm going to be seeing if we can get back inside of value, which value low on this platform is showing approximately 36.81, let's just call it. And all of these levels are zones. There's nothing finite in futures trading. But if we can see acceptance above that level, it's a value area special situation or value area acceptance play. It could bring price all the way back up to value high, right around 36.91.30. We added 7,100 contracts yesterday. It's kind of difficult to pick out a direction from that, but we are still continuing to see open interest piling into this market just off of new all-time highs. To me, is still a good sign of potential continuation to the upside. I'm not worried about anything unless we start taking out these lows. Let's just call it 36.50 just for simplicity's sake, and we'll see what happens. Big move after that 730 number, looking for acceptance of value back up to 36.91.92 area, value high from yesterday. Jay, what do you think?
I'm agreeing with you, Hoag. I'm looking to the upside as well. What I'm going to do with this 30-minute, this 30-minute candle, we tested below that 200 moving average. 200 moving average is at 36.65.30. We tested below it in the overnight session. This news just brought us back above it. This 30-minute candle, Hoag, is going to frame out the story for the day for me in all the markets that we trade, right? In gold, in the equities. I'm going to attach a VWAP here. 50% of this candle is right around that 200 moving average, 36.66. So just looking to see how the market responds throughout the rest of the day to this zone here. 36.85 is a level that I was looking at last night during slow markets and saying, hey, if we see some buying above here, I do want to get in long. So if I do find an opportunity to get long in gold, I'm thinking position management up at that 36.85 because it's shown rejection there so far every time we get up there. So looking for opportunities to buy, but I want to be conscious about buying up near that 36.85 if no one else agrees with that idea.
Yeah, you need some participation and some continuation up there. All-time high, 37.15.20. If we do see buying coming into this above that level, that might be a level you can kind of look to limit risk against. Here's the 730 bar. The halfway of that bar, as Jay looks at it, it's 36.66 half. Maybe we find some support there if we get a move back down to it. And you mentioned putting the anchored VWAP. Are you doing that on the 3-minute chart off the 730 number here?
That's correct, Hoag.
Let's do it.
Correct.
Let's put it on there. So we're right at it right now, right here, right now. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you, Jay. As far as the profile yesterday, it was a neutral day. We did have one little move below the initial balance low, and that was pretty much the kind of one of the decent trade locations for the day. We never did even get really back up the value high from yesterday on that, so it doesn't surprise me that the sellers were continuing to come after this last night. I think that may have changed things a little bit after this 730 number. But yeah, yesterday, basically a normal variation to a neutral trading day yesterday. Value inside almost the entire session yesterday. Regular trading hour was inside the value area from the previous day. We talked about that possibility, well, yesterday morning on the opening call, and that's pretty much exactly what happened. All right, I think we're good here. We're ready to move on to the next news bit here.
Yes,
What we got?
coming up for sure. Stock prices, stock index futures were relatively flat ahead of that CPI number. We saw what happened afterwards. But futures tied to the broader index rose just 0.1%, along with those linked to the Dow and the Nasdaq, up marginally before that CPI. We saw what happened, that knee-jerk reaction, and we're trading lower now this morning. Again, those CPI readings, increase of 0.4% for August. That was higher than the 0.3% economists had projected. So coming in, I wouldn't say coming in real hot, but consumer prices up just a little bit month over month. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. Shanghai Composite closed up 1.65%. The Nikkei was up 1.22%, and the Hang Seng Index down 0.43%. Stocks in Europe currently trading higher this morning. We've got the FTSE up 0.49%, the DAX up 0.24%, and the CAC up 0.86%. US dollar index up marginally, 97.87. The VIX down about 2.5%, 14.94. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note sitting at 4.03% this morning. We're starting to see a little fall through to the upside. We're right back to where we were when we started before that CPI number came out. But what are you guys seeing in the charts right now? Tell us everything about the S&P.
All right, so we're going to get to the daily. Daily, the auction is still good to the upside. We've been pretty much one-time framing higher for 3 straight days, putting in a new all-time high in the extended trading hour session yesterday. We added 8,700 contracts yesterday, coming off of that all-time high. And it's kind of hard to see on the daily chart, but I'm looking at that increase in open interest to the short side yesterday. The markets really just kind of grinded higher all day yesterday. I'm looking at that as new shorts because of that increase in open interest. Again, at approximately 8,700 in open interest, new shorts. Right now, if I'm short from yesterday, I'm getting a little bit nervous. And what do these markets, these equities markets do? They eat shorts, and they've been eating shorts for 40 years, and I don't see that stopping anytime soon. We're going to have to see how the market opens and how investors and traders in the regular trading hour session treat this information we had this morning from the CPI and the jobless claims. But right now, it's looking like the market is still, pushing to the upside, eating shorts along the way. And right now, I don't see anything in the tea leaves here that are going to change that. All about the CPI today, all about jobless claims. Those are out. Let's see how traders digest and adapt to this information. Jay, what are you thinking?
Market that's pushing to the upside, Hoag. I just framed out the PPI print from yesterday, and we're pretty much just inside that, right? So we're still kind of in balance here. And pushing higher on a higher time frame. Like if you look at this daily, there aren't many times that we're taking out prior day lows. Market is, the 20, 50, 200 moving average are all saying uptrend right now. It's not a market that you want to really fight for too long. Are there short opportunities? There are. We saw some a couple of days ago, but yeah, this is a buy the dip environment. It's not a buy the high environment, which we've seen. The market makes an all-time high and then sells off from it. But if there are good opportunities, you can identify a level to the downside that you can establish some risk. It is a pretty good market to try to find a place to get in long.
Yeah, I mean the upside auction is, while it's been trying to creep up on all-time highs, and every time it puts in an all-time high, we get the sellers coming in to liquidate longs, but it's still just continuing to be a buy the dip market. Take a look at the 30 right here. All right. So what Jay was talking about is that 730 bar from yesterday. Now I'm going to pop that on here. And there we go. And there we go. So yes, yesterday, by and large, the balance was pretty much inside of that bar. We looked below it, closed back inside that bar, and we're still in it right now. So that PPI 730 bar, relatively important. Well, let's take a look first now at what our expectations were for yesterday. We knew we had the late spike to the upside. We were opening with a gap. We were, if we couldn't close the gap, we were looking for opportunities for longs. We finally did close the gap late in the day, and that was our opportunity, probably our only opportunity for longs yesterday. So when we think about the open interest increase yesterday, again, increase approximately 8,700 contracts, the move was to the downside. There were some aggressive sellers coming in. We had, negative 12,000 delta at the end of the day. So that was shorter time frame, weaker hands, just continuing to hit the bid and pushing prices lower and succeeding at pushing prices lower at that until the end of the day, when a lot of those shorts decided they were going to cover, settling price up here at 65.39.75. Why did we expect higher value yesterday? Because of the late spike, because we opened above the late spike, because we opened with a gap. Pretty high probability of value moving price higher. I think it had pretty much everybody looking for opportunities for longs that didn't come until the very end of the day. Unfortunately, the sellers were just relentless yesterday. But again, I'm looking at those as weaker hands, shorter time frame shorts that are now underwater. They're now underwater. Overnight inventory. What do we have as far as that is concerned? Well, we opened here and we are now trading here. Yes, there was a big kerfuffle on the 730 numbers, but overall, we're still looking at long overnight inventory inside the 730 PPI bar from yesterday and right at the high of value from yesterday. Are we looking for opportunities for longs? Can we try and be a little bit patient, look for a little bit of a pullback based off of this overnight inventory? Maybe. Jay, what do you think?
Yes, I think patience is definitely required in any trade. In any trade today, we'll see how the volume comes in for the New York session, but I'm cautious about buying up at the high of the CPI candle just because of the rejection that we've seen. Right, we're seeing a market that's imbalanced. Hoag, you say it all the time, right? When we're in range, imbalance, stay patient. We get better trade location later on in the day, and I think that might be the case today. Could it prove us wrong and just get going early? Absolutely, right? The market's going to do what they want to do. But right now, I'm seeing a market that's imbalanced. We got rollover coming up next week. We got Fed decision coming up next week. Would I be surprised if we stay in this balance range until next Wednesday? Probably not. Probably not. It's a pretty big range, and it's a decent enough range to trade. I just want to make sure I don't get caught up in the middle of that range.
Excellent. Look at the high on that 730 bar.
Yep.
Exact to yesterday's regular trading hour session high. Exact to the tick.
So someone really likes that price. Someone really likes that price. That was the price that I got ticked out of a short yesterday.
Oh.
Exact price. Someone likes that. That price means something to someone, Hoag. It means something to me right now too, but short-term memory. Short-term memory.
Yeah. Well, it's a new day and new opportunities. So this is a bit of a quandary for me. I'm probably going to do what Jay just said and stay patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on, unless something changes, unless we start to see some real momentum to the upside. Maybe we start to look for opportunities for longs. We get to move back down near settlement and back down near this 100 session moving average. I don't hate that. It's value low from yesterday. And be patient. Be patient. Profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. Again, value moving higher. What are we trading here? Well, price is the advertising mechanism, but value is what you get. So value is still moving higher. I think we're still in a buy the dip type of a market. That's it, man. That's what we're looking at here for the S&Ps. JD, what's happening?
Coming up next, we got crude oil. We'll be looking at the opening range trade in crude, but here's a little bit of news. So the EU, the European Union's been under a little bit of pressure from President Trump to start imposing tariffs on China and India, but they are reluctant to do so. This is an article from oilprice.com with some sources from Reuters saying that the European Union is not ready to slap tariffs on India and China for their continued buying of Russian oil. That's from a Reuters report citing unnamed officials from Brussels. Instead, the EU will continue with sanctions targeting specific entities and individuals. Compared with tariffs, the sanctions were the better bet, according to the bloc, because they were perceived as less risky for the EU. So, under pressure from President Trump, EU not ready to impose tariffs, oil-related tariffs on China and India just yet. We do have oil trading a bit lower this morning. Just a reminder, we had that report out from S&P Global Commodity Advisors on Monday, targeting $55 per barrel in oil. And we've seen nothing really but downward momentum since then. But what are you guys seeing in the charts right now? What's happening in crude today?
All right, let's take a look at the daily. Where did we get up to yesterday, and have we turned around from? A weekly kickoff high, $64. Got up there. What was the high yesterday? 64.08. I missed by 8 ticks. I hate that when that happens. But right now we're in rollover. We've been largely pretty much staying in the last rollover range. I still feel like this market is very much in short time frame control. We probably got too long up here in the short time frame. Now we're squeezing out all of those longs. We lost 6,900 in open interest yesterday. That tells me we squeezed out shorts. And when we squeeze out shorts, we take buying power away from the marketplace. So right now, we're just rotating back into balance. No breakout above weekly kickoff high. The rotation back could be all the way back down to last week's low. Would be a tasty, nice little short trade from up there around $64. Jay, what are you thinking here on this daily chart? If you will comment.
On the daily, Hogue, we are still in balance. That 200 moving average, 63.53. You could probably put up any moving average, and it's in that in that general area, in that zone.
Right.
But we're closing above it, closing below it. It's somewhere near the high of the range today. I was expecting maybe a little bit more of a push to the upside. Just if you're looking at the higher time frame range, maybe somewhere up to 66. But sometimes what you expect and what the market does don't align. So we are seeing some selling coming in here in crude oil. It's range bound, but I do have to say that crude has been intraday some of the cleaner trades that we've seen recently. They aren't these huge ranges, but there are some pretty good trades in crude oil over the past couple of days. And I think we continue to see that.
Right. Let's take a look at the 30. So yesterday, we opened in range and in value. Better trade location did come in at the end of the second hour with the failed downside auction below the initial balance low yesterday. Where did that bring price to? It took us through the initial balance high and all the way to weekly kickoff high. We've got a little bit of a double distribution trend day to the upside here from yesterday, but all of this was probably short covering by the loss in open interest, again, about approximately 6,900. Now, remember, it is rollover.
Real quick, Hogue.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, didn't want to cut you off, but we do have crude opening up here in 5 seconds. I don't think we got that poll up in the chat, so I think we can decide what opening range trade we're taking. Crude is open now. Which one do you guys want to take, JD and Hogue? We'll get right back into these charts.
Can we take the 3 minute, Jay?
Let's take the 3 minute. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's take the 3 minute. I have a 3 minute chart up, just so happens.
There we go. All right, Hogue. Sorry about that.
You've got a 20 tick wide opening range so far on the 3 minute.
I think we lost your audio, Hogue.
When I'm talking, I can't see time.
All right. So we were getting to the 30-minute chart, Hoag.
Yes, we got it on here. Let's put that on the screen, and we will take a look-see. Overnight inventory is very, very short. We are going to be opening with a gap to the downside. We can get the chart up here. All right, here we go. So yeah, overnight inventory is very, very short. Here's where we opened last night. Here's where we're currently trading. So a lot of overnight weaker hand shorts in this market. We are going to be opening with a gap, right? So we've got the gap from yesterday's low of the session, basically the bottom of that failed downside auction, 62.97. To close the gap, we've got to get up to that level. We are also we had a late spike to the downside 2 days ago, and we are back at that level. So we opened above it, indicating probable acceptance of higher pricing. We are now rejecting that higher pricing and back to an important level in this spike base. Really short time frame control. What was a large part of the weekly kickoff high based on? A naked point of control. When the market is in short time frame control, naked points of control tend to be targeted and sometimes respected. Yesterday we respected that. We started coming off before the end of the day, and we've been driving lower ever since. So I'm looking really for possibly some continuation to the downside. There are some more naked points of control, some more short time frame target levels down below, 62.35, 61.76. We're going to see if we can get this thing down to that $55 that JD keeps talking about. Let's see what happens here. We've got the opening range trade. Are we in it yet?
Not yet. 3-minute
We're
candle
about to
just
close that.
closed.
Just close that 3-minute candle. So we've got a high,
Okay.
62.76. We're going to put our stop down or above, 62.77. And our low is 62.56. So we're going to put in our stop down just at new lows.
All right. So, Jay, you got anything you want to talk about here on this daily chart or this 30-minute chart? I
Yeah.
apologize.
If we continue to sell here, I'm looking at 62.30s, 62.30. We are under the 200 moving average on the 30-minute. Looking at these 62.30s and then 62 evens will be targets to the downside that I have here, Hoag. We'll see how much continuation we get. I don't disagree with you. We do have crude oil here, though, down 1.5%. So what I am thinking is if we look at a daily ATR, right now, daily ATR is $1.50, and so far, and that's for full session. So far, we've already seen $1.20 of that range, right? So I do like the idea of the downside down to these 62s. If we get there, then we're talking about a day that's above that daily ATR, which we haven't seen too much. So I'm just thinking how much room is left in this trade, but I do like that downside. If not, then we probably see it bounce right back to the middle of the range. But yeah, 62 evens would be my target.
Okay. Yeah. You've got that target nestled right between two of my targets, 62.35 and 61.76. So Mr. Cook has set the price, $62. Let's see if we can get it.
See if we get it, Hoag. I do like that 62.35 area as well. A couple of days ago, there was a ton of volume that traded there, so I wouldn't be surprised trading back to it. Let's see. Crude.
A lot of
Crude says forget all of that.
That's the one thing
We're just going to
against us.
stay in this range. The 1-minute range is the 3-minute range is the 5-minute range. And this is
true.
a balanced market.
Just a couple ticks away from triggering along. Oh. We were just a couple ticks away. Smack dab in the middle of the opening range. 20-tick wide opening range.
Smack dab.
Smack dab in the middle.
All right. Well, before this turns into a 47-minute opening range, JD, any news that we want to cover in tech?
Yes, tech stocks are doing so well investors are starting to worry. This is according to Bloomberg. The recent rally in the Nasdaq is pushing the hand of some investors to bid up put options to protect their gains so far this year. The price of hedging, take a look at this chart. The price of hedging against a 10% drop in the Invesco QQQ Trust, the largest exchange-traded fund tracking the Nasdaq, over the next month is at its highest since 2022. Here's a quote from Greg Bowdle, head of U.S. equity and derivative strategy at BNP. The market is at its highs. Volatility is at its lows. I think there are a lot of easy arguments to make as to why you should hedge. He also went on to say September does tend to be a bit seasonally weaker than other months. So it is a sign of growing unease ahead of a string of market-moving events next month, which includes next week, which includes the Fed's interest rate decision on September 17th. The put-to-call skew on the QQQ is higher, just 8% of the time in recent data. That's according to Nomura Holdings. So traders, investors bidding up put options to hedge against long positions in the Nasdaq. Getting spendy to hedge your Nasdaq positions, your tech positions. What are the charts saying, though, guys? Very interesting, right?
Yeah. Well, at least they're not saying get out. They're just saying hedge.
Hedge, yes. Don't get out.
Hedging's okay with me. Hedging's all right. All right. So, Nasdaq. Let's take a look-see. Daily. No all-time high yesterday. Tried, and we did see a pretty decent pull-off. We lost 1,300 in open interest yesterday. We gained 8,700 in the S&Ps on that pullback yesterday. We lost open interest yesterday in the Nasdaq. That tells me probably more about a little bit of long liquidation than trapping shorts. I'm sure that there were some shorts coming into this market, and do remember it is rollover. So open interest, if you look at it for face value during rollover, you might be missing something. It makes it a little bit blurry, but it's what we've got to deal with when we're talking about open interest during rollover. So weekly kickoff high 23,942. We tried to close above it yesterday. We were unable to do so. Where are we trading right now? 23,942. It is going to be, what I'm looking for in these weekly kickoff levels is longer time frame traders to adjust inventory, whether they're getting out of shorts or getting new longs and pushing price higher, or getting into new shorts or liquidating longs and pushing price lower. That's what I'm looking at. There are times, however, when the market will become magnetic near them because there's no real decision making happening. Now, look forward. We've got the FOMC meeting next week. There's always something that we're looking forward to when we are investing in trading. We don't know, exactly how the markets are going to react, what they're going to do. So, for the fact that it's rollover, I'm looking for range-bound activity. For the fact that it's the FOMC meeting, I'm looking for range-bound activity because a lot of these traders are going to be not only working their rollover, they're also going to be adjusting and positioning and hedging, just like JD said, for anything that could happen on FOMC day and especially Chairman Powell's speech afterwards. Things can get knocked around a little bit. So the fact that it's rollover, the fact that we've got the FOMC meeting next week has me hypothesizing, and everything is a hypothesis. Nobody knows anything for sure, that we're probably going to find some ranges in these equities markets, and we're going to stay basically somewhat range bound unless something happens. Yes.
Sorry, really quick again. Crude oil, JD, did we just get tagged into that short? Crude's coming down to some of the targets we were looking at here, JD. 62.35. I don't know if we want to manage a little bit here, but this is that kind of general area. We just had a quick spike down into it.
Yes. House count just got tagged into a short 62.55, short 5 micro crude.
All right.
We didn't quite hit 1R on this. We're only taking about $125 worth of risk.
Okay.
And where's that CYA, JD?
CYA 6280. 6280.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right, Jay, what do you think about the daily in the Nasdaq?
I'm thinking, what does it take to get us to an all-time high here, Hoag?
I know, right?
Do we need some news out of our tech friends? Some AI deals? What is going on? 24 points away from the all-time high yesterday. Just kind of goes back to that point of the reluctance to make all-time highs in these markets. It is pushing up. We are seeing higher lows on the daily since the beginning of the month. So it is pushing higher. It's just, when do we see that breakout, if we do at all? I think the market may be waiting for news a little bit, but like you said, Hoag, we're always waiting for something. And the S&P didn't wait. We made all-time highs there. So what is holding tech back from making this all-time high is my question. I'm looking at yesterday's range. We are in the middle of that range, right above that weekly kickoff high, kind of opening up pretty much at it, Hoag. That's the range until it's not, right? So same thing when we look at a 30-minute chart, we'll get down to that and see where that has the potential to be the range for the day. But yeah, when are we making an all-time high is my question.
How about today? I mean,
let's do it.
I did not invite the sellers yesterday. Somebody invited those sellers to the party. I did not invite them. Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So how did the Nasdaq perform yesterday? Well, it performed actually pretty well. Value moved higher, as we would expect after opening above the late spike to the upside. However, the S&P has closed the gap and found some buying there, but the Nasdaq pulled back a little bit deeper. We opened leaving the opening range at the dead ass high. Sellers were basically in control all the way through the end of the day, almost to the end of the day. Where did price end up going to? Obviously, this 200 session moving average was a support level. Look what it did today. It was a support level after the 730 number. But even in a little bit shorter time frame, the market traded to the value low from the previous day. Now, even with that, the value area on this platform is outright higher than the previous day's value area. That is what we look for when the market has a late spike to the upside and it opens with a gap above that late spike. Is we're going to probably expect that value is going to be higher, but it does not mean close your eyes and buy. We talked about that yesterday morning, if you remember. So Nasdaq probed much deeper in price, giving us probably better trade location for if we are going to end up seeing the all-time high by the end of the day today. But again, that open interest indicated long liquidation. I'm expecting some shorter time frame shorts to be stuck in the hole here a little bit short. And that 200 session moving average was a really good spot, value low from the previous day there, and a good rip right to it after the number. 200 session moving average looks tasty. Where are we? Well, we've got a little bit of overnight inventory to the long side. We can put the line here. So we opened last night down here. We are trading here. Overnight inventory is a little bit long, not terribly. And where are we as far as the range and value from yesterday? Right in the middle of the value area from yesterday, right at an important inflection level. That we looked at it yesterday. The weekly kickoff low 23,942 was the exact low to the opening range yesterday in the Nasdaq, and we know that the opening range was the dead ass high for the rest of the day. Pushing price lower. We're back in that range. We're back at that level. We are back in value. Stay patient today, folks. Stay patient. The PPI is out. We'll see how the regular trading hour traders and investors treat this market, how they adjust inventory. But again, remember, it is in rollover. I'm looking for a hangover day today. That's just my hypothesis. That's my first kind of thought about context in these markets today. Nothing would make me happier than to see all-time highs and, to see the NASDAQ get up to, I don't know, 30,000 today. Is it a realistic expectation? No, it's not. We're going to take what the market gives us. We're going to see what the market tells us. We're going to trade what we see. Jay, what do you think about this 30-minute chart?
Looking at that 30 Hoag, a little different than the S&P here, but that's been the story of the Nasdaq, right? We see the S&P continuing to trade inside of that PPI candle, where the Nasdaq, that 30-minute candle is a little bit lower now, right? Where the high of the CPI candle is lower than 50% of the PPI candle. So I think just another way of saying the Nasdaq is continuing to show signs of more signs of weakness than the S&P. We do have the 200 moving average 23,835 right now, pretty close to the low of the session. If we look at yesterday's session, that was pretty much the low tick. So that price means something to somebody. So if you're looking for buy the dip opportunities, it may be down there near that 200 moving average. How many times are we going to test it before it breaks if we get down there? So it's not, again, we keep saying it, but it's not a blind buy, right? You want to watch the price action there. But my day Hoag is going to be framed around this 30-minute candle from CPI. The high of it is 23,976. The low 23,838. 50% is right near 23,905. So watching how the market responds around these extremes and staying patient, not getting chopped up in the middle.
All right, great stuff. Yeah, it's an inside day so far on a PPI day, an inside day.
Interesting.
We'll see how it plays. Thank you, Jay. JD, back to you.
Yep, crude oil has just retraced that entire dip in a matter of a few minutes. So right back to where we started. We entered the short trade in crude oil at 62.55, and 62.55 is the last price traded in crude right now. So we're sitting on a scratch trade, taking $125 worth of risk.
$125 worth of risk. Yeah, something. Yeah, that 63, 65 area, 62.30 up to 62.35. There was a ton of volume that traded there. We made a low here, 62.28. Oh, gold selling here. Just came into gold.
What is gold?
Yeah, we just saw a quick little sell-off here in gold. Gold down about 10 points, 11 points in the last 3 minutes or so. Still inside that CPI candle range, but some volatility just came into gold there. JD, why don't we get into the schedule for the day? Who is trading with us on TopstepTV today?
For sure. What is going on today? Coming up next in Fast Markets, number 151 on the big board. Dominic is back. He was here the other day with Andre and myself. And he's going to be here trading in Fast Markets along with Andre, Jack, Hoag, and Aaron Trades. Aaron Trades also joining us this morning. Then coming up after that, the morning recap, 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Hoag will be here going over our trades in the morning and what happened during Fast Markets. Also, we've got a power player. Muhammad's coming in. 11:15 Central Time. We'll be joined by Coach Jay and Mr. Dakota. 12 o'clock, group coaching. Hoag and Coach Vince will be dropping a form in the chat later on. Make sure you grab that form and enter your questions for Coach Hoag and Coach Vince. That will start at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Group coaching. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. Andre, Chad, and Brad. That's going to be a great segment, guys. Andre, Chad, and Brad coming in for Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock this afternoon. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre Arico and Dolby Time. Lots of tradertainment coming your way. Hey, Jay, I got one more quick piece of news to run through, too. You want to do this? JD? How much money do you think you need to retire? Continues. Oh, I think we just lost the volume. Never mind. We'll get back to it later. We could kill it.
How much money do you need to retire? You know, I was talking to Dakota last night.
A little bit.
Okay, sounds good. I was talking to Dakota during slow markets last night. He says he starts, all of his math when he's out shopping or doing anything like that. He calculates it in Nasdaq points, right? So, if I'm buying lunch, that's one Nasdaq. That's one Nasdaq point. I'm buying a car, it's X amount of Nasdaq points. So I was getting ready to do the math, but we'll get that number in a little bit. We'll see how many Nasdaq points do you need to retire.
Yep.
But
so here's a quote from.
Go ahead, JD.
I got a quote from that video. So
okay.
a popular retiring community like Prescott, Arizona, it suggested that you have over just over $1.8 million to retire for 20 years. Prescott, Arizona is calling for just about $2 million to retire for 20 years. We'll get back to that video. There's some interesting talking points in that video.
Have you ever been to Prescott, Arizona?
I have not been to Prescott, Arizona. What's there?
I would say you probably lived there for 40 years on $2 million.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. My dad's mom lived in Safford, which isn't far from Prescott. A lot of retirees around there. Quiet. It's quiet. Not too much to do.
Is
that good or
location
bad?
definitely matters there.
It was good. It was good. It's like, Winslow, Arizona.
Yeah, location definitely matters. I saw an article about one of the neighborhoods we have here in New York, and they're just like, oh, there are still places in Westchester where you can buy a home under $1 million. It's just like, oh, this is awesome. Good to know. Westchester, New York. There are still homes under $1 million. You just got to look under a rock.
I would imagine
under a rock.
We are seeing Stafford. Those are probably getting a little bit pricier. It's been probably 30 years since I was there.
Oh, okay. Dan D says it in the chat. Prescott is pretty pricey now. I realized we didn't get to something this morning, and Hoag, you can't have fun unless you do your homework. We want to go over that checklist really quick before we get into fast markets.
Absolutely. So your checklist, we've just been going through our checklist, and you got to do your homework every day if you want to play. So pre-market research, check. Morning checklist. How do you feel? What's going on? Check. Mindset, check. How are you feeling? Are things good? Are you rested and ready? Check. What about your trade entry checklist? You got that all ready so you can check those trades off and write down the information? Check. And your post-market. Be ready with your post-market checklist. At the end of the day, review the trades, review your emotional journal, of course, and be ready for the next trading day. So there is a quick daily checklist. If you've done your homework, you get to play.
Thank you for that, Hoag. Make sure you are ready for your trading day. We are expecting some volatility in these markets, maybe some range-bound markets, but some opportunity. Just make sure you are prepared for it. We got a great show ahead for you guys. And if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button and tell us what the average home cost is in your area. Curious to know. I said what it was in Westchester here in New York, but what's the average home cost where you live? Gives us an idea of where we have traders viewing from for today. Coach Vince says, always have a plan of attack. Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely.
All right.
While we get those answers from the chat, Hoag, why don't you send us into fast markets?
Yes. As always, GD, Jay, always a pleasure to spend the morning with you, and it's always a pleasure to have all of you here for us in the morning. And top of the chat today, Tom Shubham, Kiko Trades. There's a new name. Anastasios, Alex, LPA, Ali, Guerrillionaire, Dan Trader, Vav, and Nick Nichols here. And it is Thursday. It is rollover for equities, rollover for crude oil. Make sure you're aware of where you're at. Make sure you've done your homework. We've done ours. Looking forward to seeing everybody on fast markets here in just about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, it is the beginning of fast markets. The goal today, Andre, is we all make $2 million and retire to Prescott, Arizona, where apparently that is the thing to do. Opening call. So let's get this started.
Okay, sounds good. I thought it was to try to make $100 billion a day like Larry Ellison. Anyways, that's not neither here nor there. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets in the lower right-hand corner. The Star of London open here on YouTube TV. Check them out. 1:30 a.m. every Central. And we got Aaron Trades in the house. Lower left-hand corner, number 151 on the big board. Dom in the house in Las Vegas. Did he just get off his work shift? Stay tuned to find out. Let's take a look at these prices. We got about 4 minutes till the opening bell here. We got Nasdaq trading 23,963. ES trading 65.57. But tell you what, both these gentlemen beneath me are both gold traders. So I'm gonna throw it to Dom, number 151 on the big board. How we think and what are we thinking coming into this Thursday?
I think right now I'm just going to be sitting on hands. I think if I was going to take any positions, just because I'm trading on that larger time frame, I trade an hourly. I wouldn't want to take any longs till I see a break of this 36.82 area, and if I'm thinking about any shorts, it'd have to break below this 36.49.4 area. So sitting on hands right now, but if we get a break of either of those areas, I'll probably be taking a position.
Right, excellent. Did the chat say, wow, nice. We got the Golden Boys in the house. We got other gold traders.
That's what we like to see.
Chat is fired up. Aaron Trades, how's it going, my friend? Thoughts coming into this market? Last trade in gold, 36.59. We made new all-time highs yesterday or 2 days ago. How are we looking coming into this open?
Well, we just had a pretty decent spike coming off CPI, and I was hoping we could actually start to get back above. I was looking for closures above like 72 to see if we could see some longs, and then I'm kind of like Dom. I'm trading the higher time frame as well, so I'm seeing this hourly, grabbing lows, wicking highs, kind of stuck in a little bit of a range. But to me, it's looking a little bit like we might roll over. But to be honest, right now I'm trying to stay very neutral right after that CPI. So needs a little bit of time here on gold, but if we can break out, I think we could get some nice trades soon.
Love it. All right, good stuff. Also, we'll be quoting the equities as well. We got Dom also dabbles in the crude. So let's take a look at crude prices. $62.44 last trade there. Take a look at the Nasdaq. Nasdaq about to get right back up to that CPI high print of 23,976. ES grinding higher here, 65.56. Jack, talk to me about CPI. What do we think? We saw that huge move to the upside and downside in equities.
Yeah, it was kind of designed for that. Here we were for days all hot and bothered about CPI coming out, only to have jobless claims, because it is a Thursday, steal the show. Jobless claims were charitably crap. CPI came in maybe a little hot, not way off. It was pretty on the screws. We'll talk more about the components, what's going on there. But yeah, pencil in your rate cuts. There's now a 77% chance by the December meeting. So in the next 3 meetings, 77% chance of 3/4 of a point cut in the Fed funds rate. So that has escalated quickly.
Yes, it has. 3-point cuts now. Okay, we got about 60 seconds. Aaron, is it your birthday today? I'm seeing in the chat, everyone's wishing you happy birthday. Is that true?
It is not my birthday, but for some reason on the London show, everyone likes to come in and say happy birthday. Unfortunately, it's not.
Happy birthday to Aaron. Everyone wish Aaron a happy birthday.
I'll take it.
Absolutely. It was Hoag's birthday the other day. It is not Aaron's birthday, but we wish him happy birthday throughout. Dom, got to ask, last time you were on, you worked the night shifts in Las Vegas, Sin City. Did you work last night into this morning? And how's the mental? How are we feeling here, Dom?
To be honest with you, I wish I was working last night, because it looks like around 1 a.m. last night in crude oil, we had a nice break, this 63.37 area. And I mean, this thing, as you can see, just dropped to the downside pretty quickly. Would have been a nice trade, but I was off last night and they asked me to come on today. So I went to sleep pretty early last night, which is a thing. I needed a little bit extra sleep. So I missed that in oil, but I was off. So I'm feeling okay. Got a couple hours of sleep. By a couple, I mean probably about 5, maybe a little bit longer than that. So I'm feeling
right. Let's go. Let's get ready to rock here. Let's take a look at some of these. Also, Aaron, Dom, if you do take a trade in gold, crude, or whatever, please jump in. Let us know the position or the size and the price. Let's take a look at gold right now. 36.60 last trade there. Out of the gates, we are seeing the Nasdaq pushing higher here. New highs just printed. We're closing in on 24,000 even. About 6 points to go there. ES grind higher here, 65.58 in the ES. Again, all-time highs, 65.65. Won't we go get those? All-time highs in the Nasdaq, 24,068. 068 half, I do believe. 65.65 all-time highs in the ES. Crude pushing lower here. Dom, you got any levels or prices of interest in crude as we're pushing down to the lows?
Yeah, I'm going to be paying attention to this 61.95 area, but that move to the downside is pretty aggressive. And just with my strategy, I don't know how much I would tighten it up and take any longs, but I'll be paying attention in that area a little bit throughout the day. And yeah, we'll see. But to the downside, I'm looking at 61.95 for the possibility of a bounce. And other than that, I don't know. This thing might just give. I don't know if it's going to find anything to the upside around where it's at right now. Looks like it's dropping still, but yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes on that. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find a trade on this. I think I'm going to be watching gold for the entirety of the morning.
Excellent. Great stuff. House account is short 5 micro crude from $62.55 as we trade $62.38. Jack, watching ES pushing higher here, about a point and a half off the highs with about 4 points to go to all-time highs. Jack, what do we... If we get short this thing, how do we get in front of this?
I like I like the shorts, but I gotta wait till it busts through that stuff. People were asking, sort of big story. What I have up right now is the 10-year yield. This is the daily chart. You can see we've busted through the pretty purple box. This one deviation here was at the height of tariff mania. We are hanging around right now at 4%. Huge, really the fattest of all round numbers that you'll get in a yield, right? It's very rare you'll get 0 or 10%.
Right.
So we got to settle for whole percents, and 4 is huge psychologically. If we can get to the 3 handle, that's massive. Why is it dropping? Well, unfortunately, because the economy is slowing. So it's always a mixed bag. It's hard to get that down while getting things lit up on the other end.
To get up to get down. Yeah, Jamie Dimon did allude to that. The economy is weakening. Again, that's Jamie Dimon. Jack likes to refer to him as, what are you, the mouthpiece, the spokesperson for JP Morgan?
Yeah, he's
Jamie.
He's PR for the economy.
For the entire
That's what Jamie Dimon does.
Fair enough. I like that. We got Dow push higher here. Definitely the stronger of the 3 new highs. 45,713. Aaron trades. Talk to me. You're looking at larger time frames. What?
I'm looking
here in the New York Open. 3 minutes in. What are you looking for in terms of just the price movement into the first 3 minutes of the New York session here?
I am trying to see if maybe this first 15 of gold can start to break back bullish to see if we can maybe come up and fill in that CPI wick. But with that 30-minute just kind of closed pretty bearish here, and the range is being pretty big. I would want to see this first 15-minute close and probably just start off with maybe some micros. But if this 15 can, I say can because it doesn't have to, but if it can, get back above this 3666 level, then I do like this. I do like this CPI high for a potential wick fill. But again, that 30-minute closing pretty bearish here on my second screen. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of a breakout here. I am watching them. I'm watching them CPIs for potential longs. The ranges are big, so reduce the size here.
Let's look at CPI, high print CPI. Yes, I got 36.79 off of that spike there, and did retrace a bit. We got crude continuing to just grind lower here. Dom, talk to me. What are you looking for in the first? I know you look at larger time frames. You're on fast markets, so maybe it's a little different than what you might be used to. But what are you looking for? You heard Aaron had to say, we got a couple gold traders. This is I won't say it's a first, but this is certainly refreshing. Absolutely. So what are you seeing here, Dom? I mean, up and to the right last time we had you on, you're saying you got your hand caught in the cookie jar getting short in such a bull market, but short time frames, you could probably catch some shorts to the downside, Dom.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm kind of looking at the same thing right now. I think there's some ranges that I would like to see broken, and since I'm looking at these higher time frames with such a big move to the upside and then a wick to the downside, like I said, I'm just sitting on hands. But I personally am thinking the possibility of getting my get back on some shorts, but we'll see. Like I said, I'm gonna have to wait. And if we get a break of this 36.49 area to the downside, I'd probably get in for some shorts and shoot for a little 1-to-1. I'm seeing a 200 period moving average around that area, and a good area of previous support as well as a breakout. So yeah, I'm just sitting on hands. I am looking for the possibility of some shorts, but we will see. I don't want to get too excited and get caught, on another loss for some shorts. But if I see it, I will take it.
Okay, 36.49. Now about $10 to go to the downside here. 5 minutes into the open, the New York session. Couldn't get up to those all-time highs just yet in the ES. Yeah, Jack.
Real
what are we
quick.
thinking?
At 5665, which would be the all-time high ES, we got the Gandalf offer, 300 lots sitting there. You shall not pass. We'll see what happens. You got to think it's going to try and run for it, but it's bouncing for now right off the top of the CPI candle in the ES.
Okay. A little bit of a pullback here in the NQ, 23,960, call it 30 points or so off the session highs, made just a couple points shy of 24,000. Even Dow is not done. Continue to push higher here. New highs in the Dow, 45,726. That being said, let's get to some of the formalities here. Into the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. A little real estate on the screen. Have that open. Click on that link. If you don't, if you want to be more efficient, click on that indicators tab. Top of Topstep X, type in Topstep daily levels. Have those levels slapped overlaid right there on your charts in Topstep X. Oh, while we're at it, we got Aaron. Happy birthday one more time. We got Dom in the house in Vegas. Upper left-hand corner, we got hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Let's see those trader wins. Let's see some of those gold trades. Anyone cashing in on the gold market? We got the golden boys in the house again. Hashtag power hour. Hashtag fast markets at TopstepTV on the X. Look at the schedule here. What do we have left on the schedule? It's pretty much, well, smooth sailing for now. We did the CPI and jobless claims, much higher than expected. CPI numbers did come out in line, but like Jack said, the jobless data stole the show. All right,
it was no good.
Neither was PPI, Jack, right? Or was it? Yeah,
CPI was today.
No, PPI yesterday. PPI was no bueno either.
It was fine. It's just like all these numbers are complicated, right? I mean, they come in on the screws, but there's usually that's what makes the market tough.
Yes. With the downward revision, massive downward revisions in non-farm the other day. So a lot of factors at work here. We are seeing Nasdaq closing in on overnight VWAP. That price 23,933. Aaron, those again, London open with Aaron here. What are you just watching gold? You have one chart up. I saw someone in the chat really commenting how clean your gold chart is. Do you have any other charts up? Well, what are these two charts that we're looking at here?
I do. I do pretty much just trade gold. I actually did cheat on gold recently. I did trade NQ yesterday, which was very nice. But 90% of the time, I'm pretty much just trading gold, and I'm honestly fine with gold. Just levels and I do keep I just have a little micro chart here just because these ranges are quite big, just to, if I need to. But the main thing I'm looking at is what I find gold loves is these 150 levels. So, you had this beautiful bounce off 3,700, lovely bounce off 3,600. And then we're almost right back at that 3,650. So pretty much the plan is, gold kind of just goes from one range to the next. But right now we're pretty stuck. But, even in the London session, we do look at other markets as well. But I am pretty much just trading gold like 90% of the time. I find it the most consistent and easiest to read, especially for when we're trading London as well.
I mean, Aaron, what's last 5-6 months? I mean, continues to grind higher, especially the last 2 weeks. I guess since Jackson Hole back August 22nd, it has just been a complete bull market. Is it just buy the dip? It's obviously not as easy, straightforward, just buy the dip. But do you have a bias to taking longs based on this? Are you just looking for setups? And what is typically your typical duration of a trade in the gold?
I've been, I've been pretty bullish for like most of end of August.
Yes.
Only maybe yesterday, I was more open to sells. With being how strong gold has been, it's kind of hard for me to want to fight this. But when was the 9th? What, Tuesday? We did close bearish. Coming onto the charts yesterday, I was more open to sell. So as long as we're not at price discovery levels, and I can see the dailies, showing me confirmation that there's time that we might be due a pullback, then I come onto the charts today and I can be a little bit more neutral. But when you're actually peaking all-time highs, I'm like, okay, cool. Let me just follow that because it's the smartest trade. But days like today, where you've held that 3,700, you're having a bit of a pullback. When I look at this today, I'm like, I can justify longs, I can justify shorts. It's more so letting price come to me. But yeah, when the daily's so bullish, like when I see the daily just breaking highs, I'm like, okay, cool. Gold's not the market to fight. Even this, I saw so many people trying to call shorts at these all-time highs. I'm like, market, do you want to fight unless the daily kind of confirms something? And that 9th was the first day. Now I've kind of been more neutral. So even on today, I'm a little bit more neutral coming into it today. We've got this 4-hour close coming in 18 minutes, and I'm hoping we show us a little bit more than this to get some sort of sense of direction today.
Very good. Take a look at
Doom in the chat.
What's up, Doom? How's it going? He's trading lately.
Being patient today, it looks like.
Already? Or being patient. Okay, very good. He's impatient. Very good. Good boy, Doom. We got the ES trading 65.55. Only a bit of a bid here. And Nasdaq getting a little heavier, pushing lower. 23,914 now trades. We're about 80 points off recent highs off that opening bell. So we got Dow pushing higher, Nasdaq selling off, and ES trying to figure out. Looks like it wants to go with the Nasdaq for now. And nothing really on the tilt at the moment. We did have that huge negative delta. We'll get into the close in the ES, especially the Nasdaq, just to see it go higher. And when Hoag's ready, bring Hoag on in here. Gold is his baby, so he's definitely going to love to see Dom and Aaron. Hey, what's up, Hoag? There you are.
Good morning.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Good morning,
Little pep
good
in his step. We got some gold traders on here for Hoag.
I know.
Hoag, what are you seeing here on the charts in gold? We got a couple gold traders. We talked about a healthy, pretty deep pullback, as well as a hangover day, I believe yesterday. So what are we seeing here in gold, and is there more room to the upside?
Well, to me, yeah, I think there's still plenty of room to the upside, just in what we've been seeing in the longer time frames. Buyers are still coming into this market. They've taken a little bit of a break, and I think that's a good thing. So this is the daily chart. We have a little bit of excess on the high here from Tuesday. We added about 7,100 in open interest, and that was to the downside yesterday. I'm looking at 36.55 to 36.50 as the low of the current area of balance that we've been establishing for the last couple of days. Today might be kind of viewed as day 3 of the area of balance, and so we've come a long way in a short period of time. The market needs either a pullback or some consolidation. We're seeing that consolidation. So I've heard both of these guys talking about this 36.50, 36.49 level as something that they're keeping an eye on, and I couldn't agree more with that. Back to the 30-minute chart. I know this looks a little bit goofy, but we're kind of below value from yesterday. We're really kind of just hanging around the center of that 730 bar. The center, you're being right here, 36.67. So there's really not much I can do here. I'm looking more to see if we can find opportunities on the extremes of the initial balance, which is basically that 730 bar. Initial balance low 36.55 half, 36.78 78.80 to the upside. You see these guys have been kind of sitting on their hands, holding off, being patient. I applaud that, of course, and I agree. We're right in the middle of the range, right in the middle of that bar. Anything can happen. You get short here, it could look to the highs. You get long here, it could look to the lows. I'm staying patient, but I'm very excited. Aaron, Dom, gold traders. Gold has been my new BFF this year,
Nice.
and I'm excited to have you guys on.
Look at that. Wow.
Thank you.
Fire up. Absolutely love it. All right, last trade in gold, 36.67. About an $8-9 pop there.
I am eyeing a potential gold long here in a second.
All right.
Yeah,
You-
because
yeah,
we
you
just got
trade-
only because I just got that 15 breakout above the level I wanted. My only concern is this 30-minute chart is it does still have resistance, but I think as long as you hold above here, I may see if I can play this at just a small size, just a little starter position.
You see start
I'm
position.
watching
You start
high
with
time.
1 micro there, Aaron, and you kind of build into it, or what's your typical default size?
I'd probably start with maybe. It depends. These ranges are pretty big. Usually, I'd maybe do like five micros, but I'm kind of looking at these stops and like, stops down here is like 100 ticks, which is huge. So maybe even smaller, to be honest. Maybe even 2 to 3. But again, I
Seen a
can,
little
my
break.
hard stop might be 100 ticks, but I like to manage before that. As a worst case scenario, which I try and filter for, it would be like around 100 ticks.
Very good. Very good.
Just seeing a little bit of a break below the overnight VWAP as well as the anchored VWAP on the 3-minute bar right at 7:30. On your 15-minute chart here, Aaron, just kind of looking at that, a lot of confluence there, lots going on right there.
Yeah, it's a big make or break level here for gold.
3667 last trade there. High after that CPI print 3682. Also the over a couple bucks off the overnight highs as well. Do have some buying coming in here in the ES. ES might be gunning for those all-time highs. About 5 more. I call it 6 points to go for those all-time
Got
highs.
that 300 lot up at 65.
Phil, no, don't fill that thing. When we make all-time highs in the Nasdaq, it's been a minute since we did make all-time highs in the Nasdaq. Last time we got there, all-time highs in the Nasdaq, 24,068 half. It had to have been on Powell, right? It had to have been on the Powell. Way back on August 13th. I have August 13th. That was before Powell. It was August 13th. Made all-time highs, man, about a month ago. Come on, Nasdaq. What's the deal? We might get there. We might get there today. Now, here we go. Gold continue to grind higher here, 3669.
I still want to know who invited the sellers yesterday in the equities.
You were not happy
I did
about
not.
that, Hoag. You were not happy about that. You made that very clear. And they were relentless, needless to say. They were absolutely relentless.
They were summoned, Hoag, by people buying zero data options.
Yeah.
Who's running the show now? It's just zero. That's the new force to be reckoned with. Okay, yes. See that 300 lot up at 65.65. Get your air horn. Get your air horn ready. You might be getting there. Or those all-time high. 65.65 quarter is the all-time high. You have seen some selling come in here. We got a couple gold traders. We got Dom in the house. We got Aaron trades in the house. Dow is not done. Dow is
we're tickling the highs. Yes.
Yeah. Pop this thing.
Come on.
There we go. Come on, we're getting there. About 3 points. I call 4 points for new all-time highs in the ES. Dow very, very strong. Continue just to push higher here. 45,806.
I've got the foghorn ready.
Okay. We got you. Gentlemen, Aaron, Dom, you guys looking for any other correlated markets? Is anything correlated with gold? Are you watching fixed income treasuries or anything? Are you guys just purely gold price action? Just technicals and order flow on the gold. You guys got one chart up, so I suppose it's gold and gold and gold. Yeah. Go ahead.
Me, I'm pretty much gold.
Just
I used to.
gold. Yeah.
Sometimes people kind of say it correlates to NQ, but personally, I don't think the correlation is strong enough to actually base trades of it. So me personally, I'm pretty much just gold. I used to look at the DXY, but again, I find if I can just read gold, it makes my life easy.
Like it. It's simple.
Yeah, same thing here. I don't want to be paying attention to too much noise and start trying to correlate gold with anything else other than itself. So yeah, I'm just watching gold, strictly technicals on it, and that's it.
Very good. I like it. I like the strategy. like the focus here. The narrow focus on gold. So forgive me. We will have to be quoting ES, all the markets for that matter. Again, our house account is short crude from taking a little bit. No, pretty much at entry price right here, $62.56. We're short from 55 cents. A little bit of heat. Hey, gold. What? Gold. Hoag, I just called you gold. Hoag, what's our downside target? What's our downside target in crude here?
All right, so I've got a first target which we reached 62.35. There's been very little effort to kind of unravel any of the overnight inventory. We've opened with a gap. I think the short is still good. And if we do take out this 62.35, we just traded through it. We're getting a little bit of buying coming off of that. The next level I would be looking at is 61.76. And those are basically visual targets, naked points of control, points of chill, popular, comfortable levels from days in the past that have not yet been revisited. And I think crude has largely been in short time frame control, and it has been targeting and respecting these naked points of control for the last, couple of months. So the first target we reached, but we're still looking for possible continuation to the downside.
Here
We have not landed the trade yet, so opening range remains the dead ass high.
Okay, Jack, I'm watching this ES. Close it in. 2 points to go.
We are.
All-time highs. What do you want to see here, Jack?
I want to see if there's stops to go off above the all-time highs, and
We can dip a toe.
yeah, just what the momentum is. If this is just like a touch it and that was fun, or if there's some sustained buying, we'll see.
In our decision making, anything you know how well feels as anecdotally, we make new all-time highs in ES, and it's just been sellers that do step in. Once
I would like to be one of
those.
them.
Okay.
Yeah,
very good.
If it comes back inside of it, if it looks like there's some stops.
Right,
Waiting
closing
for
in
some
here.
more options info to fill in, though.
Okay, very good. All right, got this. Okay, 36.69 last 69.5, closing on 36.7. Now 36.70's print in gold. Aaron, you're looking for that setup. We'll keep an eye on ES as we're about to make new all-time highs. About a point to go. And did we do it? No. And there it is. All-time highs. Pew, pew, pew. New all-time highs.
Nice.
There's your foghorn. Look at that. We're pumping high here. 65.65. And the orders. We're pumping higher here. New all-time highs in the ES. Dow very, very strong. New highs in the Dow, 45,884. Dow is up since the opening bell. Dow's up about 260 points since that New York bell rang about 23 minutes ago. Look at the ES go. Will the ES take the Nasdaq with it for all-time highs? We just made new all-time highs in the ES.
Feels good, doesn't it?
It feels it just feels bright. Yeah. Nothing to see here. Up and to the right.
Wanted to see this yesterday.
I know.
How are you liking the price action up here, Jack?
I think it's kind of unstable. I mean, 82s would be my next level, unless it kind of rejects this. See how it reacts to the top, like that's 65. Comes back and test that. If it goes through, it might just be the quick detour to the all-time highs. I am not confident enough to be someone that's just plowing in here at the all-time highs.
No, it's very difficult to do, but I'm looking at the dome and it still looks pretty robust. It seems to be more than just a stop run here. It's attracted eyeballs.
Initiative buying?
It's all initiative buying up here, my friend.
What's Delta? What are those shorts doing? What's Delta today?
Up 2,700 in the S&Ps, minus 2,200 in the Nasdaq.
Nasdaq not done. Oh,
no,
man, if I get just heavy negative Delta going into the close. Yes, and Nasdaq we were up around negative 12,000 or so, and even though they continue to run it up, it's
I think yesterday we probably we liquidated a bunch of longs, and I think we trapped a bunch of shorts near the lows yesterday. I think we did something similar to that in the S&Ps because we added 8,700 in open interest on that push to the downside. I think we got a lot more trapped shorts in the S&Ps than we do the Nasdaq. And if this is just a stopping all those shorts out, it may not last. It may turn around like
that's what I'm looking at.
postulating.
See how we react around 65.
Still seeing a lot of eyeballs up here though.
All right, Aaron, watching these 3670s in the gold. Looks like the middle of the range for now. What's the setup look like? What exactly? Talk me through the if-thens. Talk me through the if-thens. If this, then what, Aaron?
I'm kind of, to be honest, I was going to take this 15-minute trade here, but I'm like, we're a couple of minutes till the hourly close. And I think that's probably going to confirm the move. I'm pretty much thinking if this 30-minute, tags these lows, you close back above, then to me, this is a worthwhile patient range because this is it's still 150 tick range. So although it might require a little bit more patience, if we do close above here in 3 minutes, well, we've confirmed the breakout. We've confirmed some bullish volume. And then I can take a little bit of a pullback and pretty much get in at the similar place to if I'd be getting in from down here, except now it's kind of more confirmed. So as long as we close like this in 3 minutes, I do like the longs here. The only thing I'm a little bit skeptical of, actually the 4 hours looking better now. I was watching this 4 hour before, it was looking pretty doji, but again, 4 hours closing above, hourly, you had this nice push with CPI. To me, this closing back above this level, I think a wick fill here looks good. So as long as we get this bullish breakout, I want to see this next hour just come down a little bit. Okay. And then I want to see if I can play this range. It's actually looking quite nice here. Nice 30-minute fake out coming here on gold. I like this.
Okay. Dom, talk to me. What are you seeing here? Similar? You looking for those?
Yeah, definitely similar. Like I said, I'm looking at it on an hourly. So I think I need a breakout to the upside at definitely a higher price. This 32 area. I'm just sitting on hands right now. Definitely a wider range from that PPI. So
Sure.
I'm just kind of hanging in there. And that's it.
Okay. Good. ES not done. ES we're about done.
That was screaming too.
Yes, it
running
is.
like a tremendous machine.
A tremendous machine. Will. All right. All eyes on the NQ now. All eyes on the NQ. Can we get to the 24,000s? We got about 20 points to go there. Jack, ES. We're not seeing any stops going off. That's for sure. It's just lifting offers.
There's eyeballs on this. More likely to continue.
Eyeballs. You talking about the big boys, the adults in the room?
Just when we took out the all-time high. We know we ran a bunch of stops, but in looking at the dome, I'm seeing a lot of orders being placed, a lot of orders being canceled. Price robustly moving around. It's wiggling around a lot, which tells me there's a lot of eyeballs on this. And on a breakout type of situation, that tells me there's a good probability that this breakout could continue for an unknown amount of time. So we're seeing that breakout.
82.
82. All right.
Not financial advice.
Mr. Pelzer has set the price.
Mr. Pelzer does not trust this move.
Mm-hmm. And you may be dead right. But just seeing what I'm seeing in the dome, it seems like there's a lot of eyeballs on this.
Take a look at
if we took out that high and we just died there and it didn't look like anybody cared, just like Jack said earlier, oh, yay, new all-time highs. Woohoo. Now what? It seems like there's more eyeballs on it than just, okay, all-time highs, now what?
We're about to see here. Yes, last 1, 2, 3, 3 5-minute candles, green and strong, as well as volume behind it. Dow is just cooking to the upside here. 45,958, up about 300. Oh, damn. Almost 400 points since that New York bell rang.
Nasdaq's lazy. Nasdaq's just lazy.
That negative delta, man. They keep selling into this.
Still there, negative 2,200.
They're gonna lose. All right, let's see if there's first glimpse of a red candle in the ES on this 5 minute. Are they just gonna buy this dip? We'll find out. There was 71% long tilt in the NQ. Get back to Aaron. Aaron, we are seeing a little bit of a pullback. You're looking for a little bit more strength, perhaps, in gold to catch that long because we were trading around 36.69, 36.70. Now we're seeing a little bit of a pullback here at 67s. What do you make of that? 30-minute candle has just closed. A new one has opened.
I quite like this 30-minute close, to be honest. You know, to me, you've still grabbed lows. You've closed nice and bullish engulfing here at the body of the previous. So if we can just get a little bit of a pullback here on this 15, I would like to get in. I've been watching previous 30-minute highs. The only reason I want a little bit of a pullback, just so I can kind of justify a bit of a better risk reward. I don't really want to buy it from here, but if we can. One thing I do like to do is, you know, as these 30-minute candles are coming down, like say if this is one thing I kind of like this right now, as it's pushing down. What I do like to do is I like to set in buy stops. So I kind of set my buy stop around the point where the candle goes from being bearish to bullish. So if it can, re-break higher, then I can get tagged in my buy stop. So it comes down a little bit more here. This is looking right to me. Not the best of hourly closes, but to me, it's not going to be perfect, but it could be worth a shot.
What price are we looking at specifically for that buy stop? We're looking at 36.66.
About 67.7. That is like kind of the break of the body here.
You're gonna try to catch 36.67. You're gonna try to catch that move to the. Are you actively working this bid or this buy stop? I should say.
Let me see. If we come down a little bit more here, yes, I will put it in. Yeah, actually, this is good enough for me. I'm gonna put in I'm gonna go just start 3 here. This 30-minute re-breaks the current body and flips bullish. I'll see if we can drive. The nice thing about the buy stops is, sometimes if you just continue pushing down, you can sometimes just cancel the stop and it doesn't always tag you in. But if we can, after creating this bottom wick, start to re-break some highs, I want to see if we can break this with volume. The good thing I like to do with the buy stops is, if this 15 does, just close bearish, then I can just cancel the buy stop. But as long as, if this body can reflip and this 30-minute fake out here can hold above, let's say, if this 30-minute holds anywhere above this 65 level, to me, this is looking good.
I like that entry.
Well, if you're wondering why the NQ, I've seen some people in there talking about why the NQ is lagging the ES. If we go to my charts real quick, let us know if you get tagged in there, Aaron.
Absolutely.
Basically,
I'm in here.
He's in.
I'm in here.
You got those 67s. Boom. 3 micro from.
Yes, 3 micro long here. I'll be risking off any closure below 36.63 would be a good exit for me.
All right. 67.7, correct?
Yes. 7.8. 67.8.
7.8. Very good. All right. Go ahead, Jack.
All right. If we look at the sectors, you can see maybe with these sort of the interest rate sensitive things, you see big, we can go to my charts real quick. The big gainers today in the sectors: healthcare, industrials, materials, real estate, communication services, and technology not doing much. That's more the Nasdaq, but especially something like real estate will really benefit from the lower rates compared to other things. So that's where we're seeing the ES outperform here with the new highs.
I like that. CPI, Jack, that we're looking at.
Actually, it's more the jobless claims
jobless
number that's moving the rates, I would say.
Okay.
You can already see we're already down, still hovering around we only briefly broke the 4% in the 10-year. Right now, hanging out.
We actually
hanging out at 4.017. Like we're right near it right now.
Mm-hmm. Look at the ES go. ES just grinding this thing higher. The all-time high is 65.74.
Still lots of eyeballs on it.
We'll tell you what, we got 4,000 eyeballs watching it. Well, that'd be 8,000 eyeballs. Well, those that have 2 eyeballs. Watching here on Topstep TV. You'd be so kind. Click subscribe. Click thumbs up. Click bell. We got the Golden Boys in the house. Dom number 151 on the big board. Star of London Open. Mr. Aaron trades in the house. It took a long
What you did there, Andre? What you did?
What did I do? I didn't do it. I don't know.
Nice segue.
Let's see if the ES. ES is grinding this thing higher. Nasdaq Not trying to get this thing going. Andrew, I was just being mathematically correct. Just trying to be accurate with the math. 65.74 half. Now it's the orders. We are making new all-time highs. Pew, pew, pew. 41 likes. I'm not seeing 41 likes.
Yeah. Well, you got to refresh, Karen, and you'll see like 380 likes, which still sucks. So please like, please subscribe.
Yeah. Pushing this thing higher here. Come on. Will the Nasdaq. Can we put a poll up in the chat? Will today be the day that we make new all-time highs in the NQ? About 80 points away. 80 points away from all-time highs in the NQ. Will today be the day? It's been about a month since we have made new all-time highs. Today be the day we make new all-time highs in the NQ. And that price, 24,068 half. Efer says, heck nah. Oh, okay. ES is going to do it regardless. All right.
Already has.
Yes, Aaron, look at that. Did see some buying momentum come back in.
I'm adjusting my risk here on this gold trade now. 15 minute just came down, tagged these previous lows, so wouldn't really want to see this 15 come down for a new low. So I've gone from, risking 200 plus to 100. I want to see if this if 30 re-breaks the high, see if we can actually get some volume here and start to break this resistance with this trade, because you haven't really broken out of like these big levels. So if this candle can't drive with volume, I would be open to managing aggressively. But I want to see how we react around this previous 30 high. See if we can break it. But yeah, gone from kind of half the risk there.
All right, got that pull up. Will Nasdaq make all-time highs today? 24,068.50. 0.50. Say yes. I'm gonna say yes.
So Uplex, been doing binary options and options in man. What am I doing? Yeah, I kind of feel my feelings on binary options are well known. It reminds me, we're getting to the fall now. It reminds me of that scene in Christmas Vacation, I think it is, or is it Goes to Vegas, where they go to Randy Quaid's, the casino he goes to, and they're playing like rock, paper, scissors and war, flipping coins and stuff. That's kind of how I feel about binary options.
Guess which finger? Guess which number?
Yeah. That's a binary option. 1 or 2.
Hey, Griswold. Hey, just give me half your money. I'll take you out and back. Kick you in the nuts. We'll call it even.
Shout out to Randy Quaid. Hope he's doing well.
I did not have that on the bingo card today. Randy Quaid getting a shout out. All right, ES continuing to push this sucker higher. Let's take a look at the gold tilt. Nothing really going on the gold tilt right now. 65% long. Aaron Lewis is long from 67.8. We are trading 36.71.
We just hit that previous high. So this to me is the level that I kind of want to see this break and hold above. If we start to reject this, then I'm wondering if we're going to grab these 30-minute highs and range a little bit. But as long as we kind of close above here, this looks good. But it is a level where I would be open to potentially managing soon. But like I say, as long as we kind of it's kind of almost, again, not the cleanest, but I sort of saw this sort of kind of little inverse head and shoulders play here as well. I'm trying to see if we can get a little bit high here. Cody's starting to wake up.
Wrong button there. The buy stop. I like that. The buy stop trying to essentially catch the momentum. That time the buy stop did get you in, but we saw a pullback come in. So when you see that, when you see something like that, you're like, wait a minute, where did the momentum go? Just to see it turn around.
Yeah,
do you question it? Or like, yeah.
A little. Like, if I'm taking buy stop on a 30-minute, I don't really like it to get tagged in too quick. It kind of did there, but it's kind of one of them trades. As long as I'm averaging around this price, this is still good to me. But yeah, when it does come down, tag me, and then come back lower, that's where I'm a bit like, oh, I don't really want to see that. But as long as it doesn't close, if this 15 had even closed a little bit below this sort of intraday support and fake out level here, I would have been managing right away. Yeah, the best one to where it kind of pulls back, tags you in, and then has the volume. But yeah, that's the market. Sometimes it will tag you in. It makes you want to think, oh, should I get out this trade? But as long as you've got the plan, as long as it doesn't close below me, you got to hold them trades.
Yes, you do. You gotta. Yes, you do. What's your upside target again, Aaron? And your long three. Are you looking to build into a larger position, or are you looking to scale out at this point? Or are you just reading the action right now? Where do you go from 3 micros?
I'm trying to see. I would normally trade just one mini, but because the ranges are pretty big, like I'm trying to tag this kind of CPI high, which is like 146 ticks. So it's a pretty decent range, but I would like to maybe add in 2 more if this 15 can actually, maybe break above this previous 30 high. This previous 30 high, back at this resistance, I'd maybe add on a closure above, and then maybe even a 30-minute closure above here. From here into CPI high, CPI highs is still another 100 ticks. So I will try and add a little bit more for this 30-minute can actually get above, which I want to see some volume kick in here. And I'll maybe add in like two or three more, because the range is still, like I say, if you wait for the closure above, you still got 100 ticks into the highest, which is still good.
Yes, it is.
It's a level where I want to be open to managing.
Very good. Dom, okay, we're about 45 minutes into the New York Open. What are you seeing here? I love the patience. I love how deliberate you are in your approach. Thoughts? We're still in the range.
Yeah.
What are you seeing here, Dom, in terms of first 45 minutes of into the New York session in gold? Last trade, 36.71, call it.
Yeah, I wish I could pull up my charts on Topstep. I'm still having a little bit of an issue. I'm trying to figure that out. So I know we're looking at an oil chart, but to be honest with you, I'm looking at gold right now. I don't know. My idea kind of right now is, no position is the best position for me. I am still watching on an hourly. I'm not going to drop down to any lower time frame. It sucks not to be in a trade right now, but I think the important thing for me right now, my strategy is to just sit on hands. I do like the upside potential. Once again, if we can break that 36.82 area. But yeah, right now I think I'm just going to sit on hands and see how the day unfolds. And that's it. I know it's kind of boring, but like I said, sometimes no trade is the best trade. And if it doesn't fit within, your strategy, then, I don't want to just start taking any erratic trades.
Discipline.
Indeed. Dow is absolutely a monster right now. Since New York session opened, we are up 400 points in the Dow, 46,000, cross over 46,000. In the Dow, we see a little bit of a pullback in the NQ. NQ very stubborn. We did peak into the 24,000. 24,004 did print. Dow not done. Another leg higher here. ES 2.5 points to go. Pushing here. All right, Jack. Let's do a little recap here about CPI, jobless number, jobless claims, and thoughts on Fed watch, rate cuts.
Yeah.
Talk to me, Jack.
Let's do it. You might even call it the news. What's up, guys? Anyway, let's start with the jobless claims, because that was the one that missed by more. 263,000 with a 235K estimate. That is the highest since 2024, toughest or like the worst jobless claims in a year. And really, if you are being super pedantic, the last 4 years, it's very close. You can see in this chart here to those spikes in 2023 and the one in 2024. Continuing claims somehow maintained about flat, which was interesting. But this was the number today that really led to the interest rates cuts being more priced in. I mentioned earlier, 3 cuts now, 77% chance of 75 basis points of cuts by the December meeting. 10-year right now is pretty much at 4%. It has not been that low if we ignore tariff panic since October of 2024. But we need to talk about the CPI.
Yep.
While we're having those job problems, here's the CPI. Blue is all items. The maroon, I guess you would call it, this is right from the release, is stripping out all items, less food and energy. You can see the trend here since April has been up. So this is where the friction comes with the Fed cutting rates. I think if it didn't look like this, they would have been cutting more aggressively a long time ago. I'm on 4% watch, by the way, in the 10-year yields. We're very close. Let's dive into some of the components here, shall we? This is the
Yes,
easy
we
one,
shall.
our Barney chart. 12-month
like
percentage
these.
change consumer price index for selected categories. These are wide ones. You can see the all items, but basically food, all items less food and energy, both running above 3%. Energy has been relatively muted. We've been watching oil the whole time.
Yeah.
If we want to get more granular here, let's see what was driving inflation in
Read this to me.
August.
Read.
Okay, energy. Okay, energy commodities were up 1.7 on the month. Transportation services, basically gasoline. If we look at the 12 months, we can see that the big drivers are things like what do you got? Used cars and trucks. That's always a volatile one.
Is that tariffs? No, it's used.
Shelter, transportation service, medical care. Oh, food. Food's a big one. Can't live without food.
No, that's important.
Yes. So the CPI came in roughly in line, but still not sort of cool number where we would probably moon right here. And then lastly, I just want to show something I didn't show yesterday. I thought this was cute. This pretty much describes why Apple was down yesterday.
Oh, come on. They got those AirPods, man. They got
new phone.
I love it. They got those AirPods that translate. I'm getting one. I have to get one. But
that's what we got for now. We'll talk a little bit later.
Thank you, Jack. All right. Let's see if the ES is gonna simply just a dip to buy. We pulled all the way back to 65.72 half. And we're up 4 points from there, closing in on all-time highs at I didn't know that was a thing, Jack. Closing in on all-time highs 65.79. 3 points to go there. Dow up until the right. Gold grinding higher here. Have you added into this position, Aaron? You're about.
I have not.
Okay.
To be honest, I'm kind of. I just got a quick look at this. Let me just hide everything for a second. I had a quick look at this hourly, and if anything, this is kind of coming into a level where I should probably start managing. I would maybe add on a 30-minute closure, but to be honest, anywhere above here, I may look to a break even.
Let's trade.
I don't really want to see. So no ads for me just yet. To be honest, I'm happy to just 72 ticks here to help him.
In the green, nice trade there. Aaron trades along from 36.67. Last trade 36.74. So, Jack, in regards to the jobs data of the last week and a half, and we got inflation pretty much staying stable, if you want to call it that. Is the Fed kind of in their sweet spot? This is kind of the ideal setup for rate cuts. Not at all.
I mean, they're gonna cut, but just pull up. I don't have one in front of me right now, but just look at
where's
a
the
chart
sticking point?
of
Weaker
CPI.
job data.
I mean,
inflation.
No, we're above. I didn't say it was a good number. I mean, inflation's running. So we had the big spike through the pandemic, but now inflation is pretty consistently running about 1% higher than the mandate. And if anything, it's getting slightly worse right now. Now, it would take a couple of bad prints to kind of cement that it's going higher. We don't know that yet, but it's definitely not going towards the mandate. Will that be changed?
Not getting.
I was just going to ask. I should probably
not getting
this.
better.
Fixed income. Has it always been 2%? Has 2% always been the mandate?
Yes.
Always.
Well,
okay.
I mean, I don't know. When they started the Federal Reserve, but it has been for the extent to which I'm 38 years old.
Hey, we got some headlines breaking here. Lutnick hitting the wire. We're going to sort out India. So we're going to sort out India on trade. There's a big deal coming with Taiwan. We'll probably get a deal with Switzerland. Lutnick hitting the wire here on CNBC. We are going to sort out India on trade. We've seen the Nasdaq did pull back about 50 points off those highs. Last trade, we pretty much kissed overnight VWAP, 23,952. So Hoagie, it's always, as far as you can remember. Go ahead.
Yes. And speaking of the Fed, I learned something I didn't know, which I'll get to. So even if, oh my goodness, Andre disappeared. There he is.
Yeah, my
Peekaboo.
headphones.
No worries. So there's 12 voting members on the Fed. What I never thought about, because there's really never been like too many dissenters, is, do you know what happens in a 6-6 tie?
Who's the tiebreaker? I do not know who the tiebreaker is.
There is none. Why we have 12, I don't know. But if it's a 6-6, it just doesn't pass and it stays the way it was.
Well, we have 12 because there's
had
12
no
regional banks. There's 12 regional banks, is my guess. There's no tiebreaker?
No, it just stays. If they were to deadlock 6-6, you just stick where you were. And they're not in danger of that. If Myron gets confirmed, he'll probably go for a half point, as will Waller and Bowman, but it's hard to see anything beyond that. So even if they replaced Cook, it would still be 8-4. So quarter point seems pretty baked in. Yeah, Mike Pence. It's weird. It's just weird there. Mike Pence comes back.
Wow. Yes.
Perk of the job.
There's the tiebreaker.
Look it up. I don't believe the chair is a tiebreaker. If you can jawbone people, if everyone sticks to their guns, it's like a hung jury.
Respect. Okay. Again, that FOMC policy decision is September 17th. September 17th. To make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage. Will they cut by 25 basis points? Will they cut by 50 basis points? Stay tuned to find out. We'll have that. We'll have the prepared remarks from Chairman Powell, as well as the all-important Q&A for FOMC policy decision September 17th next week. Take a look at this gold trade, Aaron. He's still in long 3 micro. We did top out at 70. What do we top out at there? 76 is. 76 is. How are we looking on that gold trade, Aaron? Oh, we lost Aaron. Looks like he might be frozen. We'll see if we can get him back. Take a look at the.
We're taking a really long sip.
That is a vigorous swing. Hey, I would too if I was up a couple pennies as well.
Chugging coffee.
Absolutely. That is one hell of a chug, too. 65.73. Look at anything more from Lutnick. Oh, indeed, Lutnick hitting the wire. We will see GDP growth over 4%.
Okay.
My back.
Yep.
There you are. Yes. Let's take a look at that 36.74, Aaron.
Yeah, we just hit my previous hourly highs, which was a good management point. So I am now just trailing this just below this 15-minute low, because this 15-minute looked like we were going to grab these highs and start to pull back. So these kind of dotted lines here, these are my like management points. So kind of happy to manage. Previous hourly didn't close the best. We're tagging previous hourly highs, but still at this hourly resistance. So good place to manage here. Lock in 30 ticks. Not the biggest of trades, but 30 ticks is 30 ticks. If we can keep breaking, amazing.
They say in Cicero.
That's do they hold 30 ticks is 30. Yes, I've heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
They're in Cicero. We got Dow. Okay, Dow taking a bit of a breather. Next update. When do you want to bring in HOD? HOT.
We could do it. We could do it right. We could do it right now. I kind of want to get this started. Maybe we'll get a graphic at some point if I can find it. But
all right,
this is called our Hardo of the day. Today's Hardo of the day goes to PR of the economy, Jamie Dimon.
Wow.
Quoted, if you want to work from home, that's fine. You can work somewhere else. I work from home on Saturdays and Sundays.
Yeah, I saw that. Diamond, Jamie.
There's your Hardo of the day, Jamie Dimon.
Yeah. What are just Sundays? Just Sundays or Saturdays as well?
Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay, so both. Okay. Well, Jamie, only 5-day work week.
Rinse, repeat.
Come on, Jamie. Yeah, he's been battling employees there. He will not hold back. Looks like the ES might want to make another. Oh, how are we looking on Delta? Is Nasdaq still negative? Last trade 23,000.
Yeah. As is the S&Ps now. S&P minus 1,500. in Delta, negative 3,400 in the Nasdaq, but we're starting to see we're at the highs in the S&Ps, and we've got negative Delta now. Those eyeballs that we were looking at when we were breaking out of that all-time high are still looking at this. They're still coming in for it.
Who get in the back with me? That means he's thinking, oh, are they going to get squeezed? They're going to get squeezed. $3, 3 points off the highs. Look at gold. Look at gold. Gold 36.75 last trade, closing in on 77 bucks from session highs. Aaron, you were at your manage point, right? At your manage point, have you done anything? Have you tightened up the risk?
I've moved. Yeah, I've moved it. I've moved it a little bit. Like I said, this is the kind of pre-CPI high that I was looking for the start. But you know, you're going to get this 30-minute close soon, and it is looking like we are going to close nicely above. But to be honest, usually I would probably just lock this in. You know, 80 ticks is a pretty decent intraday trade. Because I'm only in it for 3, I just want to see if this can trade a little bit and see if we can actually tag these CPI highs. I'm watching this hourly chart here, and it looks like we're coming for a nice kind of nice wick fill. It's one of them trades, you know, you start off small and then you kind of say to yourself, damn, I should have gone in this full. But it's like, no, it's what I planned for. You followed the plan, so you just go you got to take the win, and it's still a good trade.
You never have
on your way. You never have enough on.
You never have enough on.
That's so true.
Let's trade there on fast markets.
Yeah.
Aaron Luce, the star of the London Open, 1:30 a.m. Central. Where are you located right now, currently, Aaron? You're
I'm in Spain at the minute, actually. I just came back from Australia, so we have moved over to Europe. So I'm in Spain for the next few months, which is nice to have some nice warm weather. Very, very hot.
This guy has it figured out, folks. This guy travels the world, does trader retreats in Bali, trades in Australia, all over Europe. Trades. He's got to figure out. It's the freedom of trading, obviously the money, the lucrative opportunity that allows you to do something. Like, what's your setup? Are you just carrying around a laptop? Is that how you? That's how you're pulling this off?
No, I've got. I don't know if I can show you. I've got my laptop, and I've also got like
extender screens,
a portable monitor to the side of me, which has like 2 screens. So I've got 3 screens with me, but it kind of folds down, so it's like a really thin one. It's perfect for trading and traveling. The guys who want to do it, I honestly highly recommend it. I can't. For me, I don't know what it is, but traveling new countries just helps me stay mentally fresh. You know, some people might have different ways of staying mentally fresh. For me, when I travel and trade, like my mind's fresh, my mind's clear, and I feel like I actually surprisingly trade better. But no, just a laptop, portable monitor, all you need. Good internet, that's it.
Are you traveling strictly carry-on all across the globe?
Pretty much. Wow. One big backpack, and that's my whole life.
Oh, man, I love that. That is the freedom and independence of trading. Have you had any scares with airlines maybe mishandling your luggage, perhaps a cracked monitor, anything like that ever happened to you? And you're like, now what?
I did get my luggage lost when I first went to Australia. And from then on, I don't really travel with checked in luggage. I take it all with me. As long as I've got it in my hands, it's all good.
Recommend?
Way too in and out for that stress.
I like it. All right, Dow not done. New highs in the Dow 46,044. New highs there. We are seeing some bull flag. Look at the 5-minute here, Jack, on the ES 65.74.
Yeah, I think we're in sort of like the area where a lot of the 0-date calls are. Like, definitely we've seen it slow down as we get here. You know, I'm watching it closely. I still like a decent sell-off at some point. 82 is what I said. It doesn't get there. I don't know.
A lot of volume up there too. Volume point of control is up here, right here, 65.76.
76, yes.
Yep.
Indeed it is.
Yes, it is. Nasdaq around 23,964. Tom, you got a lot of sleep. That's a lot of, what, you get 5 hours? Oh, shoot, we're in. What happened?
Yeah, last night I got about 5 hours of sleep. It's hard, go to bed normal time. You're, work until 5 a.m. So
I love it.
I was excited to come on this morning. So sometimes I'll try to go to bed a little bit early. But like I said, I almost wish I was awake last night to catch this move in oil because, it was a textbook trade for me. I probably could have got 3R out of this thing last night. But you know how it goes. The market presents you with opportunities every day. So, I'm not trying to think about it too much. And, like I said, I'm just going to keep an eye on gold right now. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find any trades today. I might end up just going back to sleep after I hop off of here. But I don't know if we do, or if I do, I'd probably be kind of in a set it and forget it mode and then just move on with the day. But for now, like I said, I'm just sitting on hands. Not seeing too much movement that I like particularly just because I'm trading on that higher time frame. So just hanging in, staying quiet, and sitting on hands.
Like that. So sleep got in the way. You're blaming sleep for the missed profits, is what you're telling me, Dom.
I'm blaming sleep for the missed profits last night. Waking up and seeing that move. It's got 3 or 4 touch points to this upside and just a beautiful break to the downside on this thing. So, it is what it is.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to continue. We do have to sleep. Dow is not done. Dow just pushing this thing high. I did hear order filled. Aaron, loose. What was that? Getting in? Did you get out? Did you add?
I got out of gold. I was kind of watching that 30-minute. You kind of hit the highs. You hit hourly resistance. So trading pretty aggressively. If I was in this for my normal size, 60 ticks, I would be exiting the trade anyway. So I was like, just because it's micros doesn't mean I should just hold it for the sake of holding it. So I'm happy to get out there and see. You never know. This hourly could still close above. And there still could be another opportunity at the open of the next hour. But tagging them hourly highs, back at that hourly resistance, not the biggest of trades in terms of dollar amount, but, still a 60, 50-ish tick trade here is still good enough for me.
Look at this thing. Can you update the P&L, sir, if you'd be so kind? Also, Dom, first update the P&L, Aaron.
P&L here is just up 140.
You trade on Wi-Fi, too? How is your internet connection so smooth? Trailing all...
I got a little private office here at a co-working space. It's kind of the best.
Okay. Internet's incredibly stable and fast. If I do say so. But Dom, if you could be so kind, would you please reshare your charts? Reshare your charts if you'd be so kind. New highs, closing in on new all-time highs here in the ES. First hour of trade is in. What was that? Here we go. Nasdaq was waking up.
UNH gang, rejoice.
There it is. Yes, here we go. Yes, new all-time highs.
Tesla up 3%. Everything else kind of muted in the Mag 7. This is sort of like a rotational. It makes sense that the NQ is lagging a little bit. We are going up to that 82. Let's see what we do.
Yeah, look at this thing go. ES. Come on, Nasdaq. You can do it. Nice exit there, Aaron. Last trade in gold, 36.71. House account, don't forget. Lest we forget. House account is short 5 micro. Crude from 62.55, about 10 cents in the money right now. But the star of the show the last couple of weeks has been gold. Has been the star of the show. We got the Golden Boys in here. We can make new all-time highs, but nope. ES. Shout out to the ES traders. ES making new all-time highs right here, right now on TopstepTV. Nasdaq 1, 2, 3. Last hour we've got up to called 24,000 even. This will be a third time. It's the third time the charm. Get through these 24,000s and go close in 60.
Here we
70
come.
points higher.
SPX 65.75 on the dot right now. Let's see. We got the initial balance. Hoag high 79.
Yep.
There are options.
They're just lifting these.
Get up to your 82s and then give this back and have a failed upside auction to the short side for you, Jack.
Yeah.
I like this stuff.
What possesses you to trade NQ occasionally, Aaron?
Only recently when gold was at kind of price discovery levels, that's where I kind of get pretty hesitant to want to trade. So then I just kind of started looking at it a little bit more. I actually think I blame the guys watching the London stream. They're the ones always telling me to break down NQ. So I break it down for them. I've been looking at it a little bit more, and actually it looks quite nice. Sometimes I look at it and it looks good, but only when kind of like when gold's peaking all-time highs. I can't trade all-time highs. I have to wait for it to pull back and then trade into all-time highs. So whenever it's at the all-time highs, I'm either accepting it and walking away or having a quick look at NQ and seeing what's on offer. But I definitely reduce my size because although they follow similar characteristics of my plan, I think intraday I find them still very, very different. I have to manage the risk a lot quicker on NQ than something like gold. I can walk away and let it breathe, but NQ I have to be pretty active in front of the chart. So it's not something I trade very often, but I had a good trade on it. So
sounds like you just blamed the chat. That's why you traded the NQ. It was the chat's fault.
I absolutely did.
There you go. Happy birthday to Aaron. That is a birthday. Happy birthday to Aaron. You're about an hour and 5 minutes into the New York session. We got new all-time highs just printed in the 65.82 in the orders. Nasdaq. Will the Nasdaq get to all-time highs? Nice exit there on that gold trade, Aaron. You look crude, $62.45. All right. It's Thursday. Is it Thursday? That means we've been saying this tip of the week for 4 days. This will be the 4th day in a row. We bring you that Top Step tip of the week for those just tuning in for the first time. Welcome aboard. Here's your tip of the week. Study your performance stats. 100%. Sometimes you go look at your metrics on the performance dashboard analytics. You click on that. Click on your charts or your performance dashboard analytics on Topstep X here. And take a look, because sometimes what's going on in your head while you're in the thick of it, while the markets are moving and rocking, your brain, your emotions might be telling you one thing, but go back after the day, after the close, and go study your metrics. See, there might be some blind spots in there that you may, I'm really holding my losers for that long. I was cutting them earlier. I thought I was cutting my losses much quicker than I actually am. So go in there, know your strengths, know your weaknesses, and know your blind spots as well. And average at the bottom there, track your average winning trade, losing trade, and the time. Keep the math on your side, right? 50-50 win percentage. Just got to have reward to risk. 1.1 to 1, 1.2 to 1 to cover the fees. Yes, know your stats. Dom, do you go in and look at your stats at all, or for any, or you just buy low, sell high? That's just stats be damned.
I definitely pay attention to my stats. I think I paid attention to my stats a little bit more when I was just beginning trading, just because, when you're a beginner trader, you can be so erratic with, your strategy and the way that you handle your trades. So I definitely review them, but I feel like with the way that I trade very similarly to how I have for the past year and a half. So I tend to kind of know where my stats lie, but I do take a look usually every month, and I just kind of see where I'm sitting when it comes to those stats. But everything I trade very similarly at all times. So I don't know how much my stats would really change too many things around, but it'd probably be beneficial for me to really hone in on those things and see if there's anything that's holding me back from being a better trader.
Aaron Luce, what is your go-to stat? The first stat Aaron Luce looks at when evaluating his trading is?
How I used to look at my win ratio a lot, and then I kind of find that wasn't really that beneficial. So I kind of look at more so, am I holding my winners or losers the longest? And I kind of found I was holding my losers a bit too long. So I was like, okay, cool. That's something I need to work on. So now my average win duration 25 minutes, average losses half. So it's
Look at that. Let's go back to those. Let's take a peek at those. Look at all that green first of all. First thing I know is all that green. Oh yes, well done. Look at that. Those are good looking stats.
I don't know. I don't know why people get so, and I know I did as well. I think people get so obsessed with having like a 70% win rate, and I kind of used to focus on it. Sorry, I just went back. I used to focus on it a lot more, but now I'm like, it doesn't really mean that much if your losers end up being bigger than your winners anyway. So I kind of stopped focusing on that as much, and just focus on just executing and managing my risk. I don't care about being right or wrong. I just want to, if I see a trade, I want to take it. If it doesn't work out, I want to cut it as quick as I can and move on to the next trade.
That's a good looking dashboard. That's a good looking stat board right there. I do say so much. Aaron Luce, you are a pro. I was just commenting here in the slide. You are an absolute pro at this. It's an absolute pleasure having you on. Make sure you go check him out. London Open. He's not in London. He's in Spain. He's not in Spain. He's going to be in Australia. If he's not in Australia, he might be in Bali. Where in the world is
We're all
Aaron
over.
Loose? We are making new all-time highs in the ES. Nasdaq. Is this the time? Is this the time we actually go for Jack? How do we get in front of this thing in the ES?
Well, if it gets back to 82 and kind of holds it, that's when I would get short. But right now, just grinding up.
And Nasdaq, this 40. What do we have? 50 points. 50 points to go in the Nasdaq. It's not that much. We're talking about the Nasdaq. We can do 50 points in blink of an eye. So we'll see if this is the. He's gonna buy. They're gonna sell this. And Dow, just absolute beast today. Nice exit there, Aaron. When you see that, see that turnaround, come back to 36.60. It's got to put a smile on your face a little bit. No,
it does.
You got that one.
That's kind of why you always have to stay. If you're long or short, you always got to stay neutral. Though I would have loved gold to rip higher. Doesn't matter what we want to see. What's right in front of us is your tag and previous hourly highs. You're back at resistance. Although, like I say, I would love gold to have ripped higher, but again, you trade what's right in front of you. And sometimes trading smaller size can help you see that more neutral. So if people need to see that neutral perspective and reduce their time, reduce their size, in the long run, it will absolutely help. So like I say, although I would have loved this to rip up, what I would love to happen and what the markets are going to do is two very, very different things.
Say that one more time. Smaller size keeps what neutral? Say that one more time. That was really good.
So for newer people, for me personally, I always try and see the markets from that neutral perspective. Like it doesn't matter if I'm long or if I'm short. And for newer people, for me, if I'd started trading smaller size earlier rather than trying to focus on having such big wins, it kind of helps me to see that markets from that neutral perspective. So sometimes when you're in too big of a size, you get too fixated on longs. But when you trade smaller size, I can see, this is resistance. It doesn't matter if I'm up a certain amount. If this is big resistance, reduce your size. You'll be able to see the markets from that neutral perspective, and then, slowly scale up and scale to a size where you can always see the markets neutrally. Although I'd love to see gold go up. We're at resistance. We're tagging previous hourly highs. Have to manage the trade.
And Dre, we have a sustained 3 handle in the 10-year. We are down to 3.996.
We did it. Well done. Who needs rate cuts when you got the market? It's really, that means bonds are rallying. Which means weaker dollar. Gold not following suit right here. Gold, come on, gold, get your act together. Aaron, just to touch on that. Basically, yes, if you were flat, look at the charts as if you were flat. If you were flat, what would you do? Kind of when you're in these trades. Would you short? Would you get long? Take a look at gold. 36.69 last trade. Crude, about 16 cents off the lows there. Trading $62.46. Someone's making fun of me for quoting the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Well, that's not the Dow Jones. These are Dow Minis, but like it's 1925. I mean, come on, look at that chart. How can you not? It's a beautiful thing. And shout out to there's boomers out there that are loving the Dow. But yeah,
Andre's like physically reading the tape that goes by. It's pretty incredible.
Oh, it's like the newspaper.
Have that
the following morning. The following morning, you have to read the stock quotes. Yeah, look at that. Look. Is that the Dow? Is that you got the Dow up there, Jack? Pull up that Dow chart for me.
Suppose I could. Well, not
surprised. I got it. Go to mine. Look at this thing. How could you not? How beautiful is that? Yeah, there it is. Come on. How can you not?
Well,
look at that.
This
thing.
plays
5 minute.
What I was talking earlier with the sectors.
Ooh,
oh shit! Right now, 29 of the 30 Dow components are up on the day.
Damn right they are. Look at that.
Goldman Sachs is 10.5% of it's up 3%. Caterpillar up 2.5%. A lot of twos in the Dow up.
That is a beautiful.
Disney, the only stock down right now. Come on, Disney. Mouse. It's only down 0.43%.
Mouse, yes, the mouse indeed. So yes, I think it's humorous too. Okay, we got the ES is not done, and gold has turned around. So, come on, Nasdaq. I've got a feeling. I think this might be the one. This might be the time where the Nasdaq can do it. And maybe by do it, we can get to all-time highs. Did I just jinx it? So again, we're up 40 points away from all-time highs in the Nasdaq. Yes, I already did it. Gold did it earlier this week. Okay, so let's bring this in. We were talking about jobs today, right? We were talking about the revisions from non-farm. Huge revision from non-farm. We revised the revision. And yeah, that got a little really confusing. With that being said, can we make any sense of it? Well, bring in this clip. Hopefully this helps, and we'll talk about it after. But jobs, front center.
Recent data around the U.S. labor market has been disappointing for job seekers.
Many of the sectors across the economy have been very stagnant at best, and we've been in this low hire, low fire environment for quite a while.
And a sluggish jobs market typically doesn't bode well for the overall economy.
Usually when labor markets slow down, that's a pretty good indicator that the general economy is slowing down.
On Tuesday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics issued revised U.S. jobs numbers for the period between March 2024 and March 2025 and suggested U.S. companies created about 911,000 fewer jobs than initially reported. This after Friday's government report showed U.S. employers added just 22,000 jobs in August, a sharp drop-off from July, even as the unemployment rate stayed relatively low at 4.3%.
We're not adding a lot of jobs, and actually we're losing jobs in some sectors. The probability of becoming unemployed really hasn't gone up a whole lot. Layoffs are still relatively low. However, if you become unemployed, it is taking people longer to find jobs.
Laura Ulrich, director of economic research for job search site Indeed, says frustrated job hunters right now should consider how their skills translate to fields that are seeing growth, like healthcare and social assistance.
Thinking about how your skills that you have are adaptable to other jobs or maybe even other sectors is really important.
And Ulrich says to consider AI tools like Indeed's new tool, Career Scout, to help better align skills with the search for open positions. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
What do you got, Jack? Jack? Did that tickle you at all? Oh, what was it? What were we talking about in terms of job seekers? What was it? The Gen Z?
The job market's hell. I mean, like,
yeah,
AI, basically getting a job now, unless you have some connection, is basically AI fighting AI.
Oh, that's right. AI's writing the resumes, and the recruiters are
AI's reviewing them.
Yes, man. It's not even man versus machine anymore. It's machine versus machine. But with that being said, in terms of we had a little bit of sell there. I wonder if it's this head. I'm not seeing. Here's a headline. Maybe this. We're talking Germany to extend and expand air policing over Poland.
I like selling these 82s still.
Okay.
Let's see. We're patient. Been up a bunch.
Lutnick's still going. Scratch that. Lutnick has concluded. Lutnick has wrapped up those. I know. Breakout. I know. Don't. I was thinking about that breakout. I totally was. Fundamentals. I want to talk to you, Aaron, about not fundamentals. Gold is a safe haven, right? Flight to safety.
Mm-hmm.
Headlines. How much are you paying attention to it, if at all? Obviously, we see there's a flight to safety in gold. There's an inflation hedge in gold. We see central banks also absolutely just buying every time they can. But in terms of headlines, you see, let's put it this way. Bad news is good news for gold, right? By good news, I mean bad news comes in, gold goes up, essentially.
Yep.
Are you watching that? Are you keeping an eye on the news and the headlines?
I'm always, I always try and keep an overall view of what's going on because I do swing trade gold as well. But intraday, when there's news such as CPI and NFP, I'm trying to stay out of them events anyway. I would say obviously I know that fundamentals are what's going to be the real big mover, but for intraday, I'm pretty much just looking at the technicals, especially for when we're trading London as well. If you're trading London before something like CPI, then you're expecting to trade ranges. So I keep a longer term view, but for my intraday trading, I try and just focus on the technical. Otherwise, I just end up talking myself out of trades that sometimes NFP could come out weak for gold. You can still see gold go higher. So I just try and stay very reactive to the technicals.
Aaron, can I ask you, when you're swing trading gold, are you swing trading using futures, ETFs? What are you swinging with?
Swing with CFDs. That's kind of how I started. I started swing trading currencies, and then that's when I moved into day trading futures.
What's a CFD?
I try and keep them separate.
Contract for difference.
What does that mean?
Well, Aaron, you could explain for Americans. Never mind.
CFDs, Aaron. CFDs, contract for difference. What are those precisely? When you use them to swing trade, hold longer positions in gold. CFDs, how do you use them?
It's just I'm just trading the currency, so I'm trading XAU USD, which is just gold against the US dollar. That's kind of how I started in the foreign exchange world, which I think is not that allowed in the US anymore.
No.
So I'm trying to transition just into even swinging the futures is sometimes better as well. So, but I was trying to day trade futures and swing trade futures, and then I was just, if I'm going to swing long and I try and day trade, it ends up closing it out anyway. So I try and keep them separate.
I got triggered into a short. I need your confidence to see if I should keep it at 82, 1 ES.
What was the price?
It's a preliminary failed upside auction. You're anticipating that it's going to get back down below the IB high, which is 65.79. You've got 8 minutes to find out.
Mm-hmm.
That Nasdaq has already given back that IB high. Yeah, if you hate it, you're good right now. The Nasdaq's already kind of setting up a failed upside auction right now already.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's lazy.
To the top. I'm in the top of the hour here in Chicago. It's 10 a.m. Central. What Hoagland, Jack are talking about, right? In about 8 minutes, right, we get the first 90 minutes into the New York session. We're talking about perhaps a failed upside auction. What is that, you ask? Well, buyers already ran out of gas. The buyers ran out of buying, and the sellers may be stepping in here. Now, what they're looking at is about the top of the hour is actually get confirmation of that. But the short they took, they had the setup. They've been talking about it. Most of not all the fast markets here. Hoag saying preliminary. We have a failed upside auction in the ES. Looks like we got the makings of it because we're seeing the Nasdaq push lower here. But Hoag, what are you looking for for confirmation? Obviously, lower prices. I know, Andre, but what in terms of 7 days confirmation? We're getting the push lower here, especially in the NQ.
Yeah. So what we're looking at is if we can get on my charts just real quick.
Sure.
We've got the initial balance high, which is the first hour of the regular trading hour session range is a 65.79. What we'd like to see if we're short and preempting this potential failed upside auction is this 30-minute bar to close below that level. That's going to leave a selling tail above, indicating possibly that buyers have backed off and sellers might take over and the upside auction in the short term here and create a new downside auction. In the Nasdaq, we're already seeing that as a bigger possibility because the Nasdaq has already looked above the initial balance low and is currently trading price below the initial balance high. And in the Nasdaq, that initial balance high is 24,004. So
that's
if
the
we
level.
open this next 30-minute bar below that, we've got a potential failed upside auction. You know where your risk is. It's on a new high. And you could see a potential rollover, you could see the market roll over all the way back down to the initial balance low, which could take us down to 23,909. Could be a decent trade. Right now, the S&P is not
talk to me simple. Talk to
that.
me like a 5-year-old. What price are we looking for? Mm-hmm. If we get this price, then we have failed upside auction. If we get beneath this price,
if this 30-minute bar closes below 65.79, the initial balance high at 10 o'clock, that is a confirmation of a failed upside auction. Doesn't mean it's going to play, but that's the confirmation we're looking for. So we've preempted the short a little bit. The Nasdaq, it looks like it has a higher probability of a failed upside auction. So this 30-minute bar in the Nasdaq has to close below 24,004 to confirm a failed upside auction.
004. Okay, well, we are beneath 24,000. 004. Indeed, in the NQ, trading 23,988. Look at crude again. House account short crude since opening call. Short from 5 micro from $62 and what, 55 cents? Yes, Roger. That can't read my own
You
handwriting
want to
there.
watch the price
Let's
action
go.
right at 10 o'clock as well. You'll get some
Mhm.
information right at 10 o'clock. So you're seeing some sellers coming in, pushing price down below that 65.79 in the S&P. If you see that right around 10 o'clock, just about 10 o'clock,
Top of the hour.
you can kind of say, you know what, we've attracted those sellers. We're going to stay in this.
We will keep an eye on that.
Mm-hmm.
So that being said, well, if we do have, what would be the downside target? Jack and Ho, what are you seeing for downside target? House account short 1 ES of 65.82. I like the setup. I like the thought process. Execution.
For me,
At
least
what's the downside target?
67. But like in Hoag's thing, if we're gonna do the traditional, target the other side of the range or something, I don't know, but that might be a little ambitious.
What will the other side of the range be? Prices, guys. Prices.
The price
Talk to me
action.
prices.
If it starts going, watch the price action here. We're getting that push below the initial balance high in the S&Ps. And if we start barreling back to the downside, then you're looking at 65.52, the initial balance low, as the potential target for this.
52.
It all depends on the price action.
I think
It
we'll get
does.
sticky around 67 if
Yep.
by the will of the maker we were to get the 67. I imagine that
Mhm.
I would definitely be moving my stop tighter because I think it'll be sticky around that level. Let's see.
We'll push lower. Top of the hour coming in about 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay.
Again, even if you get confirmation, there's no guarantee that it's actually going
No,
to
of course
happen,
not.
but it
Oh no!
gives you
no,
probability.
this is probabilities. Yes.
probability.
Oh, what would anecdotally, what would you give this probability of? I put you guys on. Actually, don't answer that because they'll hold you to it. But
Yeah.
in my head, like,
Would
well, it's
back to
1
back.
out of 10. This is a 4 out of 10 probability. But yeah, you don't need that. We got the setup. We got top of the hour coming in here about 2.5 minutes. I'll throw it to my man Aaron. Aaron, 36.67. Gold's kind of found its happy place right now. What do you want? What are you looking for perhaps another setup, if at all? What price action, what volume, time of day, anything that you're looking for another setup? Or you put on one winner and you're not good for the day, but what are you looking for next?
I kind of, to be honest, I was hoping this hourly would end up breaking out a little bit more. It looks like we're going to close pretty much in the exact same place we opened. Kind of pretty doji, similar to the open candle as well. But hitting the previous hourly highs, holding this resistance, could we be coming maybe back down to tag these lows? And if we're going to have a ranging day, well, if we're going to trade back down to the lows of the range at like 36.60, we may squeeze low. But to be honest, I would get a little bit cautious if you see this hourly on gold close like this, because then I think if you close like this, then trying to anticipate how the next hourly candle is going to close seems pretty 50-50 right now. No real new opportunities here for me for gold. Played the range pretty well. I wouldn't want to be looking to give it back in here.
Very wise. Dom, you still got your eye on those 49s, 36.49. That would be low of session. I got low of session 36.51. So is that the no-go zone? It's just 49s to the downside. What about upside? Any prices you're looking at for the upside? Perhaps to get short, get long, catch the momentum. What about, we got 49s to the downside, about $18 off of that right now. What are you looking for to the upside as we trade 36.67?
Oh yeah, for the upside, I'd be looking for that 36.82 area, but I don't know. We're definitely seeing some wicks, and it's not looking like we're gonna break that area. But I'm trying not to have too much of a bias on any direction right now, and I am just really waiting for a break of a range. I think today it's just looking like for me is setting these alerts and kind of just going on about my day. And just waiting to see if I can see anything. I don't even know how much movement we could get if it does break these areas, especially on an hourly. It's a news day, and we're towards the end of the week. So I think I'm just waiting for breaks of these areas. If that does happen, I'll assess, and I would potentially take some positions, and that's it.
Okay, very good. I don't get that joke, Joey. I don't know what I'm missing. I don't know what I'm missing with that joke. Let's take a look at the ladders here in the ES. So about 100 on the bid, 100 on the ask. Let's see. Anything on the NQ? Nothing really. Got an 82 lot up at 24,010. Anything up? Nothing up at all-time highs. You got to look at that level 2 data on Topstep X. Could be
We
valuable.
do not have a failed upside auction in there.
I know.
You get that move.
Nasdaq closed right there, and it's bouncing right around there. It drives me nuts. The last time we had this situation where the Nasdaq created a degree of a failed upside auction, it won. Doesn't look that good right now. We're seeing single prints on the way up in the S&Ps. This is an emotional move, and not only that, Andre and Jack.
Yeah,
Delta is negative 4,700 on the highs here. These are buyers, folks. These are buyers.
You're talking about
Always
ES?
looks darkest.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Nasdaq negative 3,000 in Delta.
They're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. We're getting short. Nothing really on the tilt, though. We got the London close, Euro close in about 28 minutes. Like we said, it's been a hell of a week so far on Topstep TV. We're not done. More coming at you. More coming today. I'm not going to tell you about it. I'm going to bring in James. James Harden, you come on in here and you tell the folks what we got coming at them here on Topstep TV.
Absolutely, Andre. Thank you much. And hello, everybody out there. To start, are you guys getting the Topstep TV guide? No, not the TV guide that you used to find at your grandparents' house between the couch cushions. I'm talking about the TV guide that gets sent directly to your inbox every single Monday. If you're not subscribed to it, what are you waiting for? We're going to drop a link in the chat. Go ahead and sign up and get registered to get the TV guide. Every Monday, we're going to send you the week's schedule. We're going to send you the scoop on who's on when. And if there's any new segments or exciting updates to any of our programs, you will be the first to know in the Topstep TV guide. Again, delivered hot and fresh to your inbox every Monday. So what are you waiting for? If you're not already getting this email, go ahead and sign up today and start reaping the rewards. Topstep TV guide. Also, if you're feeling like signing up for things, go ahead and submit your questions. Group coaching with Hoag is back. That's going to happen today at 12 p.m. Hoag today is sitting down with Coach Vince. So 2 coaches, double your effort, double worth your time. Coach Hoag and Coach Vince will be taking your questions live from the forum that we're going to drop the link in chat for. So if you have a question about trading, you have a question about mindset, you want to ask Hoag his favorite Grateful Dead song, you can ask him anything. Just fill out the questions and be right back here at 12 p.m. Central for group coaching with Hoag and today's guest, Coach Vince. That's all I got for now, Andre. Back to you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, James.
Pinned to the top of the chat. Those questions in for Mr. Hoagland. Aaron, I'd like to ask you, where are your next travels? Where do your next travels take you?
Oh, that's a good
Where's
question.
home?
I was.
Where's home? Where's home? Where do you get?
That's
mail?
the question I ask myself every day.
Really?
Home. I mean, I was in Australia for like 3 years, so Australia kind of does now feel like home.
3 years.
But I'm gonna be in Europe for a decent amount of time, so I'm trying to find somewhere to get set up in Europe. Maybe even Switzerland next. That's the next place to set up. That's what I'd like to.
Very nice.
I'd like to.
Now you're talking. So, how do you determine what country, what city is next?
Honestly, it sounds ridiculous, but I literally just just wherever I feel like going, I'm like, that seems like a pretty cool place. Let's go take it off the list. See where I like to go.
We put it on the chat. Can you give us 4 options for the chat, and the chat decides? I'm just putting you on the spot. What are your next 4? No, I don't. What are your next 4 possibilities, countries that you are thinking about going to after Spain?
In Europe or just actually no? Okay, I got some. Actually, I would like to do a US trip at some point. I'd like to come over and see you guys in the US. I haven't been to US properly, but next places in Europe would be either. How many do you want? 4?
Yeah. Will you really do this?
Sure.
Will you really do this?
We're doing it.
Okay, let's do it. Give us the 4 countries right now. Where should Aaron Aaron Luce go next after Spain. Give us the 4 countries. Let's do this. Damn, this is gonna be
All
sweet.
right. We got Switzerland, Italy. Where else have we got? Norway. I want to see more. I need one more. Someone can pick one more for me.
Estonia?
One more? Wasn't on the list. It could be.
We're big fan. Hey, I've
They're
been.
gonna vote.
Colin
They're gonna vote
rocks, man.
Estonia. Don't do it. They're gonna vote Estonia. Don't. Not that there's anything wrong with
They
it.
are
There's like we have this
100%.
inside joke. Yeah. Okay, so we have 3 countries: Switzerland, Italy, Norway, and what should the 3rd country be? Any whatever. I mean, make sure these are your.
Damn, where else would I like to go?
You can make it 3 if you want.
I know. Yeah, see, my partner's saying it changes every day, so she says it changes every day, so she's not much help.
Oh, there she is. Hello.
Actually, no. Germany is somewhere I'd like to see. There you go, Germany. So another one in Europe. So
All right, we're gonna let this one cook. We're gonna let this one cook. Aaron, this is awesome. You are the absolute man for doing this. Put a poll up. I know we got the form for group coaching. Pull that for a second. We're gonna put up a poll here, very specific. Where should Aaron trades go? What country should Aaron trades go to next? Switzerland.
I'll do a video there so people can see I've actually been as well. We'll even do a video there.
Switzerland.
Perfect.
You are the man. This is a first. We've never done this one.
Let's see.
Switzerland, yes, Italy, Norway, and Germany. Okay. All right, there you go.
Aaron, you ever
your
come to
partner
the
aware?
US?
Is your partner aware of this? Is where you're going next?
I've been to. I went to San Francisco maybe 3 years ago, but I've never really been to US properly. I would love to. I'd love to come and see it more.
Yeah,
I would love to come and see the US more.
What is your vote for 4? The 4 possibilities are up already. What is your vote for what country to?
Oh, it's pretty even. Oh.
Yeah, it is. Where should I go? Switzerland. I mean, Switzerland should. Okay, let that cook. How much time do you want that to cook for, Aaron? This is incredible. How long do you want this to cook for? Be 5 minutes. We can cut it now.
I mean, Switzerland's at the top, but that's me being biased. So we can give it 5 minutes. We can give it 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Let this run. You are the man for doing this. 5 minutes. Poll is up. What country should Aaron?
I don't want to send you to
next?
Norway in the winter.
That's true. That's true. I was actually thinking
polar
that.
bears.
He's a trading nomad. He is constantly on the move. Freedom, the independence. How you adjust to the time zones is.
We'll do the next London live stream maybe next month from this country as well, just so people see that we're actually making this happen. We'll do the London live stream from there.
Okay,
this is great.
This is fantastic. All right, we'll give. All right, we're only 1 minute into this. You're the man. Let's take a look at some of these prices. 36.71 last trade in gold. Take a look at Nasdaq. Look at you trying to do this again. 24,013 last trade. Session highs 24,020. Session highs there. You got all-time highs. What's in here? We got something in here. You got a couple hundred lots to the upside in Nasdaq, up around 24,026. You got all-time highs 06.8 06.8. And ES trade 65.83. Jack, how's the company still short?
Now will I be right? We will see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Euro closes in about 21 minutes. Hoag?
Yes, sir.
Is it failed upside auction? Confirmed successful failed last? We're just kind of hanging out here.
Yeah.
No, we do not have a failed upside auction. As long as we stay above the initial balance high, we're long. 65.79.
Like the long.
And that's in the S&Ps. Yes. Nasdaq, it's kind of unclear in the Nasdaq. It didn't give a clear signal there. But we still have negative 5,000 delta in the S&Ps, negative 3,000 delta in the Nasdaq.
Yes.
What is the delta in the ESZ, Hoag? I know, like, it only traded 60,000 contracts yesterday. It'll trade more today, but I know it's not going to be much.
Minus 664.
Okay.
What was that? What's selling coming in here?
It's not a
little
roll.
bit of selling. Yeah. So Danielle said. Danielle, exactly what that wording. 8 words. 8 words. That's very easy. All right. We do have this poll up. All right. Looks like you're in the clear for now. Again, Aaron trades from all across the globe, right? All across, currently in Spain. We'll be.
Yeah.
And we got the poll up. Are you watching this in real time? Are you watching? Is your partner watching right now where you would be traveling to next? You guys watching this?
I was watching the poll, but I'm not watching anymore. I'm going to keep it a surprise. We'll let the suspense go.
Okay, very good. Let's get back to gold. Let's 36.70. What are we looking for perhaps a set? We're just kind of ranging right now.
Yeah, gold looks pretty tough in here today.
Those look tough. Where are those all-time highs? Come on, we got the golden boys. New all-time highs. Remember that, what we had? We had all-time highs 37.15, and then we just sold off like $50 from there. Was it Tuesday? It's just we'll call it healthy.
A pretty decent drop. But
one more minute. Again,
it's
good, up.
It's good to see gold. It's good to see gold dropping off as opposed to people who trade gold. When you're peaking all-time highs, it's so hard to trade. So when I kind of see it pulling back a little bit, although it's a little bit tough today, it's still nice than all-time highs.
Dom, you can attest to that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I wish I would have been talking to Aaron like the last 2 weeks. I mean, like I said last time I was on, I think, when you look at it on a higher time frame, my idea was, this thing is just overextended. There's no way it can make another move to the upside. And then it makes a move to the upside. And I think the same thing the next day. It's so overextended. Move to the upside, move to the upside. So, it's good definitely that we, see a little bit of a pullback. So I've, got a little bit of price action to the left-hand side that I can base some trades off of. But, like I said, it's been biting me in the butt the last couple of weeks. I've been, trying to take a short side bias, and that's, as a trader, something that's been screwing me over a little bit. So, I'm just trying to focus on trading what I see and not trying to have too much of a bias to the upside or the downside still.
One gold trader to another. All right. We can take down the poll. We are 5 minutes in with about 600 votes, and the verdict is in. Aaron trades will be going to his partner.
Switzerland.
We're going to Switzerland. We're going to Switzerland.
Nice.
39% Switzerland, 20% Italy, 22% Norway. Was it 12%? 11% Germany. So congratulations, you're going to an absolutely stunning country. But they were all very
beautiful.
Nice.
I owe everyone who voted for Switzerland.
Thank you. Yes, that was.
You can always swing down into Italy while you're there.
Absolutely.
That's true. That's true. You got to get
like
there
Hannibal.
Yeah, get two out of them.
Get on your elephant.
So yeah, Aaron, if we put up Estonia, they would have all voted for Estonia. There's this joke.
Estonia
Jack
rocks,
has been there. Jack has been there.
Great.
And hold on here. We might see another push high here in the Nasdaq. And there's a fella in the chat, Boomer Brian, that claims they're from Estonia. They are not. Anyways, it's just a silly, dumb joke. But we had put Estonia up there. You would have been going. But congratulations, Aaron and the partner. You are now going to Switzerland. Beautiful thing.
We're going and the dog. She's my partner said, and the dog as well. The dog is here with us, so the dog will be coming to Switzerland as well.
Absolutely, congratulations. 24,025. We got 200 lot there in the upside. We're about 13 points away from that. In the Nasdaq,
some big bids have come in at the bid in this and gotten eaten up. I don't love it right now, but I feel like I've punched my ticket. We have our risk in. And, it's a 2-to-1 trade. So we shall see.
Yes. All right. Well, I'm going to keep following this. I know I might be beating the dead horse. When will you be departing? How much longer will you be in Spain? When do you we make a story out of this? Let's make a story out of this. We got the London Open, got fast markets. We're going to follow. Yeah. Where when will you be? Should I ask your partner?
Yeah, she's the boss. We got we got 2 months here in Spain, but I feel like we can make an exception for a little trip in between. I feel like that's a good excuse.
By the boss.
A little holiday in
between. By the boss. We'll see if we
I'm gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, package a little story around this. Was very, very cool. You are a good sport. We got London close 15 minutes, bottom of the hour.
Dominic, can I ask you? You've kind of had this kind of bias, like, all right, it's overextended. It's got to pull back. It's got to pull back. It's got to pull back. Do you watch open interest on a day-to-day basis?
No, I'm not even sure what open interest is. Could you expand on that?
Of course. Open interest is the total number of outstanding contracts. So that's, you know, the number of buys or the number of longs or the number of sells. It's the open contracts. So if you can put it on my charts for a second here, I just want to show Dominic something. So when I collect these every day manually, but this is the open interest that's been rising since the 22nd of August. So we've had open interest rising, and this is the net change of price over the session. When you see open interest rising at higher pricing at this consistently higher levels, it's telling you that there's money coming in to the long side. And we know that we've been having a lot of foreign banks. There's a lot of interest in buying gold. So this would be something that might help you with that bias. Like, okay, it's gone too far. It has to pull back until you see something change in the open interest that is accumulating. Then you're gonna want to think twice about looking for shorts. The last time we saw this, Dominic, was the beginning of the year. We saw open it. You know, look at where we're trading here. Now this was another contract month, but we're around $2,600. We started to see all this open interest coming in, and look at price. I mean, just by the end of the month, we're at 2660. By the end of the month, we're at 2760. So that's $100 move in a month. And if you're seeing open interest increasing at higher pricing, think twice about shorting it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look into that. I wrote that down on here, so I'll search up some information on open interest. You said you're just doing that manually every day?
Yes. Yeah. And there's I'm going to put this link into the chat.
Some news or something.
This is where I get that information. This is where I get that information, and it's off the CME website. I'm going to give you that link, and this is for everybody as well. This is the link where I get that information, and this is how you'll find it.
Sorry, guys, I got to jump in here, Hoag. We're pushing higher here. Something just popped. We're making new all-time highs in the S. My apologies, Hoag. Gold.
No problem. No problem.
New all-time
always
highs.
About the markets.
Yeah, hell yeah. Nasdaq's about to do this thing right now. We're closing about 20 points. Something just hit. I'm not seeing any headlines hitting.
Dominant. All the shorts. All the shorts got squeezed.
They're smoked, right? Are we? Is that negative?
Yeah, we were negative 5,000.
We were out just before that.
Okay, cool. Something.
Delta's gone from negative 5,000 to negative 2,500. Andre, the shorts just squeezed themselves out.
They gone. All-time highs closing. And we're not there yet. 068 half. 24,000. 068 half is all-time highs. Our all-time highs in the Nasdaq. We got up to 46. As ES is just taking off. We were closing in on 6,600 even. I believe that was a weekly kickoff high. You had some nothing hit coil spring. Short squeeze. All the shorts just get absolutely wiped out there.
Yeah, there were I was noticing, and I should have cut it when I saw this. There were these 200, 200, 300 lots, and the ES just kept on piling up half a point below, and then they started chasing. So that's strike one. I don't have anything above here, to be honest. So I think we got to wait a little bit.
And my apologies, Hoag. Interrupted great learning lessons. Power Year Z. I did feel bad, but the market absolutely took off there. Gotta get there. Hoag's a trader, man. Hoag's that caught his eye indeed. We'll get back to that. Open interest, indeed. Opening call. We talk about open interest as well in opening call. Go figure.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Hoag, 60s. What was your weekly kickoff high coming in the week? You're you're going to call me crazy when I give you this level, but what was it in the S? What was it in the S? Look at this.
ES, it's 66.35.
There you go.
We're about 45 points from it right now.
So we are. Yes, we are. We're going to close in on all-time highs. All right, can we get there in the Nasdaq? We're about 28 points, 28 and a half points. There we go. Luke Lapointe made $800 off of that. Well done.
Beautiful.
Well done. Who caught that move to the upside in the equities? Look at gold. Gold also took off to the upside here. Yeah. Time of day. London close. Is there any significance to that, Aaron? Here about 10 minutes at the bottom of the hour. Any significance? Does that mean? How does that affect gold, if at all?
You can see a bit. You can see a bit of volume. It's not something I take just trades off, but you can see you can sometimes see some pretty decent volume coming at that time. I mean, if we get a 30-minute breakout here on gold, you still get them CPI highs that I'm watching. I would want to see this 30-minute close and that London close as well.
Okay, 9 minutes to the bottom of the hour, and they just absolutely popped that thing. Could be shorts just absolutely getting squeezed. Hoag, what was that delta one more time? I'm sorry, we went to.
It was negative 5,000 before that pop. We squeezed out 2,500 of it, so we were down 2,500 in delta once we put in that high, and they're coming in to sell it again. Now we're down 3,100 in delta. They're still trying to sell it.
Hoag, okay, Hoag's been around. He's seen some shit. So I'm gonna throw this one to you. Index Brian in the chat. Hard to trade with no targets to the upside. See you guys tomorrow. Hold on, Index Brian, don't go anywhere just yet. Don't go anywhere just yet. Hoag, weekly kickoff levels. Obviously they're not targets. They're not signals by any means. Hoag, with hard to trade with no targets to the upside. I think we would agree with that. With that being said, how the hell do you do it? We got gold traders making new all-time highs. Hard to. No upside targets. How the hell do you do it, Hoag? Or what do you look for?
Well, the only thing you have to count on or to look for are measured moves. So, let's take a look at where this weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps came from. If I remember right.
Don't give them all the secrets. Don't give them all the secrets.
No, this isn't one. When there's nothing to the left, when you're at all-time highs, you got to think about what are the other traders looking at. And the only thing to look at as a trader with nothing to the left is a measured move.
What is
a measured move? So let's take a look. We're going to take this, and I'm going to go from this high to this swing low.
What's the price?
So, that swing high was 64.68 half to this swing low 62.39 half.
Call it 37 points.
About 36 points. 370 points.
We're looking at Nasdaq. My bad. Yep, Nasdaq. Gotcha.
Okay. So now I'm just going to take this measurement, and I'm going to go from this swing low to this swing high. Now there's a little bit of math that gets added to that. So the measured move would actually take us up to 66.10. There's some other things that I look at and that I kind of calculate that move that weekly kickoff high up to 66.35. But that's what people are looking at. They're taking these measured moves, and that's what their goal is. That's what the eyeballs are looking at, are these measured moves when there's nothing else to look at. So you can use fib extensions. You can very, very simply use a line like I just did, and then note those levels, because that's the only thing people have to look at is measured moves. When there's nothing to the left, it's like you're trading into space, the final frontier. We'll even put a moon up there. Here's the moon.
Well, we'll put that moon up at 069. That's the all-time highs. Yeah, measure moves. You're trying to see how the market's been behaving the last 2, 3, 4 days, last couple of weeks. What the range is, how much the price has changed, if at all, and by how much price obviously changed. How much has the price changed? And maybe you'll be able to ballpark it. Just get a general sense of perhaps what the following day may do, following a trading session. That is. All right, we are seeing a little bit of a pullback here in the ES. Nine, about 2 points off those all-time highs, 65.92. Great question. Index, did you leave? Did you really leave? I hope you stayed for that. Where else are you going to get that besides Topstep TV? Well, you're at it. Click subscribe, click like, and click the bell. We got Dominic in the house, number 151 on the big board, joining us from beautiful Las Vegas. We got Aaron Trades, star of London Open, joining us from Spania, going to Switzerland next, as decided by our lovely chat. At home, we got Jack. We got that moon on the charts, but here we go. Dip buying coming in. Euro close in about 4 minutes. 4 minutes until Euro close. Aaron, you're seeing with the you're seeing what's happening in gold, right? Did push higher at 36.76. So what do you do from here?
I kind of still stick with that same bias of them CPI highs. To me, filling in that news wick makes the most sense. But being this close, 30-minute close, I would want to see an actual breakout here. But again, like I said earlier, even if it closes above and people think, oh, I've missed the move, well, you haven't really. That's the move confirmed. And if you measure from here up into that wick fill, that's still a 70 tick range. That's still a very, very, very nice range. But I would want to see this. I would want to see this 30-minute close. I don't want to see this, mess around with these hourly highs, because you are right back at that hourly resistance. But I mean, if you get that 30-minute closure above, I would react to that. If it doesn't, hold above, you can close the trade. But again, these CPI wick highs to me makes the most sense. I think you probably get a lot of people trying to short gold here. I think you can probably squeeze it a little bit higher.
Like that. We'll see. Trader Mike says, Andre, can Hoag post his link? You interrupted him. Him. Trader Mike. I like you, Trader Mike. I did interrupt him. I got to the markets. I apologize.
Here's the link to the open interest.
Here's your link.
Hoop's got it in there now. I'll throw it in there.
There you go, Trader Mike. We made new all-time highs.
Yeah, I've got it in here to check that out. So I'm going to check that out, Hoag, and take a look at it.
There you go. Did you catch that move to the upside, Trader Mike? Pop there, the short squeeze. Hell of a setup. Hoag was talking about all the time. Hoag was talking about that short squeeze setup. Did you catch it?
Yeah. At the very least, it's done a good job of keeping me out of trouble that way. Even if I think, this thing's gone too far, if the open interest is still piling in that direction, I think twice before shorting it.
Yeah, I'm going to definitely have to take a look into that. I mean, it makes sense. If buyers are there, why take shorts, or why not wait for more of a confirmation for some shorts? And I think that's definitely something that I've been lacking on, is maybe waiting a little bit more for confirmation and having more of a bias as an individual, less than just actually paying attention to what the charts are telling me. Right. So, I'll take a look at that and see if I can fit that in anywhere when it comes to my strategy.
If it helps at all, I'm happy. Helps at all, I'm happy.
Also, I've tuned into opening call. Opening call, we'll break it down. Opening interest. Basically, it's showing you where the players are, which way they're leaning going into it, and if there's conviction, if there's more gas in the goose. Shout out to Alfie. But opening call, 7:30 a.m., 7:20 a.m. Central Time. We'll have Hoag goes over that 5 days a week here on Topstep TV. 60 seconds to the London close. House account did get out of that ES trade. Nice cut.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it runs now, or else that'll be
right?
one that stings a little bit. I don't have anything up here.
We still seeing these people trying to sell the high. They get run over. They try to sell the high because you can't buy it here, right? You can't buy it up here. It's at all-time highs.
Yeah, go higher than the highs.
So just add fuel.
You don't want to sell it.
In my defense, Hoag, we did not sell the highs at the time. We waited for a pullback.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And it stayed there. But then, man, that was an aggressive squeeze.
Yeah, it popped the hell off.
That was a legit trade.
We were a couple points in the money on that trade as well. Lesson learned, right? Lesson learned. They bought the dip there. It looks like we might be seeing something similar happening. Euro close has come and gone.
Yeah.
This is the interesting part. We are seeing shorts, right? We got shorts, negative delta, growing here. Like Hoag or Jack just said, it could be fueling the Billy Joe Hoag. They want to know who invited all the buyers today. Well done.
I did. They came a day late.
Yes, they did. It's also Aaron's
At least
birthday.
they came to the
So
party.
Aaron's birthday. I'm gonna say that all day. Bit of a pullback.
Happy birthday, Aaron.
Yeah, happy birthday. Everyone wish Aaron happy birthday. It is not his birthday. We're just messing.
It's not, but thank you.
It is not.
Euro closed.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. This is London. I mean, you did have that breakout there on gold. Something to watch. Do I think it's the best setup? I mean, you're still at that hourly high. Wasn't much of a bottom weight created here at this open on gold. So personally, it's not a trade I would take. I'm happy to see how this plays out, but I'm not. I just don't love the volume here on gold today. It looks pretty tough. It's in a bit of a tough range, and I also wouldn't want to buy the highs of the range here.
One thing I forgot I did not mention about that CME group bulletin. If you look at it real early in the morning, it's going to say preliminary at the top. Make sure that if you're going to be collecting that information, you wait till after about 9:30, 10 o'clock when it says final, because it takes the exchange some time to kind of calculate the open interest. It will change. They're usually not that far off, but if you want accurate information, make sure you're getting it off the final, which comes in again about 9:30, 10 o'clock Central Time.
Sweet. Thanks, Hoag.
Look at that, Dom. How about that? That's good stuff.
Yeah, I like that.
Yep. What will happen first? Will we get to all-time highs in the NQ at 24,068 half, or will we get to 6,600 evens in the ES? What were some of those targets that some of those banks were coming out with earlier? This one, Jack, they're coming out with like what, 7,000?
Oh, someone had it 7,007. There was the one guy who said it will reach like 9,733 in 2028 and then reverse. So that was a hot take.
That's right. Absolutely.
Okay, I got a target for the CNBC folks, because they'll be looking at the spot market. We're at 65.85 in the SPX right now, so 15 points higher would bring us to an even 6,600. I presume
we're right there.
Might be a rock fight there if we get to it.
There.
What would that be in? That would be like 6607 in the ES. We got a 382 offer right at 6,600.
Yeah. ES, look at this thing go.
Okay.
Look at this.
Good stuff.
Yeah, Jack, when you said the shorts, right? The shorts fuel the rally. What do you mean by that? How could that be? There's sellers coming in. How can sellers fuel the rally to the upside?
Every short is an eventual buyer. It's easy to think about like in stocks where you get short squeeze and stuff. Think about it this way. Most people, you can buy and theoretically hold forever, pass it through generations. Every short is an eventual buyer. I guess unless the company goes bankrupt, but the S&P index cannot do that really. So, and a couple other things that happen is as this price moves higher, you say who's buying the highs? Well, I think two things happen. B, who wants to sell at the all-time highs? So you get thinner in the offer of people not, what do you call it, like Leroy Jenkins in front of it. And on the other side, you have options dealers who have to hedge their delta, which means they have to buy at whatever the price is as it goes higher. And those things can just accelerate moves until someone big decides, well, we like this price. And I think that's the mechanics of like a zombie rally.
Yeah, such as sellers come in, they enter the market short, and like Jack said, the way they exit was with buying. They got to buy it, right? So if that short position, they keep taking heat. Well, eventually what they got to do is we call it puking. They got to puke, and they got to buy the market, and eventually it just kind of cycles. And they start chasing their tail and grind this thing higher. Because we're seeing that with that negative delta, and we keep talking about negative delta. What does that mean? It means there are aggressive this is negative. There are aggressive sellers coming into the market that are essentially hitting the bid, right? Hitting the bid, Hoag. And
yes,
they're still hitting the bid. They want it to go lower. If it doesn't go lower, they're going to have to puke. And by puking, we mean buying. They get stopped out and just kind of fuels that rally, like Jack was just talking about. Okay, we got 20 minutes here on fast markets. We're closing in on all-time highs in the Nasdaq. We've been all-time highs all day in ES. So this is the beauty and the magic of a live television here. What we're going to do, James, come on in here. Get your news in here, because what's going to happen, we get James with the hard-hitting news. We're going to make all-time highs with Nasdaq. Watch this.
Hello, everybody. As always, cut me off if you need to. Believe me, I know you all love the news, but I understand the market comes first. But here are some interesting things you need to know. Guys, it's happened. The first AI bot to serve in a cabinet is happening in Albania. Albania has appointed an AI bot to be the Minister of Tackling Corruption. Previously, the government of Albania was handing...
Sorry.
Aaron, you want to go to Albania? So yes, this bot, its name is Delia. It's in charge of public procurement. The idea is that Delia, being a machine, will be immune to bribes, threats, or favoritism, issues that have long plagued the procurement process in Albania. If humanity has taught me anything, where there's a will, there's a way. You can corrupt an AI bot. I did it to my rich but stern parents that I keep having an argument with every night on Facebook Messenger. They've come around in my ways now. I'm allowed to play Xbox again. So if I can convince my strict but rich parents that I can play Xbox, then someone will find a way to make the AI bot do what they want. So good luck, Albania.
That was excellent. That was excellent.
We're rooting for you. Hopefully,
There's
don't
an AI
don't
prime
blow
minister
up.
there.
Only a matter of time. All right. So next story. This one's a goodie. A cruise passenger has jumped overboard after accruing $16,000 in gambling debts while on the cruise ship. I can't say I don't understand. You go down to the casino on the ship just to have a little good time. Next thing you know, oopsies, they're gonna take my legs. Jumping overboard.
Survive?
He survived. He survived and was arrested.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Rough
yeah,
week for Jay Xander.
Yeah.
Not good. They pulled him out of the water, and he had nearly $15,000 in cash strapped to him when the jet skiers came and picked him up. So he was looking to get out and get out good.
Oh.
But really, if he had $15K, he was down $16K, you can find that other $1,000 somewhere. I don't know. Just give me another chip and give me 10 more minutes. I swear to God, I'll have it all back. Yeah. So good luck on those cruise ships. The happiest place in the world. You're stuck at sea with a bunch of other people, and if you got those debts, well, they keep little cells on ships like that just in case you need it. I've never seen the inside of a cruise ship cell, but there's still time.
Dude, Aaron,
I'm still alive.
Aaron, would you do it from a cruise? We should have had Aaron do a cruise. No, I'm kidding. Incredible. 2 for 2.
Yeah,
James,
Aaron, would you trade for a Carnival cruise line? All right. My last story, and to all of our viewers in Connecticut, which one of you is doing this? Which one of you is going around and spray painting the squirrels? Okay, stop. I know it may seem funny,
fast.
but stop.
Wow.
Oh yeah, they're fast. They're catching them, and they got a couple different colors. If we go to the next picture, guys, don't spray paint the squirrels.
How are they doing that? It's not exactly like that.
I don't know.
To do.
But I know it's one of you. I know one of you out there is bored.
Yeah,
Head to Home Depot, buy a couple cans of spray paint, go to your neighborhood park, and I know it's you. Guys, don't spray paint the squirrels. Come on.
Connecticut. Maybe it's East Hartford. Yeah.
How'd you do it?
It sounds about right for Hartford. I was going to see if it was like one of the Renaissance hedge fund guys trying to track the squirrels for some trade.
Oh God! But animal lovers out there, just so you know, the squirrels are okay. They're just rocking their new dues. But if you have any information and you live in the Connecticut, East Hartford area, call somebody. Stop spray painting the squirrels. Anyway, Andre, let's see if those NQs hit those all-time highs. That's all I got for you guys. I'll go ahead and get out of here.
Thank you. No.
Catch you guys later on.
I want to go to Aaron here. Aaron, your thoughts on the Albanian, was it Minister of Corruption being AI? What did that face mean? You made that face. I saw. What did that face mean?
I was trying to think of something, but I have no words for it. I got nothing.
The face was, you can't make this shit. The face was, you can't make this shit up. That's exactly what
Pretty
that
much.
face said. Pretty much said there. We got Hoag. Shoot, we got morning recap coming up here in a couple minutes. Hoag, you got to get out of here. Come on, man. Yes.
Yeah.
You crush it today. Go ahead, Hoag.
Dom, Aaron, Andre, Jack, always a pleasure. We'll see you in a few minutes. Trade well, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Later,
Good
Hoag.
stuff, Dom. Yeah, good stuff there, Hoag. Okay. Let's do a recap here. We're looking at 65.87 about it. Looking at the 5. Jack, you look at the 5-minute on the ES.
I am today. I'm trying to, at the suggestion of our overlords, making my charts cleaner. I sometimes look at the 5 minutes. Usually it's the 15.
Looks like we might see some more buying. It could be trend coming in here. Oh man, this has been flying around. We got the Golden Boys, we got Dom, we got Aaron. Again, most Monday through Friday. Check out Aaron Luce, London Open, 1:30 p.m. Central Time here on Topstep TV. Aaron, I'm gonna go over the schedule here, what we have on Topstep TV for the rest of the day. But Aaron, they tune in to London Open. What can they expect?
Absolutely, come along. We'll share break down gold every day. Take some London trades together. But don't just look at gold. We look at NQ, ES, other markets. Break down everything for the day ahead. Recap what news we've got. Talk about trading psychology and keep everyone up to date on the travel journey. So lots of value in the London streams. If surprisingly, actually, I'll give the US guys a credit because I know it's late for you guys, but some of you guys do actually tune in that late. So keep tuning in, and they're growing well. They're growing well, so it's good to see more people tuning in.
Absolutely. Do you feel any pressure? Do you feel any pressure to? I know you heard in the chat to. I just trade the NQ. I'm glad that we got Dom and Aaron here for showing gold, right? Well, not the biggest star of the show today, but do you feel any pressure? Oh, if I can get the clicks, I can get the likes, I can get the views. If I just traded Nasdaq, do you ever feel that sense of pressure?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, especially when gold is like today in London, gold just ranging, just waiting for CPI. Sometimes it's tempting to, especially when I'm breaking down other markets for, the guys, sometimes you do get tempted to go, oh, this looks quite nice. But not really, to be honest. I'm trying to, if I do want to trade something different, maybe I'll just trade it on a combine or a different XFA. I try not to. I always, if I steer away from gold, I always end up coming back. So I like to look at other markets just to have an overall view. But just trying to stay to just goldy. Gold's always the best to me.
Jack, Jack, you want to have something? You have something there? Sorry, I heard you.
You heard me?
I thought you. I thought you want to jump in there with something. They're asking what time is that Eastern time? 2:30 a.m. 2:30 a.m. Essentially gets the trading day started. Yes, London Open. Aaron trades in the house. Thanks for being a good sport, by the way. We got 12 minutes here until the close. Till the close. I'm told you broke down cattle one night. What got into you there?
Coach Hoop to blame for that one. He's always getting us always on that always on the cattle charts. Always Coach Hoop.
Very good. Very good indeed. All right. 65.87 last trade in ES. Look at the Nasdaq.
Ray, you maybe heard me giving a heavy sigh because I was thinking after we're talking about like not hitting the all-time highs, is if I had done the highs at the time that I waited for the pullback, we'd be in the trade and flat right now. It still might not work, but it was just a sigh of like,
yeah, that's trade.
Discipline.
Yeah, oh,
doesn't always work.
Take a look. Let's take a look for what we have on tap for the rest of Top Step TV today. Of course, morning recap coming up with Hoag after this. Oh, I love this lineup. Trade with Top Step. These three, some of our favorites here. We got Coach Jay, we got Mohammed, we got Dakota. Wow, we're only giving him an hour. There's not enough airtime for them. In just 1 hour, we got Jack and Greg in shoulder tap. We got group coaching, Hoag and Vince. There you go. Pin to the top of the chat, group coaching. Get those questions in for Hoag and Coach Vince. And after that, oh, yes, we've got Chad and Brad. I had a blast with them last time. Jumping with them, they're best friends, trading buddies, and they even talk a little trash to one another. They're very, very fun to have on. Make sure you're there for that. And main man Rico joining us for Power Hour with Dolby and myself. Of course, we got Jay and Paul at the buzzer. Coach Dakota for slow markets this evening, 7:30 p.m. That is a full lineup. Again, we kick off the trading day with that gentleman, the handsome devil in the lower left-hand corner, Aaron Trades. One trade, one winner today in gold.
Yep.
Where do we go from here?
Choppy. I thought we were gonna have a nice big active day on gold post CPI, but it's a slow grind on gold today. We brought that London volume, I think.
Is it always is it always slow on that London Open?
You play ranges. Don't get me wrong. This is still a pretty decent range, but usually London creates a range, which don't get me wrong, is still, you still get some great trades within the range, and then New York typically has the move. But looks like we've kept it in the range today.
Very good. Dom, I must say, you will not. You're looking for strictly. We got to get up to 82s upside or 49s to the downside before you take that trade. Before you even set an alert, correct? And if those prices do get hit, then you lock in. Who's Dom? He might be frozen right now. He might be frozen. He might be. All right, 65.86 last trade. Yes, we've pulled back about 9 points here.
Yeah, let's see if the dip buyers show up here at the volume point of control, 84. Okay.
Yeah, you got
Let's
to
see.
Believing me. You got to be believing me. Nasdaq.
I wish all these other people didn't. You know what? I need all these other jabronis to stop shorting at the all-time highs. That's what pushed us there. But yeah, I mean, you can make an argument to buy here. I'm not going to.
Are they gonna roll this over? Are they gonna roll this thing over?
No, if I'm back on
24,005. We did not get to those 068s in the Nasdaq. We were rolling over now. We topped out at 24,046. Got so close. ES is rolling over as well. We did see new lows put in Crude. Again, house account short 5 micro. Short 5. Are we still in this trade? I believe we are still short 5 micro foam. Crude from 62.55. 62.55. Last trade 62.41. Rico, I'll see you in Power Hour. Jack, same price. He's looking at those 85s. Yeah, at this point, it's.
Yeah, I mean, we only have about 8 minutes left, but, volume point of control, if you're into dip buying today, not financial advice, but this would be an area to look at. If we get through here, I'm still looking at us going to test the 67s. Let me see where we're at. Yeah, 67 would still be my target for shorts.
Oh, very good. 67. Aaron Trades joining us as well. Want to talk about any trader retreats? Go get your website. I'll get the link up there. I want any trader retreats on the schedule. Have any occurred? Tell us what a trader retreat is and anything coming up in the future.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, what is a trader retreat? Trader retreat is it's an opportunity to meet other traders. Trading can be very lonely and stressful on your own. So it's an opportunity to come in a nice destination for a week. We do it in Bali, Thailand, Vietnam. I actually think the next one's going to be in Europe. So for the Europeans out there, if anyone wants to travel to Europe, hopefully early next year, we'll do the new one. We trade together for the week. We trade, enjoy life, experience the full-time travel trading journey, and just more so meet connections and meet new people. So if you do want to check it out, it's just on Instagram, just Trading Retreat, and hopefully I'll be announcing a new one in Europe very, very, very soon.
What was the most recent trader retreat? What was the most recent trader retreat?
We did Bali in July was the last one.
What's the turnout like?
July in Bali,
what's the turnout like?
It's good. We had about 15 people, which was amazing.
Really?
Because the villas all covered, so that's like the maximum we can get in. 15 was like the maximum, so it's usually around like 10 to 12. And we just come and trade in the villa, stay with us. We trade together, do everything together. So it's a good week. It's a very, very good week.
Nice.
That is there you go. We'll get those. Do one in Vegas. Dom, you'd have to go if we do one in Vegas. That trader retreats.
Yeah,
Very,
if you guys
very
did one
cool.
in Vegas, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I know retreat. I know.
Yeah, nice. That would be
Yeah.
cool.
They get
I
a
gotta
discount on a super expensive room out here, man.
really, you got the hookup.
Nice.
Yeah, man. I
Nice.
just booked a room for my girlfriend's birthday at the Bellagio. $1,200 for one night.
Really? So where's the
Yikes.
hookup? Where's the hookup
Oh,
there?
yeah.
You said you had the. Is that?
That
is the hookup.
anywhere. I got the hookups everywhere out there. MGM casinos, station casinos, wherever, man. Just hit me up.
Is
That was
$1,200? Is $1,200 at the Bellagio a hookup? I guess what I'm asking. Is that a good price for one room?
To be honest with you, yeah, it is. I mean, our most expensive room there, I think, is like per night, probably $8,000 on a weekday. So,
That's a lot of ticks.
Nice.
A lot of ticks on gold.
Yeah, it's a lot of
Yeah,
ticks.
that is a lot of ticks on gold. Better show up gold bars, man. You better show up with gold bars to pay for that thing.
I gotta
Aaron,
have good trade.
do we have the link up? We're looking for it. Do we put it in there? We'll get your socials up there.
Nice.
Trading retreat. Yes. Can you tell me a funny story? Tell me something. Tell me a wild story that has happened. Anything. First story that comes to mind from all these trader retreats is what? That one. The one you're thinking about right there. The smirk. What was that? That one.
We this was a first of ever, but it was one of the guys' birthday on the retreat last year. So in Bali, we did have midgets come to the villa and box for half an hour, which was pretty fun.
I should not have asked.
When in
you
Bali.
asked the first thing that came to mind. That was a one-off.
You like that, Andre?
I love it. Oh, absolutely nailed it. Absolutely stuck the dismount on there. We got those trader retreats. We'll get the link in there. I love you, Aaron.
You asked, you got it.
Yeah, I absolutely. That was amazing. Great answer. Hey, that's what happens. That's what you get. We see if we can push this thing higher here to all-time highs. 24,046. 046. All-time highs 068. That was yep, you heard it there. We got the 68 lot up at 030. 50 on the tilts. 3 minutes. About 2 minutes till the end of fast markets. More coming at you. Aaron, what do you do for the rest of the day? You close the laptop and explore?
Yeah. Up to 6 p.m. for me here, so unwind for the evening. Go take the dog for a walk and go see the sunset on the beach. Enjoy some downtime.
And that's what trading's all
Enjoy
about.
some good Spanish food as well.
That is what trading's all about. Awesome stuff. Yeah, Aaron, it's been an absolute pleasure again. 1:30 a.m. Central Time, 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time, London Open to kick off the trading day, if you want to call it, kick off the day here on Topstep TV. Dom. You close the machine and you call it a day. You didn't take a trade. Well done. You're 151 on the big board for a reason. Nice discipline there. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, I've got my alert set, so I think for right now, I'll probably close the laptop and just if any alerts go off on my phone, like I said, I'll take a look at it and assess whether or not I take a trade. But to be honest with you, I don't know if I'm going to see anything today. So most likely I'll just be sitting on hands and paying attention to the market open a little bit later. And yeah, that's going to be it. I'm going to hang out for the day. It's a buddy's birthday. I'm going to go check out a nice cigar lounge we have here in Vegas and just hang out. Got the night off, so we're just hanging.
Cigar lounge. Where's the cigar lounge that we went to when we were out there? Mick would know. What was that cigar lounge, Mick? I'm drawing a blank right now. Very nice cigars. What hotel?
Trying to communicate telepathy with Mick?
Was it Fountain Blue? Dom, was it Fountain Blue? What?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure. They might have one there at Fountain Blue. We got a nice one down at Town Square. It's on Las Vegas Boulevard, a little bit further away from the Strip, but it's a nice setup there.
All right, very good. Good stuff. We got another, the buyers are stepping in here in the ES. Can we see 6,600s in the ES? Can we get there? Thank you, Aaron. There. Oh, yes. Let's get that picture in there. It was Caesars. Yes, thank you, Hoag. It was Caesars. Jack, when I did that, I put it on the ether because I knew someone would get back to me. Thank you, Hoag. I was not. It was the Caesars. So that being said, look at Hoag. Always got one ear. Can we make new highs, all-time highs in the Nasdaq? Aaron trades. I will get that picture sent. Check out those trader sheets. Dominic, thank you so much. Jack, we'll see you in shoulder tap. This is Top Step TV. Let's go. New all-time highs coming to the Nasdaq. I'm calling it right here, right now. Let's go. Morning recap coming next.
Topstep TV. Let's go.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
All right. It is time for the morning recap. What a pleasure to have some gold traders on. Very patient gold traders at that. Some small opportunities in gold today. That's all right. But we're going to always, as always, start with the opening range trades that the house took this morning. Let's start here in gold. We did have a gold trade from Aaron Trades. Great gold trader. Let's take a look. I want to always start with a little bit of context. All right. So we had the range from yesterday, a lot of overnight shorts. Was really kind of excited about the long that the house took. And you guys have started voting for the 1 minute opening range trade. We'll see how that pays out over time. But, we were kind of talking in the opening call about this 3650 level being somewhat important, and both Aaron and Dom during fast markets were kind of focusing on that level as well. But the market has been a little bit persnickety, I think, here from the open. We're still inside that 730 bar that from when the CPI came out. Well, let's take a look. I'm going to go to the 5-minute chart. Yes, this is the 1 minute opening range. Got us long. I think we were all happy with that. But then when the 730 CPI numbers and the jobless clams came out, we got ticked out. We were long 5 micro gold, 36.61 half. Our stop was down here at where was that? 36.56 half. And we got hit on that, but we got a little bit of slippage on that trade as well. The market was very, very thin at that time, so we ended up taking a loss of $350. Later on, Aaron was looking for a long, but kind of basing his ideas off of a longer time frame, like a 4-hour chart, and then looking down to the 15-minute chart. He did find a nice long, right about 903. It was long 3 micro gold, 36.67. I think he was looking for a little bit more on that trade, but he did manage the trade well. He moved the stop up to 36.72. Ended up getting stopped out of that. Good trade management on that, up about $140, and that was really the only trade that our traders took during fast markets. We did see some pretty decent opportunities in the equities, and we'll take a look at those here shortly. But here is our trade in crude oil. We are still in it. What's the context? Overnight inventory short. We did get to one of the targets that we were looking at this morning. This was 62.35, a naked point of control from the past. We're going to see if maybe we can see some continuation to the downside down to 61.76. I don't know, but we're still in it. We've not lennied it. Let's take a look at what we were seeing. Opening range right here was 62.77 to 62.59. We got short 5 micro gold at 62.55. We're still in it. Our stop is still waiting for us up here at 62.80. It came and tried to look at us, but we were able to stay in. You know what? This is you could say this is kind of a triple top, because the initial balance high was the high of both of these 5-minute bars. We've got a little bit of a ledge there. Not real excited about that. That's not a very strong high, but as long as we're still holding in profit, I'm okay with holding on to this trade. But really kind of going from west to east, a lot of just a lot of kind of back and forth here, a lot of barcoding. Not really seeing anything really directional here so far. We're going to see if we can't hold on to this and see if we can take some profits on this trade by the end of the day. All right. Now, S&Ps, new all-time highs. All right, great. I was looking for this to happen yesterday, but the market is doing what the market is doing. It is pushing value higher. It will be higher, if not outright higher, or at least overlapping to higher today. We saw the market open at 8:30, trading both sides of the opening range. No opening range trade here. But as the market continued to push above yesterday's IB high, right there, okay, that's 65.62 quarter, and then above the all-time high, 65.62 quarter. We were kind of focusing on the dome, and we were looking at, is this breakout going to continue or fail? I was, telling everybody, I think that we're seeing a lot of eyeballs. There's a lot of orders being placed and canceled, and the market, the market is moving around a little bit here. For the first thing we saw in that breakout was a little bit of stops. Well, when we see a breakout that starts with stops, if the dome stops, like dies, like nobody's looking at it, that's pretty often going to be a failed breakout. But we were seeing continued interest in the dome, price moving, lots of orders being placed and canceled. Eyeballs were on it, looking for that continuation, and we did see that continuation. We were looking at a possible failed upside auction earlier in the session. The house did take a short in a kind of preemptive manner at 65.82. We managed the risk on this very well. It was worth a try because the Nasdaq was showing a little bit of a different story. And the last time we saw that story, the Nasdaq actually won, and we would have been able to profit on this preemptive failed upside auction. On the 30-minute chart, though, right before 10 o'clock, when this bar was going to close, we saw more buying coming in. We still have negative delta. We're still looking at increasingly negative delta. I don't think this thing's ready to stop moving higher just yet. Anyways, we preempted a failed upside auction. We took our hit on that. We've had a little bit of a pullback. Can't even get to the initial balance high. We're seeing delta negative 6,500 now in the S&Ps, negative 2,300 in the Nasdaq. Let's take a look at the Nasdaq and see what we're seeing there. All right. So this is the 30-minute chart. Again, the market kind of struggled up against the initial balance high from yesterday. Initial balance high was the high of the opening range, was 64,050. Okay, that was the high of the opening range and the initial balance high. It struggled there after the open. The Nasdaq has been lazy. It has been kind of holding things up a little bit here as far as the equities are concerned, as far as continuation is. So the market opens 8:30, doesn't leave the opening range at neither the high nor the low. Buyers start to come in. Now, this is what we were looking at when we were shorting the S&Ps. Nasdaq did, to a degree, leave at a failed upside auction here, but the market did not give us any price action in that direction. The buyers still continued to come in for it. The market has pulled back to the initial balance high. Usually going to be a relatively easy area, relatively, I don't want to say dependable, but a decent area for an execution there. It traded right to it. You don't have to risk a lot if you're looking for that long, and we're seeing this market continue this move to the upside. I'm thinking we're going to see all-time highs in the Nasdaq by the end of the day. That is not a prediction. That is just a context idea. Do not trade off of it. This is not financial advice. Just thinking, like Andre was saying, he thinks it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. So trade your trades, folks. Let's take a quick look at the quotable quote, and we'll get on to the next segment. Looks to be very exciting. All right, here we go. You are what you repeatedly do. Excellence is not an event, it's a habit. Always be working on your habits, making good trades, making good trading choices. It was once told to me in a different way, success is not a destination, it's a journey. You're always working on getting better. I don't know who said this quote. I think it's something I've heard before, but I could not find out who said it. But I think it's a great quote. On that note, we are going to go on to the next segment here. We're going to trade with Topstep. We got Coach Jay, Mohammed, and Coach Dakota. 3 favorites. This is Topstep TV. Don't go anywhere. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV and Trade with Topstep. You saw me on the opening call. You guys know me, but I got two more friends with me here in the middle. We have the crown prince of futures trading, Mr. Hit the like button. If you're gonna cry, wipe your own tears because Mo doesn't care. Cry to somebody else. Mr. Mohammed in the middle. How are we doing today, Mo?
Yeah, wonderful. It's a buy dip day, as Dakota always say, and especially today. So remember, don't cry to me trying to sell this market. It could work, but if it doesn't, don't cry to me.
Don't cry to Mo, but hit that like button. On his right, to the right side, we got Dakota, Mr. Buy the Dip, the Utah Stallion, Coach Dakota, some of them call him. How we doing, Coach Dakota? How you feeling today?
Good day, man. It's been an amazing day. Buying the dip. We were on last night, Coach Jay, and we were just talking about it. We were talking about 24,000. We were just talking about how close we were to all-time highs, and that if things came in line or better than expected, we could possibly see a run for them. And we are seeing that right here, right now, today, and on air with you guys. Love it.
Love it for sure. We are seeing the Nasdaq. Andre called it at the end of last segment. He said, we're seeing all-time highs on the Nasdaq. I'm calling it. So let's get these all-time highs for Dre here. 24.37 last trade in the Nasdaq, 65.91 quarter last trade in the S&Ps. Are we going to see 6,600 in the S&P? Pretty soon. We're about 8.5 points away. 36.79.50 last trade in gold and 62.43. I believe the house account is still short crude oil. 62.43 last trade over there. We just had some gold traders on during fast markets. Shout out to Aaron and Dom. We got some equities traders here. How are you guys looking at these markets? Anything you're seeing for potential opportunity right now?
Just looking for buying opportunities to go test, at least go test the all-time highs. We don't have to run and break through it, but I mean, we're only 30 points away, and so there's definitely 30 points worth of room to at least go and test, and we're testing session highs now, pretty much.
I'm seeing right now the trade after the first hour has been buy every 50-point pullback in the Nasdaq, and you know, patterns are patterns until they break, but every 50-point dip, if you will, in the Nasdaq has been bought up. I think we've had 3 of them so far. So is this one different than the last one? But Mo, how are you seeing? I know you look at the S&P. How are you seeing the S&P?
Yeah,
right now?
same thing. S&P maximum. If you're lucky, if you get a 10 points pullback, so that looks that the strongest pullback, and this is only 10 points from the high. So making a new high. Same thing. This is about 6 points. This is about 5 points. And the previous one, maybe during the news, which is not counted, the open. So this is, I will not take this. But everyone after that, every 5 to 6 point pullback, making a new high, new high, new high. And this will not be different. However, now, where is the stop? Where is the stop? So the entry should be actually, if we are early about 2 minutes, maybe we can buy ES at 65.88 with a tight stop at this pivot here. Looking for the new high, especially we have enough room for the one-to-one to work out. So I'm looking for similar setup. If we get some correction to the 88 again, I will look to buy this to test the high, or at least try to test the high.
Makes sense. The only thing that makes me nervous. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Jay.
go ahead, Dakota.
I was just saying, the only thing that makes me nervous is big round 24,000 level here in the Nasdaq. We know how big round numbers can be a magnet, right? And so, you know, I wouldn't, if we seen this market sell off back down to 24,000 and chop around that for the rest of the day, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's just say that because it's a big round number, and there's been many times where we're around 24,000, 23,000, 22,000, just a big round number, and we just chop around it. Maybe we go 20 points below, 20 points above. I mean, we are so close to all-time highs. Everyone's looking at it.
Let me go through a trade setup that I constant testing during this month in September. Every day, I just draw the opening range for the 30 minutes in ES. And then I went into the 5 minute. Every day I do this. It's almost what I'm not saying 90%, say 85% it worked. It worked fine.
Okay.
So the entry setup is you go to the 5-minute, wait for where is the so that was the opening range at 8:30. As you can see here, that was the opening range from here to here. So wait for price to break out strongly. They call it fair value gap. Wait for the market to make that fair value gap and go for it. So where is the first value gap? Is this one. So in this close, the market created that fair value gap, this one. Before that, no gaps. And you don't look for before the break. It has to be above the break or inside if you want to sell. So now we have that fair value gap. So that give an entry in the close. I know it's difficult to do it. It's come on, I'm buying the high at that time. But this is the setup.
It's only the high if it doesn't keep going higher, Mo. But I like that.
Speaking
So
about
look
buying
after
the high, I am buying
Exactly.
the
And
high
it is,
right now.
yeah. Until now, it is not testing the 1-to-1. Usually, I go for 1.5. I try it for 1-to-2, but sometimes the session ends before it reaches it. It reaches the second day maybe, but it is still valid target. So the target for this setup is 6,606. Okay, it failed whenever it comes back.
Dakota, did you hold on real quick, Mo? Dakota, did you get into a trade here?
Yes. Yep. I bought these highs.
Okay.
I bought these highs. 038.
Okay. Dakota
5
long
micros.
038, 5 micros. Okay.
5 micros, wide stop.
Yeah.
So keep going. This isn't nothing's going too crazy on right now.
Right. Just want to make sure we get the trades on there. But Mo, you said 6606 is your upside target here. Is that a trade that you would put on right now, or be in a decent spot for entry, or?
No, it is a trade. If your entry was 6584, that was the entry there, and the stop for this one is still until now 6,572. So if you buy up there, so it's not valid trade. It is you're late to the party. So whether you wait for 6584, so you have a good risk to reward for it, or you just watch it going higher if it goes. So I cannot buy it up there. Looking for the target. Maybe we can, if you take 1 to 1.5, should be 6,600. And this is again another big round number, 6,600. So it could stop there also.
Nice. I like that. Looking for 6606, last trade in the S&P 6591 half. Shout out to Diamond Hands Trades. George, he was on air with us a couple of weeks ago. Just requested a 20K payout. So it sounds like you traded multiple accounts.
Okay.
Shout out to you, George. That is a very nice payday. Great trading. Dakota, talk to us a little bit about this trade. How are you managing this one?
No, this is micros, right? Small position size, wide stop, small size, wide stop, giving this market room to breathe. My CYA, my stop loss is going to be these 990s, and I'm going to look to see if we could break through to some all-time highs. Will it be this session? Not sure. Let's just see how this market reacts. I might decide to add, depending if we just consolidate and another setup. But starting with 5 micros, small position.
Off small, you can always add to it. We talked a lot about that during slow markets. S&P right now 63% short tilt, Nasdaq 61% short, crude oil 67% long, and 64% long tilt in gold. 36.75 last trade in gold. S&P kind of chopping around here, 65.91 quarter last trade in the S&P. 24.33 last trade in the Nasdaq, and crude oil 62.41 last trade over there. Dakota, something else we talked about during slow markets last night was a trade that you put on. I know you shared it on socials. I'm sure some of the chat wants to know how did that trade play out?
Yeah, if you want to know, you just have to tune into slow markets. That's all I'm going to say. It is. I have my slow markets class Sunday night through Thursday night at 7:30 p.m. Central. and you want that information, you tune in for slow markets. Like that's you get information there, or you get it from following my social. But every night it's the same analysis, Coach Jay. We've been doing this for 2 years. It's the same technical setup. It's the same analysis. The same way we view these markets. And every single night I go over basically the same thing. It's very repetitive. It's consistent. Sometimes I have my ups and downs, managing tweaks. Traders go through ups and downs, but yeah, there's no golden secret. There's no golden goose. But tune into slow markets if you want to know that. Just the only I guess secret I could give right now, or a little teaser, was buy the dip, buy the freaking dip.
The dip. That is what we call in show business, ladies and gentlemen. That is called a teaser. If you want to know, you got to go. If you're not watching slow markets, you should be. Pretty good trade put on last night, but got to be there to know it. And again, anything we talk about is for educational purposes only, not any trading or investment advice. But there's some pretty good information out there. First up, real quick.
I wish I can attend that slow market every day, but it is 3 a.m. in our time, so it's
I know.
it's tough. I can do that only in weekend, and
yeah, it's recorded though, Mo. So if you miss it, you can always go back and watch it at like.
Yeah, there's no fun in recording. There's no fun.
No,
it's just live. Gotta watch it live.
I hit the like button and that's it.
Hey, that's all. Hey, Mo, if that's all you want to show up for, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Absolutely. Real quick, in the chat, pinned to the top of the chat, group coaching, 12 p.m. Central Time. Hoag and Coach Vince are going to do group coaching again. Group coaching is back by popular demand. So make sure you get your questions in there. I saw some of the questions these guys were answering yesterday. Some pretty good stuff. Again, I'm going to challenge the chat to challenge Hoag and Coach Vince. Ask them some difficult questions, right? See how much information we can pull out of these guys. They got years of experience combined. So get your questions in there, pin to the top of the chat, the link to group coaching. Dakota Long, I think from 33s, we're seeing Nasdaq push up just a little bit here, 2440 quarter. Go ahead.
Long from 38s, man. I just seen what the little, what do you call it? The Quotron, or says Coach Dakota buying the highs. Freaking love it. Whoever put that on there. Shout out to the team behind the scenes.
It's only the high until it goes higher.
Yes, exactly.
Only the high until it goes higher. We got a high of the session. High of the session, 2446 in the Nasdaq. Let me real quick quote that price of the all-time high. Should have this up in front of me. But here we go. What is the all-time high in the Nasdaq? 68 quarter. Is that right?
Yeah, right around there. Right around there. This is
68 half.
We're testing
68 half. 2468 half. Green on the screen. 2468 half. All-time high in the Nasdaq. 28 points away from it. Let's see if we can go get it. Mo, you said something in the green room while we were right before we got on, and you said you saw something, you read something that said we don't trade setups, we trade situations. Talk to us a little bit about that, Mo. And how does that apply to today?
This is a quote from. It's actually from my mentor. Actually, 15 years ago, he was my mentor. He's still tweeting. His name is Joseph James. Of School of Trade. So what he said, it caught me actually. We don't trade setups. We trade situations. The situation might be bearish range, bullish range, runaway trend market, range day. Different situation calls for different setups, because the only way a good setup pays is when it applied in the right situation. So I was guilty of it. Whenever I see my setup, I just take it. I don't put it into context, So you need to understand the story in order to use that setup. I usually deal with setup like weapons. So if you are in a war or in a fight, there is a lot of weapons. There is a knife, there is a rifle, there is, F-16.
Right?
So you have to choose the correct weapon for that fight.
Got it. You said weapon. Okay.
using the correct tool for the job, right? If you need a hammer, you shouldn't be using a screwdriver, right? And applying your setups to the market, right? So what Mo's kind of saying here, and I like that quote. If we see, a market that has been by the dip, you may get a short trade, right? Your setup may signal a short, but is that aligned with what the market is saying? And if it's not, can it be a trade that still works out? Of course it can, right? But you might have to adjust expectations. Dakota, we see you do it all the time. Where if you're taking a counter trend trade, if you're short this market, you might do it with smaller size than if you're getting in long, right? Because yes, it's a setup on a shorter time frame, but higher time frame, the market is grinding higher, and it's probably just a little bit easier to just get aligned with that higher time frame trend. So I do like that, Mo. We don't trade setups, we trade situations. Speaking of the situation we are currently in, Nasdaq still about 30 points off that all-time high, just kind of hanging out here. We saw it up here yesterday, pretty strong rejection. Today feels a little bit different. We kind of got this slow grind up. We do still have some data coming out. Tomorrow we have Michigan sentiment. Next week we have that FOMC rate decision. Do we just
we're kind
grind
of
higher?
past the inflation, right? It was as expected. It wasn't too crazy, and maybe that just. I'm surprised these markets aren't as high as I thought they were going to be, and we're grinding higher now. So maybe by the end of the day today, the Nasdaq might be up 1%. We might be hitting all-time highs. We never know. But now we could move forward and start looking at next week's rate. I mean, we do have Michigan sentiment. Maybe Michigan sentiment will move these markets more than the two big inflation numbers did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those inflation numbers. PPI came out a little bit better than expected. CPI was pretty much in line. And we're still kind of just in this range, right? And the S&P making new all-time highs, 65, 92, 75 last trade here. The all-time high we put in 65, 95 in the S&P. It's been showing a lot more strength than the Nasdaq. Today's actually one of the first days we've seen the S&P make a new all-time high and kind of just grind up, right? So it feels a little different. We saw, make an all-time high, sell off by 50 points. We're not seeing that similar price action. I know Jack was looking for that similar trade, tag that all-time high, run some stops and sell off. I don't think it's out of the question, but today feels just a little bit different with this grind up here. Let's see if the Nasdaq can catch on.
Yeah. Feels different.
Mo,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You go, Mo.
Yeah, I'm worried about this channel because everybody now is looking at this channel in the 2000 tick chart. This is the only thing that any technical will look at. This is a clear trend to the upside. When you project a parallel trend to the upside, looks like they overshoot it a couple of times, and now they spend a lot of time here around 5, maybe now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 2000 tick chart. That means 12,000 contracts are being traded here. So that is not a good sign for a buyer. Maybe the market is looking to do some pullback that we are all waiting for.
There's probably a lot of people waiting for that pullback, and we're around that big 24,000 round number. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we head back down towards there.
Same here. We did get a pullback about, what was that? About 45 minutes ago or so. We tested that 4,500. That was about a 50-point pullback that you could have bought. It's a little less than 50 points, about 42 points. But we also are seeing these extensions to the upside. Dakota, I know if you look at measured moves, right? So I'm looking at each of these pullbacks that we've had on the day. The first big one was about 85 points, but then we got 56 points, 46 points, 46 points. Every kind of reflective bounce from that point, it's almost like a bouncy ball, right? Where the more it bounces, the lower that bounce is. So now we're seeing, 50-point sell-off, but only a 30-point extension to the upside. So see what happens at these 20,000s. Dakota long from 38. Would you add to this position at all?
No, just 5 micros. Unless we do get some type of pullback or something that looks like we could be confirming this move, then I would add. But right now, I think we're at point of chill. But off your point, Coach Jay, good call out on that. Those measured moves, they work great. I don't know.
Yep.
Can we show my screen and we could go over what that is for the audience to review this measured move that you're referring to, Jay? We talk about it like almost every night, not every night, but quite often during, I'm going to keep plugging this in during slow markets, and it holds true, and it worked pretty well in gold as well, right? Where we get this nice pullback, and then we get, like you said, a continuation, that bounce referring to that bouncy ball. And every bounce, we lose a little bit of energy, a little bit of momentum, right? And then a lot of times those measured moves on those pullbacks can be relatively accurate. Nothing's 100%, but man, it can get close. It could get you close in the ballpark, right? And sometimes that is what I look at pretty often. Just like, okay, we had this pullback. This is about how far we pull back when we do pull back in the Nasdaq, and we're now in the ballpark to where we can start looking for a reversal.
Tough, man. Good sign. I'm looking at gold here. I'm surprised. Gold has been, I guess maybe I'm not surprised, but gold has stayed inside of the range of that CPI candle. We talked about it during the opening call, and just framing out that candle and seeing how the market responds to that range. The S&P left the range. The Nasdaq left the range. Gold is stuck right in the middle of it. So if you're a range-bound trader, you're looking for some opportunity, it might be in gold here. I got the high of that candle, 3680s up there. We may be pushing it again, but gold has not really left that range for a very long time.
I'm gonna be honest, Jay. That's looking like a nice bullish setup here on gold. These 3670s, 3680s, like you said, breakout. Gold's been on such a rally for the past month or so. If we can get it above those 80s, can we see a retest of 3700 here on gold? But the reason why I say it's looking bullish is, we're making higher lows and then we're making equal highs, and we just tapped on that top of that candle like you referred to. So that's looking pretty attractive for longs. I don't want to say the grass is greener on the other side, but I'm in the long Nasdaq when
let it work.
Gold longs are looking a little bit better.
We'll let it work. Mo, I know you were looking for a pullback in the S&P. I think you said somewhere near 87s here. Is this a trade that you would take? I know you got some profit. 88s. Okay, so 88.75 last trade here.
88.
Very cool. So let us know if you do take a trade there, Mo. I know you start to, when we get into your levels, you're looking for the candle bodies and how we approach these levels. So if you do get into a trade, let us know here. Mo has a little bit of profit coming into the day. Actually, I shouldn't even say a little bit of profit, enough profit to qualify for a payout day on that XFA. So good trading, Mo. But if you do get into
actually,
trades, let us
I'm not looking for a qualification of the payout. On Monday, I had a big loss, about 3,500, because of a mistake that I have done. So my goal now is to recover that 3,500, but not in one day. I said every day I will get 10% back of that 3,500. So my daily goal is 350. Doesn't mean that I have to get it, but that's my goal. Whenever I get it, I lock it out immediately. So I'm not thinking about the payout now. I want to get out of my hole now.
I like that, Mo. You broke that goal up into a bunch of different days. Go ahead, Dakota.
No, you said exactly what I was going to say, Jay. Like, instead of revenge trading and say, I need to make it all back up at once, you dig yourself out of a hole, or you climb yourself out of a hole step by step.
Yes. Yeah. If you do it quickly, this hole will be deeper, actually.
10% a day. I like that.
Try to get it all back, and usually make the hole a little deeper, like Mo said. Looking at the, I saw some people talking about Mag 7. Looking at the Mag 7, we got Tesla up 3.77%. We have Nvidia pretty much flat on the day, 0.12%. Let's take a look at Apple really quick. Apple up about 0.75% here. Amazon about 0.25% as well. So no real big moves there. Tesla may be the biggest one. I know I skipped a couple as well, but not seeing a whole lot over there. Yep, Google pretty flat as well.
Yeah, it's been kind of mute. Do you watch the stocks very often, Coach Jay?
I'll look at them. I'll look at them if there's if there's one that hey is an anomaly for the day, right? We might get some news that hey Nvidia's up 10%. Then I think it's important to look at. I don't look at them much on an intraday basis, like trading them every day. I don't have them up, but I think it's interesting to look at. And why do we look at them? Because Nvidia's 14% of the weighting in the Nasdaq, right? So it's good to be aware of how they're trading because as these markets go, as these these companies go, the Nasdaq is going to go as well. So good to pay attention to. Do you have them up often? I hear you quoting them a lot more recently.
Yeah, I've been doing it a lot more recently, kind of getting back to my roots. I don't just place a trade based off of them, like, oh my gosh, Tesla's up 4%, but now I'm going to buy it, or buy the Nasdaq. I look at the major stocks because the Nasdaq, that's what we're trading. We're trading Nasdaq futures, and it's a basket of stocks, like you just said. It's like Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, Tesla, and the list goes on. So I look at that to get an overall picture of what's going on in the market, just like a quarterback. Quarterback just doesn't hike the ball, step back, and then throw the ball every single time. He looks at everything. What's the situation? And some days, right before the New York session, or as the New York session is getting going, we see the Nasdaq pop up, but then I'm watching these stocks and they're not really going anywhere. And you'd hear me sometimes say, you know what? It's kind of a mixed bag. I'm going to be patient because I'm not seeing the momentum as broad as like I would like it. Like today, Nasdaq's up, but Nvidia's at break even. Meta's at break even. Microsoft's just barely up. And so we're not seeing those all-time highs right now. So I'm not as like, okay, this is going to be a big up day. Because we're not seeing a lot of follow through. It's kind of muted, even though I would have thought it was going to go up.
I was just going to ask you, Mo. We got your 88s. Talk to us.
Yes,
what position are you in right now?
88. I'm in. My CYA at 65.84 and a quarter. So I don't want 50% of this. Maybe we call it block order. I don't want to see the price goes 50% of it. So my stop is there. Looking for 1 to 1.5, which is just below the high of day.
Got you. So we got two traders in trades right now. Dakota long the Nasdaq from 24.38. A couple micros, and Mo long the S&P here. What price did you get there, Mo? I know you're in three of them.
88.
You get 88 evens. 88 evens, Mo long, 3 micro S&P. 65, 88, 50 last trade in the S&P. 24, 19 last trade here in the Nasdaq. I'm seeing some size on the Nasdaq bid here. 24, 1500 contracts bid there. 36, 76, 20 last trade in gold and crude oil. 62, 42. Crude's been pretty quiet today for the New York session so far. Really nice sell-off overnight in crude, but pretty quiet New York session so far. Mo, I think you were the low there for now.
Yeah, you bought right there.
Mo said
87 and a half. 87 and a half was the low. So I get 2 ticks of heat.
70% short tilt. So Topstep traders are maybe looking for highs here. 65.84 is their average price on those shorts. So a little underwater right now. 66% short in the Nasdaq. You were going to say something, Mo?
Yeah, I'm saying now, as you can see, after this first pullback, we see the buyers tried. That was their first try. They didn't achieve the high, correct? So it's failing. So they failed. Now this is the second time the buyers are trying. That means if they failed, they will look for the first try stop loss. So when I see the price coming higher there and failed to make a new high, I will trail my stop to the low of this try. So that's the plan. Because in this situation, I don't want to just let my stop hanging on there for a long time. They're gonna do it. They have to hold this try in order for more buyers to come in. If buyers seeing them failing, and then the sellers will jump on this. So this is how you buy the high of day.
No, I showed how you buy the high of day. I made sure I said that.
Yeah.
I'm long
I
from.
showed yesterday how you buy the high a day.
38.
Yeah,
Oh
we
yeah,
still at
yeah.
high
You
of
had
day,
your.
man. Look at this. We still at the freaking high. We are buying up there, you know? So,
We are bullish. We're supposed to be buying the
yeah.
dips, okay, guys? What are we doing?
Hey, any 50-point pullback in the Nasdaq has been a pretty decent buy opportunity. If I'm looking at the S&P, maybe about 7 or so points has been a pretty good buy on this trend up. Of course, patterns are patterns until they break. But I heard Andre with a quote on Topstep TV a couple months ago, and he says, "If I'm gonna lose money, I'm okay doing it buying." And you guys are trying to get into a trending market right now. Maybe a little hesitant with the trend, but I don't hate the trades. Chat, let us know. Are you guys in any trades right now? Go ahead, Mo.
The 2000 tick chart, it's very obvious. Sometimes you got the feeling that there is strong sellers. You don't see this in a time frame candles. You see it in only the volume candle. You can see the volume candle. Not any one of those candles made higher high. So all of them are selling. This is very strong sell-off. Look at this one. Also the same thing. Very strong. So you can be more comfortable just once you see one candle moving higher than the previous one, which we don't see until now. So that means we are not out of the woods yet. So sellers are still interested in selling this. I will be more comfortable once I see at least two candles making higher than each other. So this is not comfortable yet.
Oh, you had a question in the chat. You switched over from trading the S&P to the Nasdaq recently. Switched over from trading the Nasdaq to the S&P recently. Do you see different trade setups in the S&P, or is it just about risk management? We're seeing a little bit of selling coming in here into these equities.
It's first of all, it is all about risk management. You trade NQ, you trade S&P, you trade whatever. Risk management comes first. And with that risk management, it is tied to the emotion and psychology. You cannot execute the management without psychology behind it. And you cannot have a good psychology without proper risk management that tells you what to do. Then it's the behavior of the market. Some market, it's suitable for you, some of them not. Some people, they are impatient by nature. They are impatient. So maybe if they go and trade crude oil or trade cattle, copper, for example, they cannot survive there because their nature is not within that market. Same thing. Maybe NQ is not good for you if you are confused, if you are get distracted quickly, if you are easy to be dragged into a trade. So NQ is not your market, because the market NQ shows a lot of setups, a lot of movement, and even structure. Sometimes it requires 50 points and still the trade is valid. So this doesn't work me, because I am very precise in my entry and my stops. So that what made me move to S&P, because if you want to be more precise for the level that you are traded in your stops, in your targets, I mean, NQ will be a difficult car to ride.
Market to trade. There we go. Good stuff there, Mo. Real quick, check in on prices. 65.88 evens in the S&P, 24.13 even in the Nasdaq. Gold is just chopping around here. 36.75 last trade over there. 62.50 in crude oil. Delta update, negative 7,900 in the S&P and negative 3,100 in the Nasdaq. So potential squeeze opportunity if this stays this way into the end of the day. Hoag talked a lot about Delta. You hear Andre mention it as well. But negative Delta as prices on its highs, that means there are more market order sellers coming into this market, and we see what price is doing. If you are a seller and price goes higher, eventually you got to buy it back, or you're forced to buy it back when your brokerage calls you up. It's not a call that you want. But
no, it's not.
You know, we're seeing this negative Delta. So if these sellers cannot gain any traction here, we may have squeeze opportunity. That's more of a time of day trade, I think, than anything, right? We'll see as we get into power hour, if that delta is still negative, if we're still up here as far as price goes, the later in the day, the more pressure there are, on traders to close their positions, where we might see that squeeze. Real
There's
quick,
been a
we're going to
lot of
throw it
times.
over to
No, go
Yeah, go
ahead.
ahead,
Finish
Dakota.
that. I was gonna say there's a lot of times where we kind of just wait until the end of the day, and then during slow markets is when we just pop up to all-time highs. So I'm curious if this is gonna
Right.
be a day that we do that.
Right. Absolutely. Dion will answer that question real quick, but we're going to throw it over to Gabe for some on this day. What do we got, Gabe?
All right, we're taking a trip back to September 11th, 1916. The first Piggly Wiggly revolutionary self-service grocery store was founded by Clarence Saunders in Memphis, Tennessee. For this innovation, customers would provide a list of items to clerks who would retrieve them from behind the counter. But Piggly Wiggly allowed shoppers to select their own goods from open shelves using shopping baskets, a model that transformed the grocery industry. That's what I got for you guys. A little quick back to the first Piggly Wiggly in Tennessee, September 11th, 1916.
Piggly Wiggly.
Thank you for that, Gabe. I have never been to a Piggly Wiggly, but there you go. 1916. Thanks, Gabe. I just had a question. Well, we had a question from Dion. Dion, I'm checking Delta on Quantower. There's a bunch of different platforms that you could use it. Bookmap has a version of it as well. I'm using Quantower there. Looks like we have a 30-year auction coming up. 30-year bond auction coming up, top of the hour. Again, we had a 10-year yesterday, 30-year today. Jack did confirm that the 20-year was the one that got us moving. If you guys remember, we had a bond auction, and the markets went pretty crazy. That was a 20-year auction. So it has the potential to cause some volatility, so just watch out for it. But we will see. I don't think it did anything yesterday. And we got a headline here: Fed makes no bids for 30-year bonds. Right. Got these guys in trades right now. Any reason to change anything with these trades, or you guys just letting this work? The stop is where it is. We'll just see what the market
for me,
says.
I don't think. For me, I don't think nothing changed in this trade. I'm still worried about the buyers are unable to break any candle higher, which means the sell-off is continue. I'm still in this. I cannot change anything. Nothing changed. No pivot is made, so I can trail my stop. Nothing that I can do. So I'm stuck in this trade.
Is stuck. Dig your feet in the ground. This is the trade, or it's going to stop me out. But the risk is managed, and that is all that matters.
I'm adding
all that
to
matters
mine.
there.
I closed out a little bit on the way down, but I just added. I'm now one full mini, aka 10 micros here. My price is now 0.12.
Okay, Dakota, I like that management. So you took off some of the trade, which we don't see traders do a lot, right? Where if it's going against us, you usually see a trader try to find a spot to add really quick, right? To just bring that average down. But you took some off as it was going against you and then added back on towards the low of this range, bringing that average down into a bigger position. So nice. I like that execution there.
Yeah, we'll see how this reacts. My stop loss is, I moved it down a little bit. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to be afraid to add even more to this position if we could hold this level, because we talk about range bound. If we want to be range bound in this area, we could have another chance to push back up to those 30s. And if I see that setup, I'll just add to these good positions. Trade location first.
I know buyers are still in the room. I know, but they are, not showing themselves yet. So
I mean, right below you.
At some
right
point,
below
the
you.
buyers will jump on this.
You got a buyer right below you. Be the bid that you want to see, Mo. Be the bid that you want to see.
I'm trying.
You want the market to go up, you got to buy it. Dakota's trying. But Dakota, we were talking about, go back to market physics a little bit. Talking about that bouncy ball. It's been 50-point pullbacks from this most recent pivot high. We saw a 40-point pullback. Now, as we get later into the day, right, volume slows down a little bit. The same way these upside moves maybe lose a little bit of energy, the downside does as well. So, we're looking at a 40-point pullback, almost a 37-point pullback in the Nasdaq here, and your average is now pretty close to the bottom of that range. So, do we get that bounce when volume starts to come back in? We'll see, but really nice trade here.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's 100%, right? That's why we put risk on the markets. That's why we have a stop loss as well, because it's uncertain. We put on with probabilities and understanding. We're risk managers. We don't know where this market's going to go. And yeah, we could go down, hit my stop loss. We could go up. I am obviously leaning to the long side. I'm bullish, and I like to see this momentum continue.
If we get it here, no, we were looking for all-time highs in the Nasdaq. We got to within 22 points of that all-time high, 22 and a half points off that all-time high. It is just right there, but so close, but yet so far. We still need to convince some buyers up here. Still need to convince some buyers. I think they're going to do it. The question is when. Chat, what are you guys thinking? What do you think? I see John Ross in the chat says all-time highs, gamma ramp up to 6,600 in the S&P.
Definitely before the end of the year, right?
Oh, before the end of the year, absolutely. If the Nasdaq doesn't take out that high before the end of the year, something crazy would kind of have to happen, I think, for us to not take that out. Right, we're 22 points, and hey, crazier things have happened, but
yes, they have.
We will see.
Those buyers are not doing the job. Those
They're
buyers
not, Mo.
are not doing the job. They cannot make higher high on those candles. Amazing.
I think they're
1, 2,
counting their
3,
profits,
4,
Mo.
5, 6.
So I think they're counting their profits. They're just, maybe they went out to lunch, bought a nice lunch because they got long the S&P at 60, 65.50. Might be a liquid
Maybe
lunch today.
Maybe they want to punish who came late to the party.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Seeing a little bit of a
Never
pullback
know.
here, 24,008 last trade in the Nasdaq, 65.87 quarter. Again, both of these guys long. Gold is not really doing too much. UFO, speaking to us from outer space, says the gravity indicator. What goes up must come down with equal force. We come in peace, UFO. We come in peace. Seeing some downside from UFO here.
Say that towards Broadcom and some other stocks from yesterday. Man, what was that one up 30%, 36, 40% almost? What was it? Not Broadcom. Chat knows what I'm referring to. Oracle, yeah.
Talking about Oracle?
Oracle.
Yeah.
Oracle was just up. It was mooning.
Yes, it was. Pullback here in the Nasdaq. Well, you talked about it. That 24,000 is going to act like a little bit of a magnet. 23,997 last trade here. We got a VWAP. I got a New York session VWAP right here, pretty much right below us. 23,991. I saw some shorts in the chat, maybe looking for that as a target. Coach Vince just got in long with you guys, 65, 85, 75 in the S&P.
I mean, if enough of us are in long, are we going to push it? All right, Vince. Let's call the rest of the coaches. Let's get everybody.
Try harder, man.
Yeah, try harder.
Everyone buy one.
I might.
They can't stop us all. They can't stop us all. Everybody buy one.
This is like GameStop 3.0.
Right.
Yeah, they cannot stop us all. Yeah. Nice idea. Everybody buys and he gets stopped out. Another one comes long.
Yeah. Next man up.
We'll pull back there, back above 24,000s. 65, 86, 75. Coach Vince has joined the party.
3 ticks from my stop. 3 ticks from my stop.
Hey. Stopped is you were right on the stop, Mo. We'll say that. You were right on the stop so far.
So far.
Dan says it best right there in the chat. Why are these sim fills not lifting the market? What's going on?
I'm trying to buy it and nothing's happening.
I know. I just
happening.
long the 1,000 lots with my sim. Why is it not moving?
Right. This guy say volume matters. It doesn't matter. Just bought 1,000 lot. We do have Coach Vince coming on in just a little bit here. He is going to be with Hoag. Again, submit your questions for group coaching for Hoag and Coach Vince. He's coming on in just a little bit here. He can talk to us about what he's seeing in this trade. Did just get long with these guys, 65, 85, 75 in the S&P. We got a few minutes here before we throw it over to them for group coaching. Mo, Dakota, talk to us a little bit. what do you got for our traders to end the day? How are you going to manage these trades and the rest of your day? Start with you, Mo.
Yeah, I'm as you can see, I have nothing that I can do in this trade, even not buying it because there's no sign of buyers coming. I cannot add to this trade. I'm just stuck with the stop, which I put below the middle of the block order candle here, just below it. I don't want to see the price go below it. So maybe the only thing that I can do after this, if I see buyers trying and making pivot, I might try trail this a little bit higher.
Here we go. Coach Dakota, how about you? Any more management of this trade? Are you in pretty much the full size you want to be in?
Yeah,
And how does the rest of your day look?
Yeah, this is about where I want to be in. It's Thursday. It's Thursday afternoon. If I take a loss on this, that's okay. I would rather take a loss buying a market that we have been seeing this past few weeks and all this momentum. And yeah, I need to get ready, get prepared. This will be the last trade of the day for me. And I like that rejection. Tonight, we're back at it again for slow market.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm
Make sure you
entry
check
right now.
the algo entry, the entry algo, right? Stops right at your stop, Mo. Just makes you sweat a little bit. But make sure you join Coach Dakota for slow markets. Mo, we're going to see you back on air sometime, I think, this week. But traders, reminder, there is a 30-year auction coming up in just about 4 minutes. 30-year auction at 12 p.m. Central Time. So if you're in a position, just understand where your risk is. Has the potential to move the markets, but we will see what it does. We got everybody long right now. Let's make new all-time highs. This is TopstepTV group coaching with Hoag and Coach Vince coming up. Let's go.
Hey, friends and traders, as always, please remember to like and subscribe. With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on TopStep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
All right, welcome to group coaching with I got my good buddy Coach Vince here. We're just going to talk for a second about the bond auction that just came out. 30-year bond auction, high yield 4.651%, previous 4.813%, bid to cover 2.38 forecast. The previous was 2.27, and the bid to cover actual 2.3. That's what we were just talking about. So it looks as though the bond auction went actually relatively well, according to the things that I'm looking at here. The yield was a little bit lower than the previous, but the bid to cover was a little bit higher. A little maybe conflicting information there. We will see what this does to the markets. All right. Now we've got Coach Vinny Lamborghini here with us. Good to see you, Vince. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, Hoag. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, man. Feeling good. Had some
awesome,
interesting things happening in the equities. S&P's all-time highs. Not yet in the Nasdaq. Not so fast. Now I understand you have a position on.
Yes, I am long one E-mini ES right now. So see if it can survive.
Well,
it's tight
lots
risk.
of negative delta. Lots of negative delta.
That's what I'm hoping for, Hoag. I'm hoping we start to get a little capitulation here. So
all right. So all right, we got some good questions, and thank you all for sending them in. We're going to start with Michaela's first one with the question in here this morning. So Michaela's asking, Vince, I'm going to send this to you. I'm brand new to trading in the last 2 months. I don't know if I should try a bunch of strategies or what I should do. What do you think, Vince?
So, Michaela, I think a couple things. I would not try a bunch of strategies in your combine or, God forbid, a live account. It's okay to test strategies, right? But do it in a practice environment where you're not blowing up combines, trying to find something that's working. And once you do find something that has a decent amount of success or performance is positive, then I would stick with one strategy, right? And don't strategy jump, because a lot of traders, I feel, will get into some sort of strategy. It'll make a little bit of money. And then once it gets that little bit of a pullback, they strategy jump to the next opportunity or the next best thing that they find out there. And then, instead of it, the strategy you're in starting to go back up, they go down even more, right? So I would say fiddle around in a practice environment and try to find something that's starting to show you some sort of positive return, and then just run with it.
Good answer. Good answer, Coach Vince. Yeah, Michaela, coming in new to trading, there's a lot you don't know that you don't know. Right. And I mean, I think
that's for sure.
We're all in that boat. Start, teaching yourself some simple, technical analysis, patterns. Maybe start looking at some candlestick patterns. Start thinking about who you're going to be as a trader. Are you somebody who likes a lot of action? Maybe you're going to be looking at a shorter time frame strategy. Are you somebody that's a little more calculating and patient, waiting for good trade locations and maybe holding on to trades a little bit longer? There's a lot of decisions that you have to make, Michaela, and give yourself time to make those mistakes. The first thing to do is play, in a practice account. Just learn to get in, learn to get out, learn how to play stops, learn how to place orders, learn how to get flat. Take a look at different time frames. There's a million different indicators out there. Please do not put all of those onto your charts, because you will never be able to make a trading decision. Enjoy the journey, Michaela. There is a lot to learn. There's a lot to know, and it's going to take time. They say you become an expert after 10,000 hours of doing something, but you can stare at charts for 10,000 hours and not learn anything, really. It's making the most of that time, being purposeful, learning, reading, reading yourself, get yourself a trading journal for, how you're feeling and, what you're doing in these trades and why you're taking them, account for the outcomes. This is a difficult thing to do, Michaela. It is exhausting, exacerbating, aggravating, exhilarating, and delightful, all sometimes in the same sentence. So enjoy the ride, learn as much as you can, and try and keep it simple. Like Vince said, find one strategy that you can prove is going to pay you over time and just work that strategy. Always learn, always, be trying to pick things up, always try to learn. But, if that is a bread and butter strategy and that's what you're going to do every time, do it every time. And, try and learn more as you go along. But strategy jumping, not a good thing, as Vince said. And try and put together two different strategies, one for range bound trades and one for trends. Once you get there, you may be onto something, and we look forward to your success, Michaela. Thank you very much for your question. Hope that helps.
And Michaela, too, you got to find out what your trading personality is, right? Some people are better with trending markets, some are better with range bound markets, and you'll start, if you do like that emotional journal and you write down where you're having your successes, you might find that maybe you're not a trend trader, maybe you're actually a range bound trader. So figure out your trading personality. That's a good start. And then just try to see what the market's dealing you for the day. And that can help you stay out of some trouble sometimes, right? Once you know the type of trader you are, you stick to that type of a market state, and I don't like to tell people to look at different instruments, but sometimes certain markets are range bound, you're a trend trader, and they're forcing trades in a range bound market and they're trend trading, and it's not going to help you. So figure out what kind of trader you are within, and then take it from there.
Let's get that mute find box out for Mr. Hoagland.
Oh,
I thought it was me.
How does that happen? I didn't even touch it. All right. Well, my bad. Great answer, Coach Vince.
Thanks, sir.
Looks like you're getting some price action in your direction for your trade. We got a lot of negative delta, negative 7,800 in the S&Ps, negative 3,400 in the Nasdaq. We've got looks like tilt is a little bit to the short side in the S&Ps and a little bit in the Nasdaq. 62% in the S&Ps, 52% in the Nasdaq. So looks like you've got things going on like Donkey Kong right now here, Coach Vince.
Oh,
Great
we'll
trade.
see. Knock on some wood. Hey, Mo, I saved
right.
you. I bought in front of your stop for you. I kept you alive. 10%.
All right. This is a tough question. Muhammad Ali is asking, Coach, can you please advise how to exactly read volume profile and what do traders normally look at when they're looking at volume profile, and how important is it to have a clear mindset to trade without any disturbance? Well, a clear mindset is something you're always going to want to have. If you're upset, if you're off center, it's going to cause you probably some difficulties. But Vince, can anybody exactly read market profile?
I don't think you can exactly do anything, Hoag, in this type
volume
of an
profile,
industry.
I mean? Right.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can read it perfectly, but there are nuances that you need to learn with profile and what comes along with the auction process. It's not something that you're going to grasp overnight, right? You need to really have screen time, watch it, see how the market reacts around certain levels. And it could give you an inclination of what might be going on in the market, but it's not ever a guarantee. Okay. Like right now, I took this trade and I'm inside of value, and I usually stay out of the inside of value. But, we have kind of a little bit of a range building up here on the highs with negative delta. So which gave me the hypothesis to try along up here, to see, because we have a little bit of volume building up here at the highs. And if you look at value high here and point of control, this is a little bit of balance. So I'm trying to fade the balance area, and I don't know if it's going to play out or not, right? I have no idea. I mean, I would love to see it pull down here and take a long, to be honest with you. But, you know, I'm trying something and it's cheap, and that's all we could do, right? At the end of the day, we can only manage our risk, right? That's the only control you have in futures trading is what you're willing to risk. And sometimes even that doesn't work when you get slippage, you know, but you know, that's all I can really say about, you know, can you read it perfectly? You can't.
Nobody can. So,
No
Muhammad
way.
Ali, I mean, my suggestion to you is if you're very interested in learning and learning about volume profile, there's plenty of stuff online about it. I know that there are a couple of books that I've heard people recommend. I'm more of a market profile guy. They're related but different. Volume profile is, you know, price based on volume. Market profile is price based on time. But sometimes they're giving you the same kind of areas: value area, high value area, low, points of control. Educate yourself a little bit on volume profile, because it is a large subject and a little bit too I would say a little bit too big to go over in any kind of an exact way in the time we have right now. So
Sure.
Vince, I applaud you for trying to learn about it. It's been a great tool for Coach Vince. It's been a great tool for me. And there's a lot to know about it. So, you know, as you continue to learn on your own about volume profile, you may come up with more specific questions than how exactly to read it. Definitely bring those. Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of intricacies with volume and market profile. And like I'm saying, with that screen time, right? I'm still learning new stuff every day because I'm noticing things when I'm watching the market trade, where value's been, you know, what the market does when it gets around certain areas, right? And that comes through screen time. It's not something that you can, I think, teach somebody. I think it's more intuition type thing when you start seeing levels when you're using market and volume profile. So just start using it, and you know, just it's an ongoing learning curve, right? I'm still learning. I've been using the market profile now for several years, and I'm still learning every day, and I'm noticing things every day. So it's like the never-ending quest for mastery of a certain tool. You know, you never get there, but just try your best. And there's no what would you say, Hoag? You can't guarantee anything, right? There's no holy grail to trading, right? No. It's not the holy grail, but it will help you to find levels. I can tell you that.
Thank you, Coach Vince.
Sure.
All right, David C. When you used fixed range volume profile to find previous point of control, do you use data only from the session, New York session, or the extended trading hour session? What are the pros and cons of using the New York session versus the full day? And David is trading the New York session. What are your thoughts on this, Vince?
Yeah, David. So I use New York, you know, or US session only. I've been in I host some evening sessions in Discord, and a lot of traders in there ask me about using it in Asia or London. I've never really tested it. You know, we've played around with it a little bit, and it tends to have similar trading ranges. So, but I would say for you, I'm a US trader, and I really don't play around too much in the aftermarket, you know. So I don't know how to say anything past the US session, but I use it from the open, right? And depending on which market I'm trading. So if it's crude oil, it'll be at 8 a.m. Central. If it's gold, it's 7:20 Central. And then I also stop my profiles at the close of settlement, the pit closes. So in crude oil, that would be 12:30 Central. I mean, gold is 12:30 Central. Crude oil is 1:30 Central. And the US, I put my profiles on from 8:30 Central to 3 p.m. Central. I don't go after the close of the bell. And that's just the way that I use it, right? Some people might use it to the end of the day, but I like to stop it where, you know, there's settlement.
Right. So the regular trading hour session is where all the volume is going to be. So that's why I use the regular trading hour session. Much the same as Coach Vince. You can have a separate session volume profile, you know, fixed range. for the overnight session. Sometimes there may be something you'll be able to use from that, but for the most part, I think both Vince and I are focusing on regular trading hour volume profiles.
Yes.
All right, we got a little housekeeping to do here. We've got news clip coming up here about rising inflation. If you're ready, JD, let's do this.
Yes, we sure do. We had that CPI report out this morning, and the U.S. is getting hit with an economic double whammy. While the cost of living in the U.S. keeps climbing, finding a job is getting even more difficult. Consumer prices inched upward 0.4 of a point last month, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That pushed the annual inflation rate to 2.9%. Economists say the Trump administration's tariffs are a main factor in the increase. Meanwhile, first-time applications for unemployment benefits last week hit a high not seen since October of 2021. Analysts say many companies have eased up on hiring in recent months, hinting that the country's labor market is on shaky ground.
All right, thank you, JD. Thank you. All
Think
right.
AI has a lot to do with that, or what?
You're not wrong, maybe, and hopefully that doesn't exacerbate anything like that. Okay. Anastasios is asking, when gold pit opens from 720, do you measure the first hour to establish the IB from 720 to 820, or do you extend it to the 830 regular trading hour session? Also, does the same hold true for the market profile? Yes, Anastasios. I'm looking at the IB at the bottom of that first minute, 720, or the high, whichever it is. I'm looking at that first hour from 720 to 820. Let's just put it that way. It's kind of hard to say. A lot of platforms aren't going to let you do that. They're going to start the bars at 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8:30. So you're going to have to dig around a little bit in shorter time frames to find that 720 to 820 IB. And there are platforms that have the ability to set, when the day starts at 7:20 and end at 12:30, but this is not one of them. So I'm always looking at that 7:20 open to 8:20 open for the initial balance. Make sense?
I do the same.
Does that make sense?
I guess we're old school, Hoag.
Yeah, I guess so.
Absolutely. That's the same thing I do. Yeah, we're old school, right?
Is it going to make that much of a difference? Some days maybe yes, some days maybe no.
Yes. Some days you might have 2 ticks more of excess if you use the 8 to 720 open. You're right?
Right.
You never know. Like those little tiny nuances could be a different picture, how the profiles are building.
Right. Yes. And, some days maybe not so much. But there's nothing finite in futures trading. So, I always say close is good enough. Close is good enough.
Yep.
All
That's right.
Alexander Cranes. We were talking earlier today on the potential breakout to the upside above the all-time high and the IB high and the S&Ps, and I was talking about looking at the dome to see if I saw eyeballs looking at the dome. Did anybody care that we were breaking out above the IB high and breaking out above the all-time high? And he's asking, I was wondering if that means traders are ready to sell at that level, given the fact that the 24,000 NQ level is becoming a major level of resistance. Okay. So there was a question yesterday about how do you know when a breakout is going to continue or if it's going to fail. And basically, Alexander, what I was looking at today was occurring in the S&Ps. I know you're focusing on that 24,000 level in the Nasdaq. And we have, seen some movement above that level. As a matter of fact, it's pretty much the initial balance high, and price is largely holding above that. But if we want to look at the S&Ps, if we can get to my charts real quick here, and see what we were looking at. And this is, something that takes practice. It takes time. And you're going to have to be looking at this pretty much every time you see a potential for a breakout trade. Again, if we can get on my charts, I can show you the level that we were talking about, looking for eyeballs in the dome. There we go. All right. Thank you very much. So yesterday's IB high. All right, 65.62 and a quarter. The previous all-time high that occurred in the overnight session right before that IB high from yesterday. So these are important levels, right? This is the all-time high, 65. What was it? 65 and a quarter. Right? So the 730 bar opens. It trades right to the IB high from yesterday. Okay, interesting. That's where the sellers came in yesterday. We traded right to it. We put in the low here down around the 100 session moving average. So now the market opens at 830. We don't leave the opening range at either side. But as we start to push up against yesterday's IB high and taking out the all-time high from, well, the all-time high, which just happened to come in yesterday before the open, I'm saying to everybody, I said, okay, what we want to watch is we want to watch the dome. If you have another system where you can watch price action, that's great. Watching it in the dome is probably one of the more difficult ways to see if we're seeing price action and if we're seeing participation, if we're seeing momentum. Dalton calls it tempo, right? Mm-hmm. So most breakouts are going to fail. So you're going to see a bunch of stops up there, which we did. We saw a bunch of stops get taken out above the IB high and the all-time high. Then I'm going to be looking at the dome or whatever tool I'm looking at to see if there's any tempo, momentum, participation. That's what you're looking for in the dome. So at this point, we were already starting to see negative delta and we were pushing price higher and higher. What I was looking for in the dome was price moving, not necessarily directionally, but price moving consistently, moving, maybe continuing to move in a continuation of the breakout. That's fine. But what I was looking for is, are there lots of orders being canceled and lots of orders being placed, lots of orders being canceled, lots of orders being placed, price moving around. I want to get the sense in the dome that people care that price is at this level, that it is a potential breakout. If you run the stops and you look at the dome and it's just sitting there after you've run the stops, nobody seems to care that price is up at that level. Now, this is extremely subjective. You're going to be wrong a lot. You're going to be right a lot. So make sure that if you are going to execute based on this, you have reasonable points of invalidation for the trade you're about to take. Maybe, when we broke out of the IB high from yesterday, maybe that IB high from yesterday, 65.62, that is it, right? Yeah, 65.62 and a quarter. Maybe that's your risk level. So you get the stops, you start to see a robust dome. In other words, it looks like people are looking at it. There's lots of things going on, lots of orders being canceled, lots of orders being placed, and price is moving around. It doesn't just hit the stops and then die there. Now you're thinking, okay, maybe we're going to see a decent opportunity. So you maybe take the long, and your risk is going to be somewhere back below yesterday's high or the IB high. Now we could even take a look at this in a shorter time frame and see how that would have worked. Here's that IB high. This is regular trading hours. Okay, here's the 830. Market bounces up against it 3 times in the 5-minute chart, and then it looks higher. And once it broke out above that, that's when we started to see, you know what? We got negative delta, and we are seeing a robust dome. Now the second breakout is above the all-time high. We're still seeing a robust dome. The next 5-minute bar comes back to the initial balance, to the all-time high here. And then we see the market continue to push to the upside. So what we're looking for when we are looking at breakouts is we need to see that traders care. If you look at the dome after a breakout, you're going to run the stops, and after you run the stops, the dome just dies and sits there. Don't take the long. You want to see participation. You want to see eyeballs on the market, people placing orders, market moving around rather robustly. And again, it is very subjective and takes time to kind of watch and to learn and to practice. So the next time you see a breakout, whether it's a 5-minute balance area, on a 5-minute chart. I mean, you could call this a 5-minute balance area. If you're looking for breakout and continuation, you want to see it in the dome. You want to see buyers and sellers placing orders. You want to see price moving around. And if you do, then maybe you've got a better probability of continuation away from that balance area. All right. So there's a lot to unpack there. Watch every breakout that you can see, whether it is an IB breakout in either direction. Watch the dome. See if you can get a sense of, and you don't have to take the trade. You say, okay, this looks like it's robust. I think this one is going to continue, and account for it. Account for how many times you're right about that. It's not just going to magically pop into your head and say, oh, hey, this is going to continue and you're going to be right all the time. No, that's not the case. You got to get good at it. You got to look. You got to watch. I very well could have been wrong here, and the market could have crumbled right back into the range from yesterday, and that would have been a losing trade. But there were a couple of nuances we had. We had negative delta. We had a robust dome on breakout type situations, and I was looking for this continuation to go. All right. So, Alexander, I hope that helps. Vince, did I miss anything? Do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah. So, Alexander, one thing that I've noticed too with the dome is if you look at the histogram, right, you can see how it's kind of like the volume profile where it goes from small orders, right, to bigger orders to smaller orders. And sometimes you can take trades based on them low volume nodes that are in the histogram on the dome, right? So you can see kind of where the auction had died. So if you're looking at like the S&P, you can see like there's a lot of orders, right? And then it gets lower orders, smaller orders, right? And you can see it in the dome on the right-hand side if you show the histogram and the volume that's being traded at those prices. So that could be something too. Like if you're long, right? And then you go through all those big orders and then you get up to an area where there's not a lot of trades taking place, you may suffer a potential reversal back down to the center of that. I kind of use that like the volume profile. It's you'd have to do it a couple times to see exactly what I'm referring to. But like you can see there on Hoag's chart, right? Look at how many contracts sold at the high. How many contracts there? I can't read it from here. How many
89.
contracts you got there at the high? 89, right? So that's where the auction died. Only 89 contracts had taken place at the high of the day. Now look, as you go back down, you'll see that the contracts are getting larger and larger, more and more volumes being traded at those prices, and then it starts to flop, right? It gets lower and lower and lower. And that's probably where the longs are coming in right now, if you really think about it. So they're probably trying to buy up against that area, kind of like the volume profile and the market profile. It's very similar. So that's how I kind of use it sometimes. Like if we're in a trending market, sometimes I will buy or sell a contract up against one of them like lower areas where contracts are traded, get in, look for a little rotation, try to scalp it a couple times. I'm not a big scalper, but some people that scalp, maybe you can try to play that little tiny range.
Right. Yeah, Maria, this is level 2 data. If you have level 1 data, you're only seeing the closest bid and offer. You can get level 2 data through your dashboard for $35 a month, I believe. And that's the exchange that charges that for the level 2 data. That's not us. That is a straight pass through. We're not making money on that. But if you want that level 2 data, you're going to have to do that. All right. So what's the next question? All right. So Vince Bryson just passed his 4th trading combine after failing about 50. Okay. I've been in 3 XFAs. This will be my 4th. All 50Ks, but haven't made it past the first day on any of them. He's looking for advice. Am I going to lower the size that I'm trading? What is your best advice for me on what is the best way to stop trading when I am down? So First day in XFA, he's lost 3 of them on the first day. He's coming into another one. What would you recommend as far as trade sizing is concerned, Vince?
Okay, so when you're in a brand new XFA, I know it's exciting. We want to get the big win. We want to get the payouts. But at the end of the day, we really need to treat this as you're managing money professionally. So if you have 50K, right, they're giving you a $2,000 risk. So that's a 4% drawdown on 50K. All right. That means that you need to trade smaller, right? You need to deleverage. So I would take that $2,000 account balance that you have as risk capital and divide it by like 30 to 40 trades, right? And then that's the size you should be risking per trade. Most likely you're not going to get stopped out 30 or 40 times in a row, right? So you'll be able to maintain that account if you can stay disciplined enough to stick to that plan. Okay. Yeah. You might not get huge winning days. You might not be buying a Ferrari tomorrow, but at least you'll learn how to sustain the account. And as you start to scale up your balance, you can start to add more size. The one problem is when you start adding more size, people don't like to deleverage when they start losing again. And that can become a problem too going forward. So as you're making money, you can start to scale up. But as you're coming down, you need to learn how to scale back down. And some people have a problem going from minis to micros or whatever the case is. So but for starting out, if you're blowing combines out fast, it shouldn't be happening. It's very avoidable. You need to deleverage.
All right. Now, how does our trader here, Bryson, stop trading when he's down?
All right. So that could be a tough one. All right. You have to build that muscle inside to walk away, right? I've been there. You get into that red zone, right? You start to everything's flashing red and you don't even know what's going on around you, right? And you're in battle mode. When you start to sense that, if you take a stop, right, and it aggravates you right away, you gotta, first of all, emotional journal, right? I did a lot of that. I said last time I was here, there was a point in time, where I had a decent amount of success and I fell into a little bit of a rut, kind of like a baseball player goes into a slump and they can't bat anymore and you start to question yourself and it beats you down on your mental state, right? And your emotion, and you start to judge yourself. So what you need to do is you need to emotional journal, okay, and start to notice those feelings, right? By journaling, you'll start to recognize patterns of emotion where you can then fight that emotion and say, hey, I know I need to step away. This is going to get ugly. And believe me, it could get ugly real fast when you get into that mode where you're on tilt and you just want to, start slinging contracts. And then you become the challenge at the end of the week that they do, right? The reversal challenge, you start doing that, right? You're buying, you're selling, you're selling, you're buying. And then before you know it, you're blowing up your whole account. So you need to start to internally notice those feelings and what triggers you, okay, what triggers you to start going out of control and just hitting the buttons like crazy. And you got to step away. You got to separate yourself from the screen somehow. The lockout button is a great feature. If you're not using that, lock yourself out. As soon as you take a stop and you get pissed off, hit that lockout button, right? That can probably save you some heartache and pain. So that's all I can say. I mean, I've been there, and it's just part of trading. It's part of your journey. And you got to learn how to channel those, those emotions and be able to fight back on it.
Yeah. You have to kind of recognize inside you when you become your own worst enemy, because
absolutely
you fall into tilt. That's what happens. You kind of become your own worst enemy.
And we are our own worst enemy. That judge could be a killer, and you got to handle that. So emotional journal, I would say on that one.
Vince, here's one especially for you. Raquel is asking, do you hold on to the trade until you either win or lose?
Raquel, well, I do move stops. Okay. Like I'm at break even right now. So I do move my stops because I don't want when the market gets a certain percentage in my favor, I don't want it to become a loss. Right. So I'm okay with taking the break even. A lot of people are not. They get pissed off and they rant and rave about it. Yeah. Does it sting a little bit? Yeah. Do I wish sometimes I didn't move my stop? Yes. But I know over time, it helps me stay in trades to get a longer, not a longer, but it helps me get a bigger profit target. Like right now, right? I could have taken this trade at probably 2 times my risk, but I'm looking for a bigger opportunity. And if I don't move the stop, okay, and it comes back, I end up with a loss. But if this holds and it goes to my profit target, instead of just taking the trade, I ended up, stepping over a $50 bill to get maybe a $200 bill. You know what I mean? So everybody has their own thing with management. And I do like to protect as I'm going throughout the process, even though sometimes you get stopped out. It can be to the tick sometimes, and it can be very, very aggravating, right? So you need to know your emotional state. If it's going to make you get tilted because you got stopped out on it, then just leave that stop in and let it happen. Just let it happen. Accept the risk. But I have a specific plan that I trade off of. You know what I mean? So
to trail your stop.
I go to profit, or right? Yes, I do trail.
How often do you recognize something in the market that has changed, perhaps, and you get out of a trade before either?
I mean, not too often, Hoag, really. I try to just let the trade work. I'll have a weak moment here and there, and but most of the times I just accept the risk and I let it play out. And it's funny sometimes because you don't know what's going to happen, right? Anything can happen in these markets. None of us know jack, right? The only thing we know is how much we're going to risk. And, the market right now, it could go up to my target or it could stop me out. We just don't know. So I know I have a stop in, right? That's what it's for. It's there to protect you, give you a maximum risk per trade or stop at a break even, but it's all up to the trader how they're looking to manage it at the end of the day. But I'm not one that fiddles around a lot with the trade. I've built up that muscle inside of me where I have a specific plan and I try to do that. And, that helps with becoming more consistent as a trader overall.
And we don't get any smarter once the trade is on.
Absolutely.
All right, we got another news.
Who knows where it's going to go?
When it comes to putting money away for retirement, experts recommend to start saving as soon as possible. Well, that's good advice. Let's see what they have to say.
The cost of living continues to rise, and that means you'll need more money for retirement. But when should you start saving, and just how much do you need?
There's really no such thing as too early.
Samuel Taub is an investing writer for NerdWallet. Earlier this year, they conducted a survey and found 39% of Americans said not having enough saved for retirement was a financial concern. The most common types of retirement accounts are an IRA, which is controlled by you, or a 401k, which is sponsored by your employer, and many companies will match what you put in.
IRAs typically don't cost anything to open. Even contributing a small amount if you're fresh out of college and waiting tables can still make a big difference down the line.
Here's how much Fidelity Investments suggests you have in savings. By 30, you should have 1 times your salary, and it goes up by age. By 67, you should have 10 times your salary in a retirement account. But a lot depends on where you live and your lifestyle.
If you're living in a high cost of living or even medium cost of living area, that number may be north of $1 million.
Go Banking Rates recently broke down how much you need to retire wealthy. In popular retirement communities like Prescott, Arizona, you need just over $1.8 million to retire for 20 years. In Naples, Florida, you need just under that. Other ways to grow your retirement savings is investing in the market or even cryptocurrencies.
Once you get older and closer to retirement, the general consensus is that you're supposed to shift your portfolio into safer assets like a heavier bond allocation in order to preserve your money against the possibility of a downturn.
A financial advisor can help you reach your retirement goals. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
I'm a little bit surprised that it's more expensive to retire in Prescott, Arizona than it is in Naples, Florida.
Naples is expensive.
It is.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe once you're a local, they charge you less. I don't know, but I was a little shocked.
Yeah, when you vacation there, it's not cheap. That's for sure.
when you're thinking about retirement, all you really need is more. I don't know if it's ever going to be
More is
enough,
always good, right, Hoag? More is
yeah,
always good.
I know some people who retired recently, and they have a very hard time actually spending money now because they know they have this
Yep.
much and they don't want to spend it, and they got plenty. They said they have to you
Mhm.
have to really get used to spending it. It's kind of strange,
Sure.
but all right. All right,
Yeah,
let's
well, we're
get to the
so
next
used to
question.
save, right? Nobody wants to spend. So it's
Right.
you're flipping it around. It's like trading. You think you should go long, and you should actually go short.
Huh. Okay. So Iris is close to losing their combine. Hangs out on Topstep TV and I understands what people are saying. What do I do when I only have $400 left before blowing the trading combine? What would you recommend, Vince?
Iris. So I'm gonna give you a quick little story here. I actually was at $18 from losing a combine one time, and I went to 1 micro, and I started to build that sucker back up. So you need to go down to the smallest size you possibly can. 1 micro. Make sure that your risk, you have $400. If you're risking, say, $50 per trade, that gives you 8 opportunities, okay, before you blow that account. So hopefully you don't get stopped out 8 times in a row. But even if you do $25 worth of risk, right? So if you're trading the MES and you're risking 5 points, it's only $25. So that give you like over 20 trades, right? Or 15 trades. So I would go down to the smallest possible size you can get and just go at it. Don't the effort moment. I don't want that to go into your brain and just say, screw it, I'm going to blow it and reset. Don't do it because you're going to learn a lot by battling back. A wise man on this screen told me too one time, battle back, don't close out the account, right? And because it's so easy to reset and pay the reset fee and get back in it. But you're going to learn more and just by trying to fight it, because you can't reset real money at the end of the day, right? So if you start trading live, you can't just put $50 in the meter and get $2,000 in your bank account. You got to go to work and fund your account. So really treat it as it's your own and battle back, and you're going to feel a really, it's going to build you up if you can get that account balance back up, right? And all you need is a couple of good trades. If you risk $50 and you can get 3-4 to 1 on that trade or something like that, you're right back in the game, and just keep doing that until you get your balance built back up. I know we want to get to the finish line yesterday. I've been there. But really, as a trader, it's going to teach you a lot about yourself, and you're going to feel more accomplished if you can build that account back up. It'll give you more confidence too. At the end of the day, you're going to be like, wow, I got my account built back up, and it's going to help you mentally too. So just don't go into the effort moment, please.
Iris, I'm actually proud of you because it's much easier just to reset the account. And you're already, you already have the mindset like, I can do this, I can dig my way out of it. You'll be a better trader for it. So just like Vince said, try and work your way out of it. Again, you will be a better trader for it.
Absolutely.
I think I told Vince that 6 years ago, 5 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, probably 4 or 5, somewhere around there.
4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy. That's when I had the live account at that point. It's when you had the 2-step process when I first came into Topstep. It was the combines were much harder back then, everybody. So just so you know, they've made it much more user friendly. It was a 2-step process. You had to pass one combine, and then you had to go into another combine that had a tighter scaling rule. So it was really tough. It was really tough.
Made you a good trader.
But
there you go.
It does. It does.
Okay, we got a lot of questions today, and man, I wish we could get to all of them. Vince Shubham, our friend in the chat, quite often is asking, in auction markets, how do you avoid getting caught in the emotional chase during price discovery, especially when volatility spikes?
That's a good question. So from chasing the market, I've been trading now for a long time, right? Over 20 years.
Mhm.
And every time I kind of chase the market, it always ends up in a red day. As, sometimes like I pick into a trending market. Don't get me wrong. Like I'll buy into a trending market, but I'm not going to get so excited just because I see a candle, that's gone up. I'm like, I need to buy it right now, or I need to sell it right now. I've learned a lot of lessons by doing that, right? So a lot of times when you're ready to hit that button, that's right when the market is ready to reverse on you, right? And then you could have bought it back a little bit better and maybe survived the trade. So take a step back. When the market is moving really, really fast, I know it's exciting and we want to get in and we're like, oh, I'm going to miss the move. And then you start counting the dollars that you missed out on. I get it. All right. But if you're chasing the market, a lot of times the market is there to entice us to trade, right? Its job is to facilitate trade. It's an auction. And I tell some of my VIPs, if you ever went to like an auto auction or a house auction or whatever, right? When the market is low, everybody starts bidding. The volume is coming in. Everybody's excited. And they're buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, right? And then when it starts to get expensive, those buyers, then they start to dwindle away until there's nothing left. And that's when you're ready to hit that buy button at that moment. So keep your eye on volume, but try to wait for a pullback. If you missed a move, it's fine. I've missed a lot of big moves and it's okay, right? You just got to be okay with it. I know we count the dollars. We're like, oh my God, I could have made $5,000 today, but it should have, would have, could have, right? It's not what happened.
So this is, of course, very situational. But when you find yourself wanting to chase, instill the bid only or offer only strategy. Like if you're chasing to the upside, you can't use a market order. You've got to pick a spot for the market to come back to. You place a bid there. So you're not just jumping in at the high. You're looking for at least some sort of pullback to try and get into the trade. It might help. It might not. It really depends situationally. But when you're thinking about market or using a market order to get into a trade that you feel like you're missing, man, every time I've done that, Vince, I'm sure you're kind of feeling the same way. I've bought the high tick, right?
Yeah,
never sell
absolutely.
the high tick. You can buy the high tick like a champ. So make sure that if you're
so true. If
you're chasing a rally, you got to place a bid. You can't use a market order.
Yeah, it's kind of like, when you're waiting, right? And we're watching the candle. Think about this. And you're watching the market. It's going up, it's going up, it's going up. And you're hesitating to get into it, right? And you're watching it and you're watching it and you're watching it. And then finally your brain says, you know what, screw it. Let me get in. That is the moment where the market tends to come to a screeching halt. It puts the emergency brake on and it reverses against you, right? And you get yourself into bad trade location. And we call it laggard buyers, right? So the laggard buyer is that person buying at the high. Sometimes there are reasons to buy high and sell higher, yes. But wait for a little bit of relief, right? Everything, there's always a reaction to an action, right? So when the markets go up, most likely it's going to come down. And if it doesn't, some days it doesn't, right? It just keeps on grinding. And you just have to be okay with not getting in. I'm sure Hoag, he's watched plenty of trend days where we just couldn't find a way to get into it. And we're like, geez, this could have been a great day. But unfortunately, if we can't manage our risk properly, we can't participate. And that just comes with being, more of like the professional trader in you is, I'm here to manage risk. I'm not going to take unnecessary risk because my account balance is what I'm trying to protect here at the end of the day. So, it is what it is sometimes, but don't FOMO. Try not to. Write a thing on your screen. When I'm feeling FOMO and I'm ready to press the button, maybe take a break, walk away for a few seconds or a couple minutes.
I think we should just add to that acronym. It should be FOMO no mo.
There you go. That's good. Yep.
Right? All right.
Yep.
Well, maybe we got time for one more quick one. Leslie, I see your question you just popped in. I'm going to save that for tomorrow. So hopefully you're going to be here. It's a little bit of a longer kind of answer than I think we have time for now. But Gerald's got a question also. How do I fight giving up after blowing multiple accounts? Gerald. Vince, what would you tell Gerald?
Gerald, I would say never give up, right? I would say that when you blow an account, you need to put yourself in kind of like a rehab, right? You need to go into a practice account, start to slowly trade again, right? But taking a break away from trading is not a bad thing, right? You clear your head, you come back, and you can see the market in a wholly different light. So stepping away is okay. I'm not a quitter. This is something that I feel that all of us can do. We're all going to struggle at times. I've struggled myself at times, and even the best hedge fund traders out there struggle at times, right? It's just part of trading. Okay, there's no guarantee to this, and everybody's going to experience their ups and their downs. So never give up. I would say if you need a break, that's okay. Take a break. But a thing you can do would be to just go into like a practice account, start to trade a little bit. When you start to, feel like your strategy might be working, right? Test it. You got to test your strategy. People talk about back testing. I back test everything, right? I look at certain things. I'll measure it. I'll put a spreadsheet together, and I'll put wins, losses, and then I'll mark up my chart. And I do a lot of homework, right? Like I do more, say, practice and testing of my strategies than I do actually trading. Like I don't trade a lot per day. So I do a lot more homework. And when you start to see the numbers and if they're profitable, right, then you can start to forward test it on a very small way. Start with micros, right? Build up your confidence. Confidence is the biggest killer, in this whole thing is keeping your confidence up, right? So just trade small, and I think you'll be able to build yourself back up.
Yes. And don't risk, learn. Don't risk, learn.
Yep.
You never know how good you're going to do if you quit. Just a thought.
That's right.
Vince, hey, thank you.
Oh,
very
you
much.
have that
Thank you all.
great slide. You got to show it. You got to show it next
will.
time with the guy with the, in the
Yeah.
mine. It's great.
Yeah. I got another one for never quit too. That we used to be all over the trading. We'll bring that out of the closet again too one of these days.
There we go.
So Vince, thanks again for joining us for
Thank you, Hoag.
coaching. Blessings to you, my friend. And we are coming up here with
Same to you, John.
Topstep dynamic duo, Chad and Brad. I see them in the back. It looks like Brad's going to peel off his guitar and sing a few songs for us. And Chad is looking very colorful as usual. They're going to be here with Dolby Time, and we'll be with them in just a couple of minutes. So thanks again, Coach Vince. This is Topstep TV.
Thank you, John.
Let's go, folks.
That's Topstep TV. Let's go.
One of my next favorite features of the new Topstep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Markets are moving, and we got a dynamic duo, Brad and Chad. Welcome back. Chad, you're in Italy right now. That's amazing. Brad, I don't know where you are, but last we spoke, you used to live by Chicago, Northwest Indiana. Midwestern boy, fantastic. How did you two just become friends in the first place?
Well, I no longer live in Indiana, and I had moved and lived out in San Diego, and that's where Chad and I actually met.
That makes a lot more sense because it seems like Chad does not tolerate bad weather. So meeting him in San Diego seems to make a lot of sense.
I think we had a mutual friend that tried to get us in a MLM, and we were like, "What are you doing?" Like, but then that created a friendship because we're like, "What the hell are we doing with this?"
We're like, whoa.
Not invite me out for an MLM introduction meeting.
I mean, they're trying to sell you on like a timeshare or something, or no? They're trying to get
something.
you
Something.
I
was like, oh, it's nice. This guy's inviting us out for, go out for a drink. And it's like, what am I involved in?
Yeah, whatever the flavor of the month was.
I was there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that is rough.
Yeah. Now I'm in Denver.
Oh, Denver's amazing. That's where my wife is from. I was just in Jeffco for a friend's wedding. Beautiful, beautiful
Very
place.
Nice. Very nice.
Let's talk some trading. Both of you are currently in trades right now. Chad, you're trading the Nasdaq. Brad, you're trading more of the ES. So, Chad, we got your screen up right now. You're currently long a 3 MNQ. Where's it at? Your price is covered up.
24.19.
24.019. Nice. Let me play along here. Get my charts up. I'll get both charts up. And then, Brad, can you cover your positions?
Yeah, I am long. I'm actually long in 3 accounts. So I'm looking for this to continue to extend and break out, head a little bit higher. But the account I have up, I'm currently long 2 MES from 65.87. I've got another one where I'm long from, I got my stop moved to into profit. I'm long from 65.80 in that account. That's 3 MES. And I've actually got a combine, a 150K combine that I'm long 1 ES from 65.84.50.
65.84.50. Okay, so all kind of within like 5-point range, give or take. So clearly there was something in the market there that you saw.
Yeah, I've been sitting in them for a while.
Yeah, good for you. I like long hold times. I think long hold times are important in trading.
Some days I do. Some days not so much.
So since we're on the ES, let's cover your ES trades. Then we're going to hop back to the Nasdaq. What did you see to get your accounts into your long here? Let's say the 65.80 one I find pretty interesting.
65.80. Let's see. Let me come back over to that one. Okay. Yeah. From here, that was, I got to remember, I've been sitting in that one for a really long time. I mean, I think for me, it was pretty clear that the breakout was in play. So I've got a couple of, as you can see, I've got a couple of boxes marked off. The very first one is this white box. That's what I use to mark off the volume on my charts. So that white box is always for me marking off the highest, essentially the highest volume, which generally with the ES, it's always going to be the first 5-minute bar. But then I watch how it moves in and around that. I also mark off the first 15-minute bar over here on this chart, which is an MES chart, but essentially the same, just for kind of a 15-minute opening range. So as I saw that, and one of my favorite things that I like to see happen, especially with the 15-minute, is when you get a sweep of the first 15-minute bar, whether it be to below or above. I love seeing that sweep, and then you can see as soon as it swept the the lows of the first 15 minutes, it was printed just a super strong candle. Unfortunately, I wasn't in front of the charts at the moment. I was driving on the way back home from taking my kids to school. So I missed it. And then I had to kind of figure out where I could try to get in. As it continued to shoot up, it started printing these, single prints or imbalances or fair value gaps. That's what the purple boxes are marking. And getting long at 80. That was going to be probably, it was right here where it printed, pushed up, gave me confirmation of strength moving above. And then where I got basically these two bars back to back is where I would have taken that. Probably something on a really, really short time frame. This white line is my 9 SMA, which when it's in a breakout, I really look for that to hold. And it did. In fact, it's been long enough. I kind of forget the exact entry, but I'm guessing I probably took it right off of the hit of that 9 SMA bar.
Limit order or market order?
I'm a limit order.
Hell yeah. So am I. Love hearing that.
Yeah,
all right, let's get back. Let's get to Chad's trade. Chad, you're long. I want to switch back to the Nasdaq. Both these markets look very similar, by the way. Making higher highs, higher lows. Chad, you're long 24.019s. What did you see in the Nasdaq to get you into that trade there?
Well, I don't look as smart as Brad's comments here with boxes.
You're used to that.
I see, I am used to that. I see that I wanted to be in, and micros are good when I want to be in.
Okay.
So, and I see a range for the moment. So 3 micros, I feel pretty good about. Had a couple good days, a couple down days.
Oh, looks like your mic cut off. Justin. Oh, you're back. Okay. Whatever your last sentence was, if you could repeat it, that'd be great. You dropped for a second.
I was just saying that I stuck to my DLL. Like the last few days have been bad, but I didn't. I like the setting to be able to lock your DLL out for the day ahead of time.
It is definitely nice. And I think it's very wise to press that lockout button before you start trading, because then emotions can get involved. I mean, honestly, the lockout button is as only good as your discipline to even press it in the first place. So we're really lowering the bar, right?
But the lockout to lock yourself out, like for the day too.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. That is exactly right.
When you're changing it, you might as well just you're done.
Oh no, it's the worst. Yeah, Chad, have you ever set a personal daily loss limit for yourself and then gradually increased it over time to take on more risk to see if you can save a trading day?
Oh, sure. You might as well just actually switch at that point, because that how many times does that end up never going in your favor?
It never goes in your favor.
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
Taking a deep sigh over there. We just had some flashbacks for Brad. Forgot to say hi to Chat. Chat, hello. How are you doing? I hope you're trading well, Chat. Thanks for tuning in to Topstep TV. Markets are cruising today. This has been awesome. What are we up? Almost 0.8% in the MES. And Nasdaq 0.64. It's kind of funny. It feels like, based on the chart, looks like we'd be up a lot more than that. Just off how strong these moves have been. Brad, you were talking about the 15-minute kind of opening range, I believe, in the MES. Is that more of your time frame of when you're trading? You're more of like a morning, like New York Open sort of guy?
I don't like to trade definitely not the first 15 minutes. I try and usually can't even trade the first 30 just because I'm taking my kids to school. So I, during the school year, I really don't even get back to my desk until close to about a half hour into the market open, which is fine by me, because I have really never had any success with, the first 30 minutes. It's too chaotic and
half an hour of the day.
So overrated. You got it. Agreed.
Chad, what's your opinion on the open? Overrated, underrated, or just rated?
Usually, if I trade the open, I think an hour later, why didn't I just sleep in today? Just like,
yes,
when Brad and I would trade next to each other, just for the record, when he would use the restroom in the morning, after some coffee, he would take some long breaks, because he would bring the iPad with him. And somehow that would be the signal when I would do the best. He'd come back and I'd say, nope, you got to go back to the bathroom because I'm up.
Portable office.
Yes. Yes.
I want to make a joke about the market dumping.
I'm not getting any visuals there.
Just, you know. Can't be the Nasdaq. It knows no words for anything that's going down. Chat, do you think the open is overrated, rated, or underrated to trade? Let's say that's the first half an hour. Let's say the first half an hour. Brad, I think that's great. You have like that little half-hour buffer. You just can't trade the open. I think that's the best.
Yeah, it was probably figured out by necessity for me. Like I just got in the situation where I couldn't. And then on the few occasions, like when the kids were home for summer and I thought, oh, great, I can trade the open, I would just get crushed and wished I didn't. And then, so I've essentially just tried to time myself out of that and hold to it. Even if I have the opportunity, I do my best, especially the first 15 minutes. I'm not big enough to get in there with the big boys that are trying to figure out what the market's going to do. So I'll let them duke it out and try and see once they pick some sort of direction if I can just hop on with that.
Yep, I think. Chat got some opinions. I got an overrated, underrated. Okay, got a handful opinions there. Checking on the markets here. Crude oil trading at 62.36. Printing a couple 4-hour red bars back to back to back. I'd be looking at that $60 level. That's been pretty important psychologically for the crude oil. And then anyone here trade any Bitcoin? See where Bitcoin is at. Trading 114.805. And looks to be back on the bull a little bit here. If we can get over these 115s, kind of have like a triple top sort of going on there. I think over 115s are in good shape. Any opinions on Bitcoin?
Love it.
I'm pro Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Long term.
Are we trading the futures of it?
Both, but I have a hard time trading just because the exchange. Unless you're really doing high volume, Coinbase is the main where I mainly trade, and the fees are just so crazy unless you're doing the pro. And I've used the pro. It's a couple $100 a month for fees. So you really got to be actively trading for that. And I haven't had the time lately because I'm sailing.
Because you're sailing. Yeah. What is that like, Chad? Is it hard to just get adjusted trading to new environments, new time zones all the time? Do you have like 8 watches?
It does. Because I'm exactly 8 or 12 hours difference from Hawaii right now, which is the last few months where I've been living. So 8 a.m. there, it's 8 p.m. here. Yeah, it can be difficult. I haven't been trading as much. Just
lost you for a second. Just that you haven't been trading as much. Something.
Yeah, well, when you're not doing well, it's a good time to slow down.
Yes, it is. It's definitely a good time to slow down. Brad, have you ever sailed with Chad before? Been on his boat?
No, I don't think my life insurance would cover it. I probably. I got a family. I got kids to worry about. No,
Is it that crazy? Is it that crazy?
No, I would imagine it's pretty good as long as he hasn't had too much wine. But
that's what the anchor's for.
Yeah, exactly. I've heard a few good stories. They're super fun, but I'm sure it'd be a blast. Maybe one of these days. Actually, not maybe. I hope one of these days that I get to go out and go sailing with him. First, I got to get to Hawaii and visit him there.
Yes, maybe when the kids are a little bit more mature, you can leave them at home or something, or send them off to school, and you can go boating with your buddy Chad.
There we go.
I really don't even trust myself. Honestly, I have a good crew, and that's who I trust. Because otherwise,
great. It's even better. That is even better. Well, market's still pretty range bound here. Yeah. Any changes in our trades? At the same positions?
Yeah, I tightened my stop up just a little bit. If this breaks south of the swing, kind of the swing low that was printed, essentially I moved my stop to 80, 65, 84 across all three of those trades. I just don't want to explore the downside if it goes below that.
We got one trade triggered. Who's that? Is that you, Chad?
Added.
Yeah, I had a limit order down there, kind of adding to what I'm hoping is a range. I like to use hope because usually that's a word that is another one of those trigger words, like hopium. But I also want to push a little bit for the day, get a $150, $200 day in, so I can kind of lock in another small day if I can.
Yep. Do you ever get caught trying to chase those P&L days though?
Always. Not always. Sometimes they work out.
Yeah.
This time for the session, it's like I don't. If I got like a couple $100 extra, I would probably push it further and further. But if I'm close to the 200 or now the 150, I don't like to play around too much at that point.
Yeah. I see you got some more buy limits in there too, so you're not done yet. Looks like you're working, kind of like 10 all day. You're in 6. You still got 4. Is that 4 or what? Oh no, you got 12. Okay, so you have
I got
6 limited.
12 is dropped.
Yeah. 12 all day, 6 waiting to get filled. So you're kind of playing this range, I guess. Yeah, that's exactly what I would do, to be honest. You're a range trader, Chad?
I believe I do best range trading, and
yeah.
I believe I do the worst when I'm zombie crawled short.
Those are the hardest ones, man.
Yeah.
Those are the hardest ones. Love a good range trade. So we're looking for Chad to see if he can get filled at 24,007 and then 98s or 96s. So working that range. Very cool. When did you start? What did you start with for your position size for this trade?
About 10 minutes before we had our call.
So 26 or 29, and then you've been averaging down?
Yeah, not exactly adding to my winners and loser wins scenario, but this isn't a trending day for the moment, so I don't feel bad. I feel like it's in a range, and I think it's a good risk reward.
Nice.
I'm doing it for chat. I wanted to have some tradertainment. I don't want to be out there.
Like Chad needs.
I want
like
to
Chad
trade
needs
live
anymore.
in Italy.
I know. I do.
Do that.
I feel like I need to add into this or something just to make it more exciting. I've been sitting in these trades for.
Oh, come on! They already get everything for free. They already get everything for free.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
They're being very mean yesterday during Power Hour. Very mean. I don't know why. Don't know why.
You guys don't deserve it.
Apparently not. Apparently not.
No, I don't think so.
MNQ making some higher lows here. Hopefully they can maintain it. So, Chad, when you're averaging into a position like this, do you still want it to come down and fill your extra contracts? Because it kind of does set up like a duality of psychology where it's like, I'm okay with this going down because I'll just buy more.
Usually I don't want it to do that now.
Okay.
But it depends. If I've done enough in a range where I've made some good money, I'm already like, sometimes I could be short in the range. Sometimes I could be long in the range. If I'm already doing pretty well, as long as I don't get too far out on the opposite side, I do want to get those orders picked up. In this case, I'm kind of like, I haven't been in a position for a, soup all day, so I haven't made any money in the range yet. So I probably take less risk. I know shouldn't trade your peanut.
Right.
That's how it.
Well, I mean, if we're close to a payout, I mean, there's sort of a meta, though, with like the express funded accounts, the trading combines. There is a game to the game. It's not just trading. There are parameters you're trying to hit. There's risk you're trying to manage. So it's all part of the strategy. I see that. I do see it. I was in trading combines once. I've been there and trying to maximize, what's the best way to get funded, because if you only, I don't know, let's talk about this. Have you guys ever in a trade before and you think it's a banger of a trade, but you end up cutting it short? But if you go back and look at your journal, it's been like, well, if I just let this run, then I would have passed and then I would have been into the next phase.
Yes. I think every trader has been there.
Oh yeah, the ifs and the buts.
There's many ifs and buts.
Mm-hmm.
But have you guys either tried to apply a system or strategy to have I feel extra confident in this one, so I'm just going to let it run just to hit a pass?
I try to get smaller in those situations.
Smaller?
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say
that's literally it. 2 words.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, I think for me, I'm a little bit more of a mechanical style of trader. So, if I have those moments, I like to, as I'm going back and kind of journaling, reflecting, just post kind of the post-mortem after the trade. I want to explore what mechanically, did I see that I decided to get out? And usually if there's nothing there, then I realize, well, you were listening to something that wasn't market generated. And so therefore, I try my best and have been, trying to push myself or working on pushing myself out of my comfort zone around, following the mechanics of my setups and what I know statistically to be in my favor, as opposed to you didn't have a good reason according to the charts, according to what you see, according to your setups.
Right.
So it was just my impulses, my whims and me being a wuss that probably led me to jump out. So my scared money. What about scared money, Chad?
Scared money don't make no money.
It does not. It does not. In fact, I've been saying recently, range traders are fear merchants. Let's go find the scariest trade we can find. Those tend to be the most fun, the most profitable, the most exhilarating. So those easy trades, those are the ones that tend to not do the best for some reason. So I try to find those scary ones. But hey, that question resonated with some people in chat. Brandon had that issue yesterday or last week. Abad Hamoud happened yesterday. I think it's important stuff to talk about, because if you're in a personal account, you don't have that extra layer of thought and strat and trading psychology, because you have that profit target you have to hit, or you have that 150 mark you have to hit, which recently got lowered from 250. So it is fantastic. A little bit easier to take your payouts now. Going back to the markets, the Dorito pattern here is very real in both of these markets right now. Higher lows, lower highs in both the ES and the NQ 1 p.m. segment, kind of doing what it normally does. And yesterday, I was actually fairly active, which was nice. It was very refreshing. Very, very rare to get some nice action. Have you guys ever considered just range trading like lunchtime? I think it would be an interesting theory. It's not exciting.
No, I don't. But what else is there most of the time? I mean, on a day that had juice like this, for us to go sideways this long, I don't know that there were really any other options than to just try to find the range and play it. Right now it's coming into the bottom. At least the ES is coming into the bottom of this trend line formation, the bottom of the Dorito.
Bottom of the Dorito. We're getting down there.
A good cheap long. If you're feeling like what did you say? A risk merchant? What was it? Fear merchant? Fear merchant. Yeah.
Fear merchant. Yeah.
Fear merchant.
That would be, I don't know. I think that'd be pretty good around sub 24,000s. Probably run some stops. Maybe get those 980s. Or we just maintain the Dorito, which I would probably expect, to be honest. For at least
actually
the 1 p.m. segment.
Yeah, I do have I have a setup that I like to use that kind of revolves around that lunchtime, kind of the lunchtime chop. It's only really, and it played out today. Well, I shouldn't say it played out. It's trying to play out. If it goes to the upside, it'll play out. But basically, it would fall into this Dorito formation. But essentially, when you have a trend, and I don't know if I remember maybe Hoag talking about it or one of the other Hoop or one of the other coaches talking about the noon balloon. Does that sound familiar?
No, I never heard of the noon balloon. Oh, is this
the noon balloon?
What is this?
Yeah. Well, I just look at it as it's kind of that lunchtime drift. You know, for me, it happens between 10:30 and 11:30, which in Denver would be 12:30 to 1:30. Where I feel like the markets get a little extra quiet. So, you basically at 10:20, the market made a top that it hasn't touched, which would be 12:20 Eastern. And so you were trending all morning, it got quiet, it went sideways. So for me, this setup I just call it my inflection trade. So it's essentially during that time when it goes counter trend. So around that 10:30 window for me, when it goes counter trend, I look for it to do the drift. I let it drift, and then I try to look for the capitulation or a big, strong engulfing move, which this candle on the ES at 11:05.
Yeah.
12:05 Eastern. And then the second candle up was the confirmation of that strength. So it's then moving now up into a slightly higher level of value.
Yeah.
So that's the way I like to use it. And I look for, essentially, I like to let the drift happen, look for the really strong bar back in the direction of the trend of the morning, and then look and hope for, and hope for continuation. So that's a lot of the play that I'm looking for now is into the afternoon and power hour.
Yeah, nice. I mean, I think both of you are in some very solid positions going into second half of the day, basically. A quick question in chat from Carlos Neto. Can you explain the Dorito formation? Sure. It is just a fancy name for the neutral pennant. I'm going to pull up my screen real quick. Perfect. It's just a series of higher lows and lower highs, which is kind of exemplified by these lines right here. Lower highs, higher lows. So it's a market that is in consolidation. It's a subset of consolidation formations. Yeah, that's it. It's a fun one. Typically happens during lunchtime or before really big news or before big news days. So it's kind of like a waiting formation for trading, because there's no reason to move the market. Everyone's waiting to do stuff, then the market's just going to kind of fade back and forth like a balloon.
Out to lunch.
Out to lunch. That's exactly right.
Unless there's a tweet.
Oh, yeah. These days, you never know. These days, you never know. There is that X factor, literally, for someone to make a tweet and change everything. Chad, where are you looking? You said you were looking for about a 150, maybe 250 profit target. Where would that put your TP for your 4 MNQ about?
Looking to get out at the top of some of this range of 3 of these. If it hit all 6 at the highs, $300. And I really hate to trade it like for the P&L, but I do like at this time of day to, if I can stick to micros and not get too just too impatient, I can do pretty well. It's when I change to the non-micros that it seems to go bad.
Yep. Yeah, I know. Why? Back in the day, all we had were E-minis. That was it.
And it's kind of funny, too, when you try to justify, you're like, well, how much per contract am I losing? It's like, no, that's not where you're losing.
Yeah.
I've done that so many times. Well, I want to save money by not getting all of 3 contracts. I want to get 1 full. So it's like, nope, that's not where you're losing.
That is not where you're losing. Oh, we do have a news bit on mortgage rates. So if they're ready in the back, let's take a look-see. They're saying about the mortgage rates right now.
Good news for would-be homebuyers. Mortgage rates are dropping for the first time in months. According to data released Thursday by Freddie Mac for the week ending September 11th, the 30-year fixed mortgage rate averaged 6.35%. That's down from 6.5% last week. And it's the sharpest weekly drop in borrowing costs so far this year. It comes as the bond market flashes signals that the U.S. economy may be deteriorating more than expected after new data suggests that the U.S. labor market was much weaker than previously thought.
Shout out to everybody who has 2% or 3% mortgage rate. Because 6.5 or 6.25 still too rich. At least
Handcuffs, man.
Yeah, right.
I'll say this, it doesn't. Europe has not felt like the same inflation at all that the U.S. still continues to push. I feel like.
Really? So, like, you feel like your dollar's doing pretty good over there in Italy, and things are relatively cheap?
Yes, like even with the dollar and euro exchange rate, it's like night and day. Especially because they don't flip around their iPad and expect a tip every thing you do.
That doesn't help.
They don't even ask at all. So yeah, like you can go out and get 10 euro for a nice pizza and have a glass of wine for another 5 euro, and you're done. It's great.
Wow, it's like the 1990s, like in the U.S. It's crazy.
Feels like that. And it's all no QR code menus, which I think has also added to a lot of inflationary as far as restaurants.
Ooh.
So
that's a hot take. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think as soon as they're so busy, they can just change the QR. It's like, okay, this hot dog's now $12.
Yep.
That all kind of happened with COVID, and I think it has happened less in Europe because Europeans won't really put up with it, I think.
No, probably not. Probably not. That's fun though. I'm gonna travel. We have a honeymoon that we need to plan. We're thinking about Portugal. Shout out to anyone who's been to Portugal. Heard good things. We're a big fan of Portugal.
Want to go.
Also, their wine. Wine is great. Oh, markets have not moved a ton here. Chat, if you have any questions for either Brad or Chad on either of their trading systems, feel free to ask them and I will relay them to Brad or Chad.
Yeah, I got a question for Chad. Speaking of tips, did you get a tip for being Kermit's caddy today on the golf course?
No, I did not get a tip for that.
Wow.
No.
Man's on vacation. Man is on vacation.
I am just trying to celebrate. Well, I'm here for sailing, but also my friend's birthday. And it was a big one. It was a big 4-0, but we're not talking about the number where, so it was a big birthday.
Is packing harder because you have so many options, or is it easier because you have so many options?
Packing?
Yeah.
Well, as captain, I tell everyone not to bring anything like more than a carry-on, and then I bring like 3 suitcases full of like hat and shirt, Kermit masks, and flags, and
right.
Yeah.
Floaties, unicorn floaties.
Unicorn floaties. But I get to do that. It's because I'm captain. That's why I went. That's why I got the license. Like,
that's exactly right.
This is why I won't sail with Chad.
When we get on the sailboat and I say, everybody, why are we here? They don't understand. We say, we're here because this was the second season of White Lotus. My Italian friend can't handle it. He says, I can't believe all of you, BS Americans just buy this crap and come here for this Like, well, we're here. Guess what?
Just be an American, loud and proud and sus.
Yeah, stop making me not be American. I'm American.
Socks and sandals, baby.
Yes, that's exactly right. Exactly right. Crocs or no Crocs, Chad? What's our feeling on Crocs?
Oh, definitely no Crocs.
Definitely not cool. Okay.
It kills me when I see a Crocs store here. I'm like, oh, please don't bring this here.
Well, all this not talking about the market, I think, has finally got the market moving a little bit. Chad, you're up.
Yeah.
You're finally up about 6.25 points. I'm gonna do my best Andre impression to make it seem like the market's achieved anything in the last half an hour. It really has not. ES trading at 65.89 3/4. Probably the most exciting market right now is the micro Nasdaq. See if we can get over these 24.030s and maybe test the top of this Dorito pattern. We can get Chad filled on 3 of his contracts at 34 evens. That would be fantastic.
So I did just get my 5K hat. It arrived at my brother's in Colorado.
Nice.
So
That's
Brad,
awesome.
You may have to, yeah, no, it's about 9 months late, but I got it.
Yeah, you're probably closer to like a 10K or 15K club now by the time you ordered it.
I think I'm in the 100K club.
100K club. All right, my apologies. I need to look up your stats. That's hell yeah, that's very impressive. 100K in payouts. What about you, Brad? You close to the 100K mark?
Nope. I'm like good barbecue. I'm going low and slow and playing the long game here. So I just worked my way up to, I've got 5 XFAs. And so my payouts have been on the much slower side. Now I'm trying to figure out how to manage all of those. It's
copy trade or no copy trade?
Dynamic. No copy trade, although I've always said I'm not good enough to copy trade. But I'm not wise enough. I'm not patient enough. Like I don't have the discipline yet to really leverage it that way. But as I've worked my way into these accounts, I'm also having a lot of my issues trying to trade across 5 accounts, and I'm almost over trading. It's forcing me to over trade just to try and be able to trade each one of them. So I'm considering maybe, I was doing pretty well with like 2 or 3 and a lot more consistent, but I'm pondering maybe like copy trading 2 and 2 and then have 1 that's not copy traded, kind of go a 2-2-1 kind of thing. So we'll see, playing around with it.
What's your account size? You a 150 guy?
50s. I'm in 50s. I've had a lot better luck passing those. For some reason, the 150Ks I don't know how many times I've gotten within $2,000. I've gotten up 7,000 in profit, and then I just somehow have a bad day, tilt out, and blow them up. And yeah.
I think sizes. But 550K accounts, that's a lot of trading to be done. I mean, you can make those last all year and then some if you take it slow and slow.
That's the goal.
That is the goal. Well, markets are starting to wiggle a little bit here. We are getting to kind of a point of interest, which is like those 34 area, 40 area. Let's see if sellers come back in and try to keep this within range. Also, shout out to GDS, who is in the $280 payout club. Congratulations. Hey, man, that's still a great day. Still a great payout. Got to start somewhere.
Yep.
So still looking for, Nasdaq's perking up a little bit here. Certainly more so than the ES.
Yep. I like the formation on the Nasdaq a little bit more than the ES.
Yeah.
And I'm really hoping that if it can break out and especially push up and through yesterday's highs, that'll get kind of the whole market juiced up and bring the ES along with it.
Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of velocity or wiggle, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
The ladder's wiggling, velocity. Here we go. We got a couple strong candles on the 3 minute here. Chad, you got to be just a point away or so from hitting TP on 3 of those.
Oh.
Sorry, did I jinx it?
Where are we at?
That's fine.
But this is like when I would just like move it, and then later it will run up, and I'm like, if I just held it, but I'm really tempted to get out of 3 of these.
Just imagine you're 5 minutes into a 4-hour trade. You got plenty of time.
You know, if I went to like use the restroom and came back, it would probably bounce 50 points up. That's what usually would happen.
Dude, I used to do that all the time. I would put on trades and then start doing chores and take a lap because like I didn't want to sit there and watch the trade because I'm not going to do anything to make it better. I don't know what's going to happen next anyways.
How many times have you guys gone back on days where you can't trade? Like you miss it, and then you go back and you look at the market. You know, it has a huge move. I feel like this happens to me all the time. The market moves massively, especially to the upside on days I'm on vacation, can't trade. And then you go back and like count out all the trades you would have taken based on your setups and how much money you would have made. And
peak hindsight capital right there, Brad.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Capital. That's what I love, because everyone assumes,
who doesn't,
you know, that if they were in that moment, that they would have made the exact correct decision.
Right.
Probably wouldn't have. Let's be honest.
No.
Probably would have paper handed it, even if you got it.
Absolutely.
34s. Do we get filled yet? No, we have not. This is crazy. I feel like I've touched it a couple times here. Oh, I saw 34s get filled on mine on the micros. Did you not get it?
Yeah.
No, I must be right at. It's actually like 34.75.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. We're back to 34 again. We're living vicariously through. Hey,
there you go. All right.
Got 3 of them. 3 more left. So do you keep the other 6 unfilled on, or is there a point where you just pull those and you just ride or die with the 3 you have?
I mean, I would keep them on for now if I'm watching it pretty closely.
Okay, that's awesome. Well, speaking of GVS,
this would normally be where I would almost want to go short because of a range if it continued up, and that actually is possibly this time of day where I always get screwed.
Yeah,
I'm using my PG.
I thought that was like a perfect time from just a mute right there. I didn't do anything though. I do want to bring Gabe in. We saw someone in chat who took $280, and that's all they've taken. But keep on jabbing, Gabe. Who else is jabbing around these days?
Oh yeah, man, we got a few of them. Shout out to everybody. We missed you. We still see you jabbing away here day by day. But we got Seth. I took 2 longs off the hourly morning high area, locked out my new XFA after stopping out in profit above my daily goal. Good job there, Seth. We got Edwin, made 10 G's with 5 XFAs and locked myself out. Great day and walked away. Shout out to Edwin. We got Jason. Today was my first day trading 24 years ago. Thankful to be here. I put this one in here just because to persevere for 24 years and consistently come back. I mean, that's something to for sure pat yourself on the back and get a little bit of recognition for showing up that much. Ali was $100 away from blowing out my account today. Dug my way out, minus 156 and locked out.
Nice.
So great work there. Close to just blowing out the account and chipped their way away. Still locked out red, but a much better day than blowing out an account. And then we got John Ross, just pocketed $1,200 on ES longs on this dip across 3 XFAs. Great job, John. I see you consistently in the chat. But yeah, shout out to everybody jabbing away, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the last day of the week. Back to you, Dolby Time.
Thank you so much, Gabe. That is correct. It is almost Friday. Don't forget, after the bell, Adobe is going to be doing their earnings. No, that's not me. That's Adobe. Cheap jokes. I think what's interesting is that with the new lockout. Yeah, right. It's a dad-approved joke right there. With the new lockout feature, traders might not have the fortune or misfortune of having days in which you pull yourself back up from a deep red day, right? Because if you lock yourself out after 2 or 3 losing trades, there's really no opportunity to have that heroic moment. Do we miss those moments as traders that we can save our day, or we just never be there in the first place? Prefer that. Brad, you're nodding your head. You get to go first.
I'm gonna say the latter on that. I have done better just not letting the holes get as deep. You know, on these 50K accounts, I give myself $200 a day to try and figure it out on each account. And if I can't, then I'm locked out and I move on to the next one. So I'm finding that it's just kept me out of tilt altogether.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take it, and it keeps my losers small. And you know, I've been able to keep these XFAs longer than I have. Well, a few of them longer than I have any of my other ones, and it's been super, super helpful. I've definitely fought my way back, but I've also let that fighting on more times than I fought my way back. I fought my way into a deeper hole and a bigger mess. So, you know, I've definitely been on the better side of things by just setting a tight daily loss limit, and I'm just going to stick to it. You know, I'm trying to protect these accounts and take care of them. And you know, that's kind of what I've found from a discipline standpoint that has let me be more responsible and hold on to them longer.
Yeah, that's great advice. I love that you're living this. Yeah, finally. Was that you, Chad? You got the TP on another 3 or no?
Yeah, I just went flat. I want to lock in another 150 plus day without.
Nice job, buddy.
So you got your 150?
Got my locking in at 171. I'm out.
Perfect.
I can go enjoy some vino. I try to have vino at least once every few hours.
What's your favorite wine out there right now? Let's start with color: red, white, or pink, or with bubbles.
Today was pink at the White Lotus Hotel, but usually it's been so hot here and humid. It's been a more white Sauv Blanc or Sicilian vino, but usually I'm a red guy. But it's been just too hot. So
too hot for red wine. I get it. I don't like drinking red wine when it's hot outside. I want a bubbly rosé. That's what I want. Preferably pink, yeah. Absolutely delicious.
I'm more of an old-fashioned guy.
Yeah.
I mean old-fashioned.
Old fashions.
I do.
The drink or like the lifestyle?
Both.
Both, okay. No, they are great. Do you ever drink a Wisconsin one? Huh?
What about switching like mid dinner? Is it okay to like after a couple glasses of white? My Italian friend freaks out on me if I say, you know what? I think I'm gonna go with a Pinot Noir now. He's like, what?
Well, all the
you
time.
can't do that.
I used to work at a pretty nice restaurant, and we were trying to get a Michelin star, and we would routinely try to pair wines with every single dish. So if we could get you on a raw course with white bubbly, appetizers with a white or a rosé, and then a red with an entree, and then hit the homer, and then get you on a aperitif or a digestif for dinner, or for dessert, then that's the best right there. So ideally you try to pair off for each course, and then the general rule of thumb is wherever the course is based out of country-wise, you drink wine from that country.
Yeah, well, they have their own rules that only Italians know about themselves.
Of course.
It's
custom.
I don't even know why he asks me what I want, because well, I'll say, maybe I'll get the carbonara. Oh, you can't get that here. No, you can't order that. Not in Sicily. That's not for. It's like, well, why ask me what I want?
Well, if you come to Chicago, it's customary to give you a shot of Malort, and then What's the problem, Brad?
Oh,
What's the problem?
Malort's the problem, Dolby. Straight up.
It's pretty gnarly. It's pretty gnarly. Oh, the
You
Chicago
chase it with a
handshake.
PBR.
Yep.
Margaritas a few times together.
Oh, yeah. There were many days when he was still in Denver. You know, the market would close around 2:00, and I wouldn't leave to go pick up my kids until 3. So we had a window.
Oh.
We're looking at each other like, is it too early to start drinking? The answer was never no.
No, it's not. It's 5 o'clock
perfect
somewhere,
time.
right?
That's right.
It's 5 o'clock
That's
somewhere.
Jimmy Buffett style.
Jimmy Buffett style. That's right. Chad, you're flat. You hit your take profit for the day. You're probably very happy.
Yeah.
Brad, what's your game plan here? We got about a minute left of this segment, and we'll go around the horn real quick. Brad, what's your game plan with your trade?
Yeah, I'm gonna still. I don't love the way it's pulling back up here at the kind of the top end of that Dorito formation. I just tightened up my stops, so I pulled them up to 86.50, based off of I just go 6 ticks below this swing low. Gives me a little bit of room for the liquidity sweep if they're going to do it, and if not, they can have my stop. But I'm looking to see if into the end of the day they want to push this. I got a target right around 60, just below 6,600. I want to see if they're going to make a run at that big, round, beautiful number.
I believe in you, and I believe in the ES. Chad, any wise words for chat before you head off to drink some Italian vino?
Stay small.
Stay small. That's great advice. Brad, any advice for chat while Chad goes and drinks Italian vino?
Follow your rules. They keep you safe.
Love it, man. You guys are great. Well, I hope to see you guys again. This was super fun during a relatively slow time in the markets, but these traders, they made it work. They had trades in, and Chad hit his goal for the day, which is about anything over 150. Coming up next, though, Rico has been putting up small jabs in his Express accounts, as well as his Topstep VIP account. We're going to hear all about his experience as a VIP, as well as his general market outlook. It has been a while, Rico, and we're going to be very, very happy to have you back. So stick around for Power Hour with myself, Andre, and Rico. See ya. What's up, everybody? This is Dolby Time from TopstepTV, here to talk about some of the cool new features that we have for the new dashboard. My favorite one is going to be reset banking, something that did not exist back when I was doing trading combine. So what you can do, you can bank a reset with every trading combine rebuild, and you can use it on any active account at any time. So that means if you're trading in the month of June and you don't use any resets in June, that means that free one that you typically get on your rebuild date is going to get rolled over into next month. So how cool is that?
Data feeds are everything. Can't be connected 3 different ways from Sunday, or now one of those 3 different ways could fail. You want to have a direct connection to the CME, and Topstep X has the ability for you to do that, and that's the coolest part.
Fast, reliable, and stable.
There you go.
Oh, we're talking the green one. We absolutely love this guy here. Power Hour. Rico in the house, member of the Bold Brigade. Look at that background. Shout out to Jack Sr. Dolby time as well. All right, let's get right into this, Rico. As always, great to see you. Thoughts coming into this market, this Power Hour here. Trading 24,032, Rico.
Hey, thank you so much for having me back, fellas. Always a pleasure to be on here with you guys. A little bit of a quiet day. I mean, I'm only up 120 on the day, but not too bad. Today's going to go down as a failed day in my back testing. As you know, I've mentioned several times, I do go back and review all my trades. One thing I was focusing too much on is the red days, but then I realized on some of my big days, I would not stick to my system. So that has really been dictating a failed day or a winning day. Because I don't like to think, even though if you had a red day, it was a bad day if you followed your system. Therefore, I have a little bit of a green day, which should have been a much bigger green day, regardless, red or green. I didn't follow my system. I panicked. I trailed my stop too tight, and I got taken out early. And if I just let my system dictate my position, it would be a much better day. So I don't want to complain too much, but this is going to go down as a loss on my spreadsheet for today.
Hold on, Rico.
All right, that's a mature trading right there.
Also, Rico, we got 57 minutes left here in the trade. Let's see if we can turn that thing around. Dolby time. Let me take a look at these prices really quick. Again, new all-time highs printed in the ES. 65.95. Did not quite get there in the NQ. Last trade, 24,030. With that being said, Dolby, I'm going to throw it to you. Let's get that above below out there for Rico. Go ahead.
Yes. What market? You're an NQ trader, right, Rico?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So for above below, I'm going to ask you where you think the Nasdaq is going to close at 3 p.m. Central. You're going to give us a number, and then chat is going to say above or below whatever number you say. And if you get within a point, then you win.
All right, let's go for it. I want to see new highs today. I think we're going to close 24,075. We're going to break highs and close above on the day.
Okay.
24,075. Above
right,
below. Chat.
Putting some work. Let's go.
Yep. Again, all-time highs 068
Yes,
half.
it's looking a little
06.
stronger. VIX is
good.
dropping to the lows of the day. I want to see this sucker pump here.
Okay.
You have a trade on right now?
Not quite yet. I did. I like the break of this little bit of a wedge that we had, the Dorito that you like to call it. But of course, we keep rejecting yesterday's high of day, which is right in the middle of the zone. We're kind of in a little bit of a resistance zone. So as you can tell, we've rejected this several times today. We popped in just a little bit at 10:45 Eastern time, came back down. We keep rejecting in and out, in and out. I would like to see this turn into an acceleration zone where we push through and we use it as support to push on to higher highs. So that's kind of what I want to see. If we get a 5-minute candle close above yesterday's high of day at 24,041, I will test longs. We'll take that to the upside and see if we can get new highs.
41. Roger that. Above. Okay, you want to take along with the momentum, you said? We're trading 031 right now.
Yes, sir. I want to see yesterday's high of day become resistance turn support. As you can see, we have a lot of wicks on the 5-minute through that. We just haven't been able to close a 5-minute candle body above that. So I'd like to see that 5-minute candle close above. We come back down to retest where I'll go long, and then hopefully we can go to break. At least test all-time highs, if not break.
All right, Dolby time, you heard it. Yep. Looking for a push higher here. All right, lower right-hand corner of the screen, we got 54 minutes to the closing bell. We got 44 minutes till MOC. And got a Delta update for you. We are, here we go, minus 7,700 in the ES up against the highs. Minus 3,200 in the NQ up against the highs as well.
Ooh.
Keep a close eye on that and see if the squeeze is on. And the latter half of Power Hour. Pull is up. Above low. 24,075 in the NASDAQ. What did you vote for, Dolby?
I said above, actually.
Same.
I think it's pretty lofty. But structurally, like this 15-minute or 30-minute on the MES is flat top with higher lows. That typically is bullish. That's what you want to see if you're bullish, is higher lows. Buyers are coming in ever more aggressively to push price higher. and we flat topped it at what 65.94 in the ES, or like 24.40s, or 24.50s in the NQ. But I'm bullish. And now it could fail on a breakout and then reverse the whole thing. But I had to go right here, right now. I would say long, but it is a big decision for this market. So I want to make new highs. Hard part is getting
Although we
in.
did have, if you can see my 5-minute chart on the right here, basically all my structure, everything that I played based on candle pattern formation and structures based on the 5-minute, we did break. We came back down to retest. We did not get a 5-minute candle close below, and now it's looking like it wants to go ahead and break the yesterday high day, which has been a resistance all day. So that would be good to see. Of course, on increased volume, that would be a cherry on top. So we could see that break with increased volume, really showing that buyers wanted to step in and push that, come back down to retest. I would love to see that break.
So you want a break and then a sell-off to get back in?
Not so much a sell-off. I do want to see a break and then just a little bit of a retest. Especially depends on how more extended it gets. What we do see for volume to back that up. Okay. But that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier with a little bit of a green day, but still a fail day. I like to say if you outsource your thinking to your system, that really should kind of prevent those feelings like when things are getting, when the market, you see the market starting to run or market starting to sell, that can kind of prevent that FOMO feeling where if you just take the thinking out of it, where you're just judging everything that you're watching in live time and just outsource that to your system, just let that dictate what's going to happen, whether you're in, you're out, when you get stopped out, when you take profit. So that's what I'm looking to see here is I just want to see that run, go back and retest, and then we're in.
Is that something you had to work towards? I found that is very difficult to do as a trader.
Oh, it's extremely difficult. And I was really only able to get to that after I just blew my last XFA. I'm thinking, like, I don't know why I keep messing around, putting all of this, what I'm looking for here, like I'm just watching things happen in live time, and I'm like, oh, we had a little bit of a strong sell candle, but at the same time, the system is saying go long, and I would hesitate, and I would miss a beautiful move.
Right.
So I just, you get to the point where you get to like failure fatigue. I don't know if that makes any sense at all.
Yep, 100%.
You just get so sick of doing the same things over and over. You just kind of you have to get there. You have to bring yourself to that point where you're just either going to do it or you're not.
Right.
So
you get beaten down far enough. It's like, what do I have to lose? Is it going to be any more painful to do the one thing I haven't done yet than what I'm doing right now and still feeling pain?
Exactly.
Yes, the old what's another $100 at this point? Very dangerous. We are seeing a little bit of selling coming in here in the NQ, trading 24,026. Also caught my eye, a little pop in gold. We just popped about, call it $4. Last trade 36.74. 36.74. You have that negative delta in the NQ, minus 3,200, minus 7,700 in the ES. And all-time highs.
Interesting move here.
Yeah, it is. We need more push to the downside.
61% short. Yeah. Some levels that might be interesting: 64.12 and 23.98s, and then obviously big round number 24,000s. So first one is the midpoint of kind of the range that we've been in. So curious to see if we find any support there, and if not, then 24,000s. Then if not, 980s. But there could be a nice stop run here to be had, and maybe we can get back in on a long. Or we bounce a point of control.
So I'm kind of watching two things, actually three things, really. Sorry,
what do you got? No, go ahead. I just noticed a point of control is very, very. Oh, well, maybe because mine visible. No, still doesn't matter. Point of control is pretty high for the day. Point of control is at 24,027.50, and what our high of the day is 50s. That's not that far away at all.
No, not at all. It does make sense. We do have a lot of price action in that area. So I'm watching actually three things here. I would love to see, I kind of adjusted this Dorito higher end of the line here to reflect this last reject that we just had. So if we can break that, that's a double confluence towards a long. So we break that wedge, we come back and retest the high of day, great. One thing I'd like, or I'm kind of waiting to see, is if we break to the downside, we break out of the zone that you can see this clearly mapped out in this like orangish hue We'll break down below this downtrend, come back up to retest for shorts. Or if we do come back down, I do have the opening print at 23977 in gold with the pre-market high at 23978 in blue with VWAP right below that. So we have 3 levels of support here. So if we, for some reason, we do break down and we hit this level, I will probably try this for the long side. But if we break, we get a 5-minute candle close below that, I'll look to that to either invalidate the long and then go short, or we'll see how this reacts, of course, with volume. So there's a lot to look at here.
977. What was that price?
Yep, it's between about 977, 978. Opening print is at 977. The high, or excuse me, the pre-market high was at 978. VWAP's at 975. So we do have quite a bit of support there. So I'll more than likely try longs. I might take shorts down to the long.
Ooh, I think that's an interesting trade too.
That is a, you see that question a lot in the chat. Well, if you're looking at perhaps getting long from 23,977, we're trading 24,046. Why not get short on the way down? Well, Rico, how do you answer that? You got to get there first, right?
Go short down to that. So I would more than likely try those shorts down to that. If I wasn't shorts down to that, I would more than likely look to cover and then go long. If that does break with a 5-minute candle close below, I will obviously cut those and then look to go short. So I do think we have a few options here in Power Hour. And VIX continues to drop, so I wouldn't be surprised if this thing just rips. But we'll see.
Yeah, you see how that little selling that was met with some bids to come in there. In the ES, got down to 65.90. They put the floor in there. Can we get to see 6,600 evens in the ES? We got within 5 points of it. Can we get to all-time highs in the
Not
Nasdaq
today? Probably overnight.
Poll is complete. 52% are saying above Rico. Everyone wants to see new all-time highs today.
Wow, that's impressive considering how far away we are.
Let's see if we can get there. Also, let's not forget. We housekeeping still short 5 micro crude from $62.55.
Really?
Last trade $62.27. Good to see there. We got the bottom of the hour in about 15 minutes. Markets are channeling right now. We are seeing that volume starting to coil up, right? In this range, if you want to call it that. Negative delta is increasing ever so slightly. Now NQ minus 3,400. As we trade 24,025. Nothing on the tilt right now.
I'm watching shorts as our first play here. If this does break this lower trend.
I'm going to be curious to see where buyers decide to come in and support this. I'm very intrigued. I think between 210s and 390s would be pretty interesting to accumulate just below the midpoint and then try to incorporate the round number. And then our stops, 30 points? That
Hard
gets
to
us
call
to
on an ES.
70s.
It looks like we have like this little rising wedge, and more often than not, they'll result in the pre.
Yes, tried taking a peek to the upside there. Sellers did jump back in.
Might need to go down to go back up again.
Yeah,
It
Nasdaq.
very well could. A lot of times when you see something like that's forming here with this rising wedges, you'll see it. It'll continue in the predetermining move. So if it's moving on up, wedge, it'll break to the upside. If it's coming on down, and then it goes into that wedge, it'll continue down. But like you're saying, it could take a little bit of a pullback to pull back in buyers to continue higher. But
I mean, shorts got rewarded pretty quick for short in 40s. I mean, no buyers decided to come in and push that to new highs, so they're probably waiting, which gives sellers a little bit of a chance. But buyers have come in a little bit, so I wonder if someone's just running something. It just says, hey, every 10 points it pulls back, just buy some. Just buy a little bit
I
more.
wouldn't be surprised if they kind of probe that 6,600 area to see what they have available for.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
ES staying stronger right now. Yes, about 3 points off the highs. Those are again
Yeah, I think
all-time
on the
highs.
last 3 15-minute candles, they've had increased buy volume, so that's
They have.
interesting.
Got a 400 lot up at 6,600 even. 8 points away to the upside. Gold did pull back a little bit, 36.73. Last trade in gold. Dow is found its control right now, 46,118. We do have Adobe earnings, not Dolby, Adobe earnings after the bell.
Mm-hmm.
And what Oracle earnings 2 days ago, and up 40%. I want to say Oracle was the next 24 hours. Shout out to Larry Ellison, worth an additional $100 billion. Yes, with a B, $100 billion.
Do you even feel anything at that point? Another
24
billion?
hours. $100 billion in 24 hours. That's wow.
We already a billionaire. What's like
Almost
another
unfathomable amount of money.
Another hundo.
What's another hundo billion?
Does she not look great for being 80 though?
I mean,
if I had that much money, bro, I mean, come on.
I try to live forever. I try to live to like 150 if I figure out a way to do that.
Spend all of it, yeah. Go hang out with Chad. Mediterranean diet.
Absolutely.
Boy,
Gotta figure
ES
it
sure
out,
looks
man.
like it wants to knock on the door of 6,600 here.
Yes, it does. ES looks much more bullish than Nasdaq does.
It does.
For sure it does.
We got that negative delta. Let's see if they do want to squeeze or if the short's like, nope, we're going to keep hitting the bid here. Good luck, buyers. We'll keep hitting the bid. We saw a negative delta in the close yesterday. Much deeper numbers on that. We were like, what?
Oh, we trying to hop in on some Nasdaq? This thing is, ES is ready to cook, feels like.
Yeah. See if the ES wants to make the first move. ES definitely stronger between the Nasdaq. ES.
I would say so.
Yeah, let's take a look at the ladder.
I mean,
Anything
gold is still short too.
Oops.
60-40 short side on NQ and 65-35 short side ES.
Short? Okay.
Yeah, tilt's leaning short.
I see some stops popped. They're going to run this ES up to the 6,600. So we've got about 6 points away from that.
It's either that or failed moves come
good.
fast moves. And this thing just totally tanks, but I have a feeling that is not going to be the case.
I think it's going to be the failed move, unless there is a headline. There hasn't been at all.
Yeah.
Just yet. Failed move. The fast move might come in the last 5 minutes of
Here we go.
Trade. Yeah, here we go. Come on, pop this thing. Closing in
on
at
the door.
Yup. Point away.
Pop the highs.
Yes, got a 500 lot on the ask. That was filled. They just lifted that offer. What was that? 93 in the orders. Nasdaq's going to have to do the heavy lifting here. We are seeing gold grinding a little bit higher here, 36.74. Nasdaq a little bit more reluctant. Rico, what was that price? 041, correct? You want to see push through 041 and then a pullback or a retest?
Correct. Yep. Yesterday's high day, 041.
Okay.
Looks like it wants it. I'm ready for it.
Yes, might have to make the first move. We got about the hour in 9 minutes. 9 minutes. So about the hour.
Oh, okay.
Well, last half hour. You see some fireworks. We're seeing some size on the ladder in the ES. And 200 on the bid, 200 on the ask. Right now we got Dolby time. We got a Rico. Keep an eye on the Nasdaq for perhaps an entry to the long side for now, right? That can obviously change. Gold grinding higher here as well. Now up about $6 since the beginning of Power Hour. So this wants to go. Watch the ES. Rico, you got both charts up. You watch ES, Nasdaq. You play the two off of each other.
I do. I like to watch them in just to see how they kind of. I mean, they have a lot of the same holdings, so I like to see how one's acting in relation to the other. Of course, I always have to keep the VIX in mind, watching the both of those too. So if one's moving in correlation to the other, I want to see if one is just lagging or if it's going to catch up. A lot of times you do see it catch up. But yeah, I keep those three open at all times.
just keeps knocking on that ceiling there in the ES. 94, 65, 94. See a little bit of resistance, a little bit.
Yeah. Very, very slow and deliberate market so far. It might get crazy in the last, maybe MOC might take it, maybe the last 20 minutes. I still feel like it needs to go down before it goes back up. I have to assume there's a lot of stops that are probably pretty tight, nestled just underneath some of these stair-step highs and stair-step lows. Sorry, the lower highs. And just wipe all of those out and then make your run.
I do have Bookmap open too, and I don't see anything really just sitting around. So it would be real boring to just let this chop around. I'm dying to get into something here, but we'll see.
I think there will be.
We have two moves just sitting right above and below, and we're just stuck right here in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would love to get something in there, but it's too expensive to go long, and we're not quite there enough yet to go short. Because I would rather just go short like 24,050, for example, and try to get more value out of it versus trying to preempt it and take it right here, right now.
Something's developing. I'm not seeing much action in the prices for now. Yes, Nasdaq. There is volume accumulating up here. And Delta is changing.
Yeah, I mean,
buyers
control.
Same way. I think we're accumulating for the next move higher for sure.
Yeah. Higher low maintained in Nasdaq. That's kind of interesting. Can we make a higher high? ES did a pretty good job not selling off so far. That's impressive.
JF in the chat. Squeeze. Looking for that squeeze. Might see it. What was that? 400 lot on the bid in the ES. That was filled. What was it? 65, 94? 94 half. It just came in there.
The Nasdaq tilt starting to balance out a little bit.
They know. Why did they throw a bid in there at that?
What was the price?
64. There's another one filled. They're throwing bids in there. 94 half. They keep throwing. Well, it's about 1,000 done on the bid right there.
Okay. There's some size in there. 6,600 has 400 contracts.
Yeah, it does.
On it.
It's twice. They reloaded. They reloaded about a point off the highs, all-time highs.
Nasdaq doesn't have much of anything going on other than 67 at 50s.
Yeah.
That's nothing crazy, though.
I would love to see that 400 order at 6,600 get filled. There's a lot sitting above it.
In the ES?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. Little velocity in Nasdaq. This is a waiting game right now. Someone's got to make a move here.
I got an idea. How to make these markets move. I got an idea.
Oh, what do you got?
James, bringing this news clip. It's James' voice. That should do the trick. I don't even know how to segue this thing. Just bring it in here. We got a quick news question mark update. Get this in here. Marcus will move now.
Don't call it a comeback. Summer never went anywhere. Although several states just experienced a week or two of crisp fall-like weather, things are going to heat back up again. More than 90 million people in the central and eastern U.S. will have highs in the low 90s Friday through Sunday. According to the Climate Prediction Center, this round of late summer heat is expected to continue into next week. The autumnal equinox, which is the official end of summer, is September 22nd.
That wasn't. Hold on. That
It
was
worked.
not. That was not in the preview. Hold on, Jay. I see what you
That's a
did there.
real good
Wow.
look for you, Dre.
No, it's not. No, absolutely not. Hold on. That's not what you. Wow. I got bamboozled there. I see what you did. All right. Let's see if we get the market going here. Talking about the weather. And there's that picture. Oh, boy.
Got those apple bottom jeans boots with the fur.
The fur. That's
That's
right.
right.
That's right. Let's see if we get this thing going. Push this thing. Man, James. Well done. Well done. About the
I
hour.
mean, Dre,
in 3 minutes.
you're dressed for fall, Dre. Looks like you've been listening to some Soundgarden recently.
Yeah, the 90s coming back out. I'm going to Riot
Great
Fest,
band.
by the way. Yes.
Oh, you are?
Right. Yes.
Hell
The
yeah.
lady won 2 3-day passes to Riot Fest, and that
Oh,
I know.
nice.
Isn't that crazy? We're gonna try
It's
to
worth
go
it
to
if
that.
it's free.
Yeah. Yep. Pumpkin spice. Love it. A little bit of pullback here
That
in
season.
Yes, it is.
Love
We
it.
got nothing on the wire right now. Also, we did see that headline from Besant meeting with, what was it, Warsh, Bullard, and Lindsay. Possible new Fed chairs. Something interesting about those three candidates, if you want to call them. All three were hawks while they're in the Fed. All three were hawkish. And unless they change that up, I mean, interesting to meet with them. Maybe it's just a little window dressing, but something to keep an eye on. Next May 2026 is end of Powell's term. Anyways, all right, we got the bottom of the hour coming in here. Still keeping an eye on these levels. Nothing popping just yet. Gold turned around a little bit. Rico, talk to me. You are in the bull.
Yeah, I was just going to say, God, sorry, this is just brutally boring.
I love the arch behind you. Look at that. That says Bull Brigade on it. How's it been going with Jack Sr. so far?
Shout out to Coach Jack Sr. He is just such a gem. He just drops nuggets after nuggets, and he's great. I mean, I think I've always found myself gravitating to the more seasoned vets in the game. A lot of people always say I'm an old soul, so I don't know. Maybe I just am biased towards Jack Sr. He just drops so many gems. It's just I'm putting on well for the Bull Brigade and Coach Jack Sr. I mean, I'm obviously positive in this account. I'm respecting it. I'm not taking any wild trades, so I'm just treating this exactly how I am my XFA. I think we're going to get there.
I hope so. So.
That's a lot of experience right there.
A lot of knowledge.
You know your fingers. Yep.
Okay, nothing crazy going on.
No,
not
not
holding these
yet.
highs. Just chilling, holding these highs.
I have to see those bids keep coming in here. They keep stacking. Yeah, they do keep reloading. 65.94 or so.
It's pretty unusual.
I'd really love to
when
see
you
something happen.
get up to a high, you either do something fast.
They're starting to roll. Yeah, they're starting to roll into D's. I don't know, but certainly not short. Are they hedging? We don't really know.
No idea.
They're not short. I'm pretty confident to say that. So let's see if we can take the top off this thing. Again, we got to keep getting within a point. 2 ticks of that 65.95. Nasdaq. Last time Nasdaq made new all-time highs, or made the all-time highs, I should say, it was August 13th. And I'm in the chat saying so many trapped traders. Are they trapped short or trapped long?
I mean, if we're doing the scary trade indicator, I think getting short would be the scariest trade.
Think so?
I do. I really do. I don't think it's that scary getting long with higher lows. That's pretty much the structure you want. You're bullish.
You know what the counters are going to say that. Why are you getting long at the highs, right? I see. I
of
agree
course.
with you, Goldie.
But it's like, why are you getting short
go.
at the highs? Why do you do anything at all?
Yes. Okay.
There we go. Finally, there's some velocity.
Yeah, we broke through. Here we go. Oh, keep me posted on that delta. See if they want to squeeze it. If the squeeze is going to happen right now. Will the squeeze happen right now?
I might get myself into a little bit of an ES trade here. All right, if we get a 5-minute candle close above the break of high of day, I'm going to take ES for a retest long. I am watching NQ as well to see what we have over there.
Okay. You got your kind of your wedge drawn, looking for a retest back to the top of the wedge.
Feel it's coming.
Yes.
Feel it.
One of the two. We're going to take ES or we're going to take NQ or NQ. It's looking for the long, so.
Thank you, troops.
And that's all you can really do at all-time highs. Is you take former highs that were resistance turn support, or if you're a fib person, look at fib extensions.
Yep.
But obviously, markets are designed to go to the up or top right corner of your screen. So at some point, you got to take it long, even though if we're at all-time highs or not.
Here we go. High day is 046.
Whoa.
Nasdaq. Here we go. ES not done. New highs, new all-time highs. 65.96 in the orders. All right, Nasdaq,
Yes,
your
doing
turn.
a very good
Backing
job.
up this ES move too. I really like this. The only problem is we have 6,000 sitting right there, of course. Or yeah, 6,000, 6,600. Excuse me.
Yeah, I got you.
And there's nowhere to look left at 6,600.
This is charter territory here. Come on, ES. Look at those offers that are stacked. You saw those bids coming in. Kept reloading. 65.94, 65.93 half. It just kept stacking.
Yeah, I mean, Rico, you're right. Especially with nothing to riff off of. Looking to the left. I mean,
this thing.
You're just looking for stair-step pullbacks. That's pretty much all you can do.
Yeah. And of course, NQ is rejecting off yesterday's high day again in that trend line that we got. So I think the play to watch now, unless NQ wants to break, it's this ES retest. But
I wonder the last time we've seen ES be just so much more aggressive than Nasdaq. Nasdaq hasn't even broken structure yet. It's a pretty long time. I mean, what's going on at ES that's not going on at Nasdaq? Nasdaq.
I just keep walking this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, 50-50, getting closer.
Huh.
Yep.
On the
ES
tilt.
is looking real strong here.
Nasdaq not so much. JF.
Oh,
JF said
not yet.
squeeze. That 500
Someone's
sitting on the
long.
offer.
Oof.
Ian?
You go
Let's
long,
go.
Bobby?
Go.
No.
Ian?
Nope. Nothing. I wouldn't have even considered getting long until we got to at least like 2412 or 24,000. I just,
get to these
just don't particularly enjoy just buying higher lows. It's pretty speculative.
Yeah.
I mean, it works for sure. It's probably its own sort of trade, though. It's not really a range trade. Because like structure is not really getting broken. Yes, is cruising.
Yeah,
it
very
wants
strong.
those. It wants it.
Look at those 66
It does.
evens.
I just wonder if they touch it and just roll over. Because Nasdaq doesn't really have anything like a big round number that it's so close to. Like, what, 24,100? I mean, that's like 60 points from now. We're so close to 6,600 in the ES.
I'm gonna put
So we are. But that 500 lot sitting up there. We got 15 minutes. 15 minutes till MOC. Nasdaq found some selling in there.
Bad move. That was a flash right there.
What was it? About 10 points there, Dolby? We'll pop here.
Yeah, at least. How fast was that? That was a 1 second, Dre.
Damn.
1 second move. 38s down.
I got a bid in on ES right now, sitting at high day, or I'm sorry, the retest.
Dude, do we offer 6,600 in the ES?
Rico, what bid are you working?
That's crazy.
65.94 on ES or MES.
Yep.
I want to see it come back down to retest.
Over to ES now, Dolby time.
I got both up.
Okay, sounds good. Yes, grind this thing. Gotcha, James Roger. That a little pullback here in the Nasdaq.
Does not want to break.
No, it does
No.
not.
Nasdaq is stuck in the mud compared to this ES. I don't know. I just wonder if ES hits 6,600, Nasdaq doesn't do anything, and they both just sell off at the end of the day.
14 minutes till. That was 1,000 lot, Billy. Thank you. 1,000 lot hit.
Wow.
Oh, in the ES. Okay, that was 1,000. Oh, ES did it. Okay.
1,000 watt on ES.
It was ES.
I don't see that, but
Look at what's happening right here. I'm saying, oh, this is boring price action. I don't find it boring. There's
It's
it's
not.
coiling
There's
up
a
here.
story.
It's not. There
There's
is
a story being told, and if you've been in the market long enough, you know that this sort of price action does not sustain itself. Something will happen.
Yes, it will.
Something will happen. We'll get some action eventually.
It's developing. Got 13 minutes till MOC. Felt like the ES was going to.
Just got to stay patient. Wait for your setups.
Yep.
They're trying to bore you into something stupid. So,
Rico, do we get above those 41s? I guess you switched over to the ES.
I do have them both open. I do think we're going to. I'm kind of just stuck here. I don't know. Maybe it's going to take MOC, but
13 minutes away.
based on the price action, I do think we could see at least a new high day.
New high day would be awesome. Nasdaq's gonna have to wake up though.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Oslan comes in, hits the bid in the ES. And it's like, well, there's more where that came from. Nasdaq. Nasdaq, not so much just yet. We'll see is market on close, Ralph.
Good time.
Market on close. What does that mean? There's a bunch of orders that are to be executed on the close of the day. It's going to be a lot of size, a lot of, put it this way, there's going to be some volume and volatility. If the numbers come in big, we'll keep you posted on that. And that comes in at 50 after the hour, 10 minutes till the closing bell. That was a very elementary description of what it is, but you'll see. I'll call those numbers out. Here we go. ES. Here we go. 98 quarters.
Sound good.
You just in?
I'm sorry?
Oh, you're still in. Okay, I thought you went to market or something. You're still chilling with your.
Oh no. I'm just I still got my bid sitting here.
There's got to be stops above 66.
Oh
yeah. There's got to be.
It's going to be very interesting if ES hits 6,600 and rolls and NQ doesn't do anything.
Yep. VAV. Chat just need to hit those short stops above here. Yep. On G, sellers have zero traction and are going to eat it. Imagine being stuck short.
I mean, you might have a cheap short at 6,600. It's a big round number. NQ still not doing anything.
Delta grew. They added into those shorts. The Delta. This is wild.
The volume on ES sure looks like it wants to hit that 6,000 or 6,600, but we just need NQ to
pop this thing. We're closing in here. We got within, I'll call it 2 points. Nasdaq keeps looking over at the ES, saying you're going to have to do the work if we're going to go. You lead, we'll follow.
Let's try and. What do we hit first? 24,050 or 6,600? I don't know.
Normally
maybe
the
same time.
Normally would have said 50s, but looks like the ES is going to do the heavy lifting here. 10 minutes till MOC. 2,500 people watching all across the globe right now. We got a Rico in the house. Our fan favorites. Dolby time as well. If you'd be so kind, click subscribe. Click thumbs up. That means you like.
Yes, had the volume to back it up too to break the new high a day. If you can see on my right side just that big green volume bar that came through to push through. A lot of times you'll see that as buyers came in to defend that move. So I'm hoping what we'll see is come back down to retest. And we do have that. Not only do we have the retest of the high a day, we have the retest of that top of that little Dorito line here. So I would love to see that come back down. It would make me feel real good about hopping into longs, at least to retest the 6,600 area. And volume on the 15-minute is definitely defending.
Shout out to the chat. Chat is very locked in right now. Brad Sims. Billy said, Brad Sims, 1,800 contracts traded at 65.98. Billy was in there talking price, time of sales as well. Absolutely love it. We're all locked in here. Last 19 minutes of Power Hour in the New York session. Got Adobe earnings after the bell. Make sure to stay tuned into at the buzzer with Jay and Paul. Give you wall-to-wall coverage of that, as well as breaking down the trading day today. CPI came in. Jobless claims. was the concerning number, but here we are.
Intuition is kicked in a little bit here. I don't know if ES is going to pop. I don't know why I have that feeling, but I'm just going to verbalize it though.
Well, no, I could see
feels like
why.
something changed. Maybe like the way it moved, or like something in the dome.
Delta grew.
Nasdaq starting to sell off a little bit.
Delta did grow.
It did.
7,000. Yup. Coming in there, whacking that bid, right? Whacking that bid.
Yeah, my Spidey sense kicked off at like 97.25.
You're watching the ladder, Dolby? Is that where you started? You watched the chart?
Yeah, I was watching the. Well, I have NQ ladder up, but I have both charts up. So
Love
I don't
it.
know, something in the.
That is something.
Where's the momentum?
It comes with
Where's the
hours
momentum?
and hours and days and years of watching pattern
Can't explain
recognition.
it.
Yup.
Can't explain it. So your Spidey sense tingles, and you're like, "Huh, I feel like I've seen this before."
Why? Yeah, exactly. Say that one more time.
I feel like I've seen this before.
Yep.
Maybe you're wrong, but you just. I think if you're like a trader who like relies on intuition, try to like write it down and then see what like the result is, or write it down so you can become like more aware of it in the future if it ends up doing well. But intuition can be pretty powerful in trading.
I don't know how you could write that down. What we just saw.
I don't know. Like
I know what you. Yeah.
I would have like screenshot it or something, or like go
what was
back and
that?
watch the stream and be like, "Huh, that's weird." That's all it is.
What was that? Just saw a big seller come in on the 65.95.
Mm-hmm.
All filled. Was it? Did a bid come in there? We're talking 500 contracts just got filled on the bid. Right back up. This is wild.
I don't want to get orders in at 24,000.
There is some size. Volume is growing at these prices. Rico, what was that bid? You were 94s?
I have two MES sitting at 65.94.
Okay.
We came so close, but we'll see. I feel like I'm boring you guys to sleep, so sorry I haven't taken any kind of a trade yet.
Oh, hell
No, you
no,
don't
man.
have to.
No,
It's just so exciting.
Something's developing here. Watch just trade sideways into the close.
Yeah.
I would not bet on that. I would not bet on
I won't either.
Fordham into close. It might, but I doubt it.
At
Highly
this
doubt
point,
it.
Dolby, yes. At this point, I'm asking myself, are we going to close on the highs at this point?
Yeah, and it's
The
this
last
our
45
failed
minutes.
moves, failed
Yeah.
moves sort of moment here. You're probably close to getting filled at Rico, right?
The last 45
I'm
minutes.
so close. I was one tick away just a second ago, but
Longs anymore. Hey, also shout out to Aaron Trades in Fast Markets. The chat voted on what country he'll be going to next. He is a trading nomad.
Oh, funny. Yes, he is.
Travels the globe. And
he's
trades
living
well
it
as
up.
out
I'm jealous. Good for him.
Yeah, 1:30 a.m. Central Time. London Open here on TopstepTV. Currently in Spain. We put
That's
it up
hard
to
to
the
do,
chat.
man.
Yeah,
We're talking
it
to
is.
Chad. He does the same thing. He's traveling around perpetually, trying to nail those time zones and everything.
So for those
Do
that
what
didn't
you can,
see,
Aaron.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, do travel while you can.
Yeah,
It's
travel while
up to you quick.
We put up to a poll. What country? He's going to do this. What country should he go to next? Switzerland, Italy, Norway, Germany. All great choices.
What do you get?
Chet,
Okay, I'm in.
Joe Switzerland. All right, we're in. Here we go.
Switzerland. Nice. Okay, you're in.
2 MES.
Okay, you're in the
Yes,
you're
sir.
in the yes.
Let's see if we can go retest high day here.
Okay.
Maybe about a couple ticks shy.
We
66.
go 2 MES. 64, 65.90.
That's the reaction we like to see right off the bat here.
Sure is. What are you looking for to the upside? Assuming something above 6,600s.
Yes, I'm looking at that. I still have
Nice entry. Nice entry.
heat maps
It's
here,
very good.
and there are quite a bit of orders sitting at the 6,600. What I might do is just end up trailing this up. So if it wants to accelerate through, that way I don't prematurely get taken out. I'll just trail this through. But I would like to see at least a test, probe the 6,600 areas to see what we have for resistance there. And look at the volume that came in on that 1 minute already. That's the reaction I like to see off those levels.
We're starting to perk up into MOC.
Less than 3 minutes.
I missed that one by a couple tickies in the ES, unfortunately.
Rico, you had a resting bid. You had a resting. You were working a bid the entire time. That's the only way you're going to get it.
You wanted its level.
Joint bid would be too late. So
it's okay. We have an order back in. So we have 64 down to 90, and we have some working in the Nasdaq too for 24 down to 80s. So similar. Whatever gets filled first, we'll roll with. I like the idea of getting long here into MOC. Good on you on taking that trade. I think that's a hard trade to take, Rico. I really do. It's a very aggressive,
especially in the all-time highs when you have nothing to look forward to on the left-hand side. You kind of just have to go off of former resistance turn support, and like I was saying with the fib extensions, which I don't really use in these areas. I'll look at those on the daily if I'm trading equity or options against a individual stock for sure. But when it comes to this, there's so many things, so many variables. I'm just looking to see if we can just get basic former resistance turn support.
All right, the Nasdaq might be the first to move higher here. Nasdaq's got to get.
It changed.
Yes, it did, just like that.
Its personality changed. It started to pick up a little bit more velocity in those candlesticks. It's kind of vibing with the ES a little bit more.
Yeah, ES wants to hit 6,000. Yeah, Leon, I think you mean 6,600s, but yes.
Yeah.
Watch this. Watch the Nasdaq flip. Nasdaq's going to push higher here. It's on the ladder. What we got? 2 minutes. Marking on close.
It's still negative, but not by much on both.
I might let this ES cook for a while, and if if NQ does break above the 241s, 24041s, I might just let both of these cook away. I'll hop into an NQ as well.
They just hit the bid on the ES again. Maybe Nasdaq's going to go without it. Oh, we got that micro crude trade going on right now as well.
What's going over there?
Just put in new lows of the day in crude, 62.23. That's gone short from, what is it, 62.55? All good, Leon. All good. Stay locked in. I'm locked in, talking price, talking size, talking volume. I absolutely love this. Rico Long 2 MES 65.94. About 60 seconds till MOC.
Oh man, it's gonna be interesting.
Heavy buy side. Are we gonna see heavy buy side MOC at all-time highs and highs a day? That's the question. I guess that's the $1 million, bazillion-dollar question for that matter.
I can't imagine it's negative trade.
I know. That would be the logical thing, right?
And I'm going to put a bid in. I'm going to put 2 in down here at VWAP at the bottom of this trend line. So if it wants to whipsaw, I'm going to hop in here a little bit down the way, and if it just rips against us, I'm going to get stopped out.
Right, we have we're going to pull our Nasdaq and roll with ES into MOC.
Goes ES, NQ, then YM.
See if we can get full 25 seconds.
I like that, Dolby. Let it flush.
See if we can get a quick flush.
Anything on the ladder in the NQ? Not seeing much. Nope, pretty thin. All right, 10 seconds. I got you guys. You guys watch the markets. I will call out market on close. Here we go.
A little shake and bake.
Sell side, a little heavy. 1.3 sell. All right, sell side. Yes, 1.3. Sell side Nasdaq 750 mil. Sell side Dow 500 mil. Light.
That's nothing. That is nothing.
It just got absorbed. Look at that. Just got absorbed.
Easy peasy. Shorts at 6,600 are so interesting.
All right. ES was just waiting for the MOC to get out of the way. Like, all right. Let's see what's happening up at 6,600. Again, MOC numbers. Sell side 1.3.
All right, we got a new high day on ES. I'm going to start trailing this up here. Sorry, Greg. I don't mean to cut you off there.
Perfect trade, Rico. Great stuff.
We might be hopping into an NQ here. I'm starting to see a break the high day, previous day high day, which has been resistance all day.
Squeeze on. Here we go.
Oh, there it is. 600.
Oh, they reloaded. They came in 500 more times.
All right, we're going to keep this higher. ES is out. I'm going to switch back over to MNQ. That's my next play that I'm watching here.
Woo.
You're cooking.
Well done, Rico. So again, those numbers
Yeah,
can
I
and
would
will
like to see
change.
a
Those
bounce here,
MOC numbers.
retest it.
Okay, so what happened there? 6600s did trade. They came in with another. Maybe they didn't trade out.
There are just so many orders sitting above on ES
Yeah.
that does not make me feel comfortable staying in that long. So that's kind of why I kind of trailed that up.
I mean,
Although
it was
that's something that
such
we
a
had
cheap
discussed,
short.
so-
Such a cheap short. And
Absolutely.
such an obvious place to take profit too, especially if you're day trading and it's like, where might I need to be done today? So, 1600 is a big round number. I'll start with that.
Caveman.
Absolutely.
Love it.
100%.
Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it.
No. Always try to find big round numbers or big levels. And if you get
New
caught in the
all-time
middle, I
highs.
typically try to round.
New all-time highs in the ES. 6,600 even. Goodness. When will we see 7,000s?
Nasdaq still won't
Looks
do
like
it.
we kind of trailed right
Come
into
on,
high
Naz.
today.
Seriously. Yeah,
Nazzie's sleeping. 2.5 points.
If we get this 5-minute candle close above, I'm going to test some longs, but it just kind of rejected it immediately. So we didn't even get high a day on NQ. That was kind of boring. Kind of looks like we trailed our stop right into high a day on ES, so that worked out well.
Well, that was a great trade. Let's see if we can get some 63s.
Still sell side on the MOC. Again, those numbers can and will change. And about 55 after the hour, we're going to see an injection of liquidity. If we're ready to go, let's bring it in right now, Andrea. Hashtag power, hashtag fast markets. S-U-N. Yeah, fast markets. Come on in, Andrea. Let's do this.
Okay. All right, first one up. We got AA saying the XFA so far.
Hey, net gas. Huh?
Looking green. This one I like. Gnome Trades checking in saying locked out. Topstep trying to follow my own rules of hit target and walk. Go for a coffee.
Delicious.
Very smart. LJ saying boring is good. Nice.
Especially with that green. That's definitely good.
Yeah.
Great looking stats here, LJ. Nice stuff.
And next, we got Two Tone saying about a year into futures trading and was able to bag 10K for my first month. Finally received my 5K club package by sticking to the strategy that works for me. Discipline and risk management pays.
Well said. Well done.
Finally, we got AW Trade saying started my Topstep live account at the beginning of July. I've been getting some interesting DMs saying I'm a terrible trader and haven't taken a payout on my live account. Well, here you go. Just about 55K in payouts in 2 months. Trading in a live environment is much different than Sim.
It's
hard. It really
You
is.
love that.
I know. It says you can't just reset or start over on Sim. I look at this like a challenge. Can I prove myself as a trader in a live environment that few get to? I want to. I will. That was great.
Nice.
All right, that's all I got.
I love those. I'll give that 4.75 out of 5. That was
right.
Yeah, that was
good
very
stuff.
good.
Yeah.
All right, 25 seconds. 25 seconds till still staying sell side. Has lightened up a little bit. Have new all-time highs. Nasdaq just all the volatility changes.
Not doing it.
Maybe maybe I'm gonna go flirt with the
Very
ES a little
uninspired.
bit.
Shocked.
Yeah.
I'm really, truly shocked.
I gotta
You were
say,
cool in
ES
that
on the volume side on the 15-minute looks like it wants a new high a day. It looks like it wants to push through them 66s.
All right, last 5
But
minutes here.
there are quite a bit of orders sitting there, so that's not something I'm going to try this late into the day.
Yeah.
All right, this could be.
I want to see if this
Yeah,
sells
although
off
if
a
NQ
little
breaks down here, this is a short that I might test at the end of the day. Let's see how this looks here.
And he says, guys, NQ is broken. Wake up, do something.
It is.
I mean,
Reminds me of that meme with the
10-point
picture of the guy
range?
holding the stick. Do
Lame.
something.
the stick, yeah. All right, are we going to
Yeah.
see some profit taking up here, though we do have that negative delta? Last 4.5
Okay,
minutes.
let's pull back.
Yeah, are you flat, Rico?
Yes, sir. For now, I'm looking at shorts on NQ.
Looking at shorts. Oh, I'm trying to get long ES again.
Yes,
First time.
65.95.
Ooh, ES is kind of looking ugly, but I don't want to discourage you.
No, it's just down on its luck, man. It's fine.
Hey, let's
66
minutes
minutes
print.
looking.
They are
Fine.
negative delta increasing in the
Sell this
Nasdaq. So
off.
they're going to hold it. They're going to hold it up here, Nas. They're going
Sell
to
it
take
off.
those shorts.
The shorts are
I
going to
have to
hold.
say, I'm looking forward to ditching this hat one day to get that 5K. Hopefully, I'll be in the mail soon.
No,
Yep.
like the up. We might be
One
able
of these
to.
guys. Oh yeah,
pull
Andre.
some,
You and I
we
both
might be
got
able,
him on.
yeah, we might be able to pull some strings for you there, Rico. We'll talk later. Let's stay locked in here. We got 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. Oh, people are getting mad at the NQ. All right.
What a time to be alive. What a time to be
crazy.
alive, Trey. People hate
I know,
the
right?
NASDAQ.
Everyone's
Screenshots.
favorites.
Screenshot
The
this
darling.
moment.
The darling
I
of
feel
the
your pain, though.
market.
I feel
NQ
your
catches
pain.
strays today. Let it out. That's what TopStep TV is here to do. Let the NQ have it. Yes, the NQ. Let's stick. 24,032. ES. New all-time high. 6,600 even.
Best trades today were just 10-point ranges in NASDAQ. That was it.
Oh, Leon. Okay,
it.
Leon. Leon's over the NQ. ES for the win. We saw
Wow.
Rico mid power hour say no later. NQ. ES. Do something with the. Oh, wow. ES getting a lot of love in the chat. I love this. What a time to be alive is right, Dolby time.
This is great.
We got 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes till the
NQ
closing
had a couple
bell.
beautiful setups today, but like I was saying, I just did not follow my system. I got out way too early, but I had 2 stellar setups that I just kind of fumbled on. So that was my bad.
Never a good feeling.
Do you want to regrade yourself really quick, Enrico? You came in giving yourself what grade and what is it now?
Still a D. I give myself a D. Not an F because I'm green, but I've had 2 systematic trades that I fumbled on because the mental game, it's tough. It gets you, but I should have a really green day. It's a little green day, which is better than
I'll
red.
give you an A.
Even a red day when I follow my system is better than a green day that I didn't follow my system. And then that's just how I'm going to leave that.
Fair enough. I'll give you A for your performance on Power Hour. Great stuff. Always bringing it, Enrico. Love having you here.
I appreciate that.
Time. Great job. Previous segment and a Power Hour. Didn't take the trade. We hyped up the moves. They never quite got there. And I love it. The NQ. People are mad at the NQ in the chat. Never thought I'd see the day. Yep, Adobe after the bell as well. 60 seconds. Are we working anything, Dolby?
Bids 93 in ES.
Yeah.
Maybe it dips down. I don't know. We're probably not getting pulled anything, to be honest.
Nah. I'll give you guys, all 3 of us, pat on the back. We were able to keep the story unfolding for very little price movement. So great job there. Look at all the ladder. Look at that ladder in the ES. We got 500 lots up and down the ladder on the ASK especially. What do we got in the NASDAQ? We come into the close. Doesn't look like we're going to make new all-time highs in the NASDAQ, but anything can change. Delta is unwinding. I mean, 30-point
pull
pop.
the orders. We're not getting filled today.
Fair enough. 40-point pop. We can make ES. Nope. Look at this. They're just going to trade. Hitting the bid. Lifting the ask. 65.96. Rico's was above below 24,075. Well, congratulations. Those that took
that was a good call, though, man. That takes conviction to call out new highs for above.
All right, you ready for this? You ready for this? We're going to take a retest. We're going to go short on the retest. For the last minute of the day, I'm going to put a bid in.
10 seconds. Oh.
Come back up and get me. Come back up and
Failed
get me.
moves come fast moves. Look at that.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. Wow. Hey, man.
I was waiting for one of those 2 damn moves.
Well done, man. We were able to kept the story going through that power hour. Now pretty much nothing happened there, and we were able to do a good job. Rico, as always, nice trade. We saw new all-time highs there in the ES 6600 NASDAQ. Closing in on a month. Have not made new all-time highs there. Dolby time, as always. Great to have you back here in power. With that being said,
that's fun.
Hell yeah. With that being said, shout out to all the bellers. Keep grinding. We're all in this together. People like Rico in the Bowl Brigade. You're seeing the effort and the work pay off. Okay, Adobe earnings coming up after this. I'm going to throw it to James. James, take us out of here into At the Buzzer.
Thank you, fellas. Have a good one.
Go.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Dolby. And thank you, Enrico. And thank you to everybody for watching this stream, whether you've been here from 7 in the morning or you're just tuning in now to see us at the buzzer. We appreciate you watching. We appreciate your time. And speaking of time, I just said it at the buzzer. That's coming up right up next with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to unpack everything you need to know. We're going to keep an eye on Adobe earnings, and they're going to make sure that you are ready for that 5 p.m. reopen. And later tonight, we have Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. That's at 7:30 p.m. Central Time right here on our YouTube channel. Tomorrow morning, Aaron Trades is hosting London Open at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. You saw Aaron this morning on Fast Markets. And if you missed him there, well, you can catch him on London Open. Again, that's tomorrow at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. Of course, because tomorrow is Friday, Deanna is off, so there will be no Euro Trade. So sorry, Euro Trade fans. Deanna will be back Monday morning at 3:30 a.m. But you know who will be back and ready to go again tomorrow? That's right, Topstep TV. We are here at 7:15 a.m. Be here, tune in, turn on, and get ready to trade with us because we're going to close out the week strong. For now, stay tuned for At the Buzzer. I'm James Harden. You have been the chat. And as always, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.